Ladies and gentlemen, can I, before we get started, which will be in a few minutes, can I just ask you, please? I know a number of you have signs. You're going to need to take the signs. Can't be in the room. That's just our rule. So please, if you have signs, please take those signs. It's not enough to just put them down. Please take them outside the room. Okay? Thank you. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, again, before we get started, can I just note for your information, I know that some people who either support or oppose this bill, but do not wish to testify, have signed the blue sheets. I think it's important that you understand that the blue sheets that are up there that are out there are not just for this bill. There are blue sheets out there for all the bills we're going to be hearing today, which includes some that we're going to be hearing this afternoon that have nothing to do with this. So my only point is, if you thought that all the blue sheets were for this bill and you signed up to support or object, if you didn't look carefully, you may have signed the wrong blue sheet. So please be sure that if you wanted to, voice your view on HB 1283, that's this bill, that's the form you signed and not a bill that has nothing to do with this. Okay, thanks. Is it? I don't,
90,
probably, yeah.
pretty close, 88, 87.
All right. Time. 1 minute to go.
Just need one from representatives.
All right. Yeah.
We know, we've got it.
Right. All right, it is 10 a.m. I'm going to call the House Judiciary Committee to order, and I first will recognize Representative Page to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, I just want to kind of set just a couple of ground rules. We want to give everybody, we know that there are people have strong views on this issue, on whatever side you may be on, and we want to have everybody have an opportunity to be heard. I have about 90 people who've signed up to testify. In light of that, I'm going to impose, except for the first witness, who is the prime sponsor in accordance with our traditions, I'm going to impose on other witnesses a limitation of 2 minutes for your testimony, and we're going to have to enforce that fairly strictly. The other thing I would say, please, is this. I understand that people may be nervous if you're testifying. That's completely understandable. Please understand, though, if you have written testimony, we want to receive that, and we will receive. All you have to do is hand it in to us, and we will, we'll be happy to receive it. We will read it, and your, what you've had to say will be considered by us. It really is not helpful, I think, to us if you have written testimony, if you just come up and spend your 2 minutes reading it. That is not particularly helpful to us. It would be much better to have you sort of speak extemporaneously, tell us, what you want to tell us, so to speak. I think we would all find that much more helpful. So I hope that you'll please do that. And with that, I'm going to recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Marjorie Smith. I represent Durham in the New Hampshire House, and I am honored to be the prime sponsor of this bill, joined by many people who cover the broad spectrum of philosophical and political views in the legislature. In a disparate world, we all have two things in common. We were born and we will die. In 1990, my family returned to New Hampshire so that my husband could work for the Disability Rights Center to address the inequities facing the disability community. A goal that Peter and I shared. At about the same time, my beloved niece, Deborah, at age 23, suffered a debilitating stroke that affected her for the rest of her too short life. But she spent those years educating those of us who were temporarily able-bodied, in her words, about the challenges facing those with disabilities and working and earning honors as an effective advocate. In my earliest years in the legislature, Bob Guest and Marion Copenhaver, along with others, sponsored a bill on this very subject, and it came to the Judiciary Committee. That was more than 25 years ago. But the shock I experienced in that hearing has stayed with me. Caring, competent, committed physicians spoke of how they felt powerless to help their patients who were nearing the end of their lives and experiencing unbearable pain. They were concerned that if they used drugs to minimize the pain, they could be charged with a crime. That same concern was expressed by dedicated, concerned members of the burgeoning hospice community and by patients nearing the end of their lives and their families. Since then, at regular intervals, bills addressing this issue of end of life appeared, some to form study committees, some to take specific action. Some passed one house or another, some passed both, only to die on the governor's desk. The opposition tended to come primarily from three groups. Some members of the disability community afraid that there would be pressure for them to end their lives. Some representatives of the hospital community, for reasons that I can't explain, and the leaders, but not necessarily a majority of the parishioners of one particular religious denomination. Believing as I do in the constitutionally established separation of church and state, I respect and protect the rights of the individuals to make religious-based choices for themselves, but not to use that power of the government to apply those choices to others. This bill, supported and sponsored by legislators across party and policy lines, requires an expectation of death within 6 months, absolute mental competency, the testimony of 2 independent medical professionals, and a short waiting period. It would provide no relief to those suffering from long-standing debilitating diseases without an expectation of death within 6 months. As compared with legislation in other states, this is a very narrow and conservative bill. And it was designed that way deliberately to give New Hampshire a chance to put its toe in the waters. The independent UNH poll demonstrates the widespread support for adding medical aid in dying to the options available to a small, specifically defined group of New Hampshire citizens. The time is now for New Hampshire to join its sister states in providing this option to our citizens. Rather than answering any of your questions, since there will be ample time for you to ask questions of me later, I will return to my seat on the committee now so that all of us might hear from our constituents and about an issue that affects every one of them and of us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Representative Smith. The chair now calls Representative Steve Woodcock, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about medical aid in dying, HB 1283. For the record, the bill called End of Life Options in New Hampshire. I will leave this document with the clerk to save some time for us so she can have my testimony when I'm done. My name is Steve Woodcock, and I am a representative from Conway, but I'm here today on behalf of all the citizens of New Hampshire. First, let me say that there are very few rights in New Hampshire as important as right to choose your body, your choice. That said, the
Oh,
medical aid
can I just ask you to push the, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. That said, the medical aid in dying bill is very limited option bill with a host of highly specific criteria. Representative Smith has done a wonderful job introducing the bill, and I'm confident that Honorable Brown, when she speaks, will be able to answer any and all of your questions regarding the finer points of the bill. So for those 2 reasons, I'll omit the duplication of information and speak for my reason for support of this bill. Years ago, Guy Waterman, one of New England's leading conservation and environmentalists and the author of the well-read book in New Hampshire, Backward Ethics, hiked to the top of the mountains in the Whites in midwinter and purposely froze to death. His wife knew the impending death and at the appointed time notified the local conservation officers so that they could retrieve his body. This shouldn't have to happen in this country's live free or die state. New Hampshire and this legislature has multiple libertarians that espouse limited government intervention. I hope they stand up and support their words when this bill comes to the floor. I have had many family members who have had a much greater quality of life and respectful passing in their law. More recently, just a few months ago, as a matter of fact, my brother had to be moved by ambulance from one hospital to another, 2 states away, so that he would be allowed, and I would be allowed as his provider, to assist his medical aid in dying. I won't go into the details of his decline, but it was horrific and devastating to observe. The best I could do was abide by his final wishes, and thank goodness he had made the proper legal and medical preparation for that moment. This did not make the pain for his passing any easier, but for me, I trust it did for him. Members of the committee, this bill is not about your religious beliefs, nor mine. It is not about your political beliefs, nor mine, but rather it's our friends, neighbors, and families who have to deal with terms and phrases like metastasized, inoperable, throughout your body, stage 4. This is their reality. There are no health decisions here. That ship has long left the dock. The only remaining is final care options. Medical aid in dying, end-of-life options should not be seen through the lens of religious or political movement or position. It is simply the right of a terminally ill person to choose the best process for a dignified life and equally dignified passing. I thank you for your attention and ask that you pass HB 1283 onto the House with an OTP recommendation.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Representative Chair, the party omitted is in the testimony. Today's time.
Thank you. I'm next going to call Representative Glenn Cordelli, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable committee members. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. I felt called last night to be here to tell my sister Susan's story. We had a special relationship. I was adopted from an orphanage in New York City when I was a few months old. 2 years later, my parents took me back to that orphanage, and I picked out my sister. Decades later, after a messy divorce, my sister was left with 2 young sons to raise. A couple of years later, she was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. She lived for 10 years. The papers dubbed her the miracle lady of Western Massachusetts. The doctors were not sure how she survived. I know. She started an ovarian support group. She wrote a book, a poetry called Eggless Wisdom. Let me just read one poem from that. How to live with a terminal illness. Do not die. Respect your body. Respect your emotions more. Practice denial. Indulge your terror and sadness, but only in specific time allotments. Take care of those you love. Allow those who love you to take care of you. Be a real bitch when the situation demands advocacy. Always choose living over time, peace over pain, new over old, and above all, humor over tragedy, and always leave room for the future. She lived on pain medicine for the last number of years of her life. You name the pain medicine, she had it, morphine, etc. It was when her youngest son finally told her, "It's okay, Mom, I'll be all right," that the end started to happen. I will never forget the scene in the hospital when she was dying. The window, thunder and lightning outside. And we held hands and said the Lord's Prayer as she passed away. It was a beautiful moment. And I know God was in the room at that point. Natural death can be beautiful and meaningful. And it's something I will never forget. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for this witness? Let's keep that, none of that, okay, please? All right, thank you very much, Representative. Former Representative Kurt Wolpert, please. Well, and I'm just so that people, please take your seat, Representative. What I'm going to do is announce the next witness, so that I know there are people in the overflow room, so that if they're there, they can make arrangements to come up. And the next witness after this one will be Representative Linda Haslink, please. All right. Yes, Representative Wolpert.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's good to be.
Can you
Good
put
morning.
you got the mic on? Okay, great. Thank you.
It's good to be back with you again. I will be as brief as I reasonably can be, and I expect that I'll go over. So please tell me, and I'll just stop.
Okay.
So first of all, you have a handout from New Hampshire Right. I'm here representing New Hampshire Right to Life and all our supporters across the state. Secondly, you have written testimony from New Hampshire Right to Life. There's a little packet in front of each of you. Has 4 documents. One is that written testimony. One is a table of suicide deaths from Canada for the last 10 or 12 years, from Oregon for the last 10 or 12 years. One is a handout about Canada and the timeline that it took to get to where they are. And One is we asked our friends at National Right to Life to analyze this bill in light of national laws, and they did that, and there's a several-page analysis of that as part of that packet. What I want to say today is suicide is not health care. It never will be health care. At the last minute, it's a voluntary choice on the part of the individual, which is the very definition of suicide. It's a slippery slope, a very slippery slope. The Netherlands started with assisted suicide 50-odd years ago. Over time, it expanded. It expanded without any changes to the law. Their law started out narrow like ours is, but it expanded without changes to the law. Why? Because it's state-sanctioned suicide. And when the state gives its sanction, when we call it medical care, medical professionals are influenced by that. They want to care for their clients, patients. And so the person is close to death. We all know it. And isn't it better to just increase the medication, just whatever? And so, but that just became accepted as medical practice. There was no change to the law. And it took 40 plus years for them to actually change the law. But suicide expanded, medical aid expanded anyway. Why? Because there were court cases. Every restriction in this law, every single one, can be challenged in the court of law. Why do you have to have a terminal illness? Why does it have to be 6 months? Why can't it be something else? And you know what? The courts can't decide these things. And so the courts always ruled you could expand, you could expand, you could expand. And so it did. This is, again, without any changes to the law. And eventually they did legalize euthanasia, and now it's worse than it was before. But it's spreading around the world. So we'll talk about Canada just for a minute. It took Canada 7 years to get to the place where Canada took 50 years. And now Canada, along with the Netherlands, are leading the world in how many people can commit suicide. And they wanted to extend it to the mentally ill. And last week, they were going to expand it to the mentally ill. You can commit suicide just because you're mentally ill. Right?
Representative Wolford, you're I think you're beyond your 2 minutes.
Okay, so I ask you to consider this. Who benefits from this now? Who benefits from it as time goes on? And can we live with state-sanctioned assisted suicide? I say the answer is no, and I ask you to ITL this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Hassling, please. And the next witness after that will be Representative William Palmer? Palmer, yes, okay. Yes, hi.
Good morning, colleagues and friends. For the record, my name is Linda Haskins. I
Haskins,
represent.
sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry about that.
I represent Rockingham 11, Exeter. I'm a co-sponsor on this bill because I believe it is a common sense solution to a heartache that has caused many families to regret how their loved one died. I want this not only for myself, but for all my loved ones and for all of you. Many of us know someone who has died a painful death. Although we may be living longer than previous generations, for many terminal patients, the end of life is filled with needless suffering and pain for them and their loved ones. We can do better. Dying a slow, painful death, an inevitable death, is not what we want for ourselves or those we love. but sadly, that is the reality for many families. We will all experience grief in losing a loved one. What this bill does is to eliminate suffering for terminal patients. The bill has been carefully crafted with the guidelines and guardrails to ensure that adults with a terminal illness can choose to die in peace rather than connected to tubes and machines in a hospital setting. My own mother was transferred from a local facility to Mass General, where she lay dying for weeks, tended by well-meaning strangers, while her children were kept outside her room and only allowed to visit at designated times.
Representative, you're getting close to your limit.
Thank you. There was no dignity in her death. It was not what she would have chosen, and it was not what we would have chosen for her. I urge you to support this bill and send it to the full House for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Now, I hope that I'm reading this correctly. Representative William Palmer, and the next representative after that to be called will be Representative David Roquefort, please. Hi.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Bill Palmer. I represent Sullivan District 2, which is Cornish and Plainfield, and I'm here testifying today because I've been a hospice medical director for 28 years and am now still a hospitalist delivering significant amounts of hospice care. I think you'll hear a lot about rationale for this bill. My experience working in Vermont most of the time over the last 10 years when Act 39 has been in effect has been that this is a rarely accessed option, but a very vital one. Quite a number of patients will ask about it. Very few end up pursuing it. One of the most important things is that just having access gives people a lot of relief. In my written testimony, I've outlined a case of exactly that. I think the other thing that I'll say today is that there are certainly times when we've run through every possible option, medical option, spiritual option, getting families to visit people who are dying and who are in distress, that this is one option that in Vermont really has made a vital difference in how people can relax and really their suffering is alleviated just knowing that this is an option. I personally have only had one patient go all the way through the steps and take the medication out of hundreds and hundreds of patients, but many of them have experienced a great deal of relief just knowing that's the option. So I hope you will support this bill and pass it OTP out of this committee.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Thank you. Oh, yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. As a hospice physician, is it my understanding if you go into hospice care that you have to terminate all your care, all your treatments?
So
Yes.
this is always the problem with the word hospice is there is a Medicare benefit, which is hospice medical benefit, and other insurance companies recognize that, and that is true of that. But a lot of the patients, like the patient in this story that I'll pass around, were obtaining palliative care. They were on hospice, and so basically their whole focus was on comfort, not on any further treatment. But they weren't part of the Medicare official hospice program.
Follow up?
Yes.
It's my understanding, I was a nurse for 42 years. I've watched people die, worked intensive care. I work cardiac. It's my understanding that palliative care and hospice care are very different. Hospice care, technically, according to your insurance and Medicaid, you no longer can receive treatment for your ailment. Palliative care, on the other hand, which can start way before the 6 months, you can receive all kinds of care your treatments for your illness or condition, along with mental health and so all kinds of care. So that's my understanding. Has that changed?
I think the way we talk about it's changed, and I think there are people behind me who are certified palliative and hospice care physicians who can probably talk through the details. Probably a little bit old-fashioned, and I sort of consider it hospice, but I think most people now talk about palliative care, which usually starts right with a diagnosis, say, of cancer or end-stage lung or heart disease, and the two things proceed in parallel. So you're getting palliative care along with your chemotherapy and radiation therapy.
Right.
But the hospice Medicare
Does not allow that, right?
it's right, it's underused, and it's a very specific thing. My mother was on it, my mother-in-law's on it, because they wanted to stay home and not go back to the hospital anymore. And so that's where that,
One more quick follow-up.
Yep.
You don't have to be in the hospital to receive hospice care. Is that true?
right, a lot of the point of the hospice benefit is to try and keep people at home or where they want to be, whether it's at home or in a nursing home.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for taking my question.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Next, Representative David Roquefort, and the next one after that will be Representative Gary Merchant. Representative Roquefort.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is David Rochefort. I represent Grafton 1. I'm from Littleton. I'm one of two pharmacists in the legislature here in Concord. And I come here not to take a position per se, but to point out a fairly obvious, I assume, unintentional omission in the legislation. And the omission, if you could follow along with me, begins on page 6, lines 6 through 10. When it talks about the indemnification of healthcare, and I'm going to use the quotes, healthcare providers who are participating in this activity. And it talks about no healthcare providers who, there can be a conscientious objection as well. And if you go to page 1, line 15, where it defines healthcare providers, talks about physicians, osteopathic physicians, advanced practice registered nurses, physicians assistants, and it talks about those who are authorized to prescribe medications. And I would ask, because pharmacists are going to play a role in this, that we add on line 16, prescribe or dispense medications, and then make a new line 21, where 20 is, and add a pharmacist licensed pursuant to RSA 318. I would also suggest within the definitions is defining a dispensing healthcare provider means, and add that to the to the bill. And of course, when I first thought of that, I thought maybe pharmacists weren't included in this, but they clearly are on page 4. And understanding how the mechanics of this works and familiar with how it works in Vermont, the pharmacists will be participating in this. So I think before the committee, if anything happens at this committee, before it goes across the street, we just take into consideration that dispensing is the first half, or prescribing is the first half, but dispensing is the second half of this. And that's all I had, is just those requests for fiction.
Yes, questions, Representative Perez.
Thank you. As a pharmacist, I had a concern about the fact that, I'll give you an example. When we were having people, the death sentence, okay, we found that things were cruel and abusive and we couldn't do them, and that when they had lethal injections, they found that those lethal injections were cruel and abusive. My concern is that there is no definition in here, not saying what the drugs are, but stating that current practice medications, because what people are using today may be entirely different than what they're using 3 years from now. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that.
So, but there's nothing in here that says anything about what is being prescribed. And that's a concern. Do you see that as a pharmacist being a concern?
Well, I think that, if I may, and I'm not, this is not a endorsing or,
Right.
or otherwise of the legislation. I think anytime you get so granular and so specific in the legislation as to what agent has to be used, what drug has to be
That's
used.
not what I'm asking.
Okay, all right,
I'm
maybe
asking that it says something about, not current, but, well.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Current medical, according to current medical practice or whatever, that's not the term I want to use. So that it can change and be updated without there being an issue to the pharmacist or to the physician.
Sure, and I think that's a good point that you bring up, and that may be something to consider as the committee works through the details of this.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Gary Merchant, and the next witness after that will be Representative Catherine Prudhomme O'Brien.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and also the committee. For the record, my name is Gary Merchant, representing Sullivan County District 6, which is the proud towns of Claremont and Croydon. I won't repeat what Representative Rochford said. He's also a pharmacist like myself. I think he spoke to the issues we have as far as the pharmacy community, that somehow the bill does include reference for the dispenser as well as the prescriber. So I want to be sure that that's taken care of if we can within the bill or some sort of an amendment. I do come in support of the bill. I have worked as a hospice pharmacist. I have seen, like a lot of folks around this table, patients die, and it's a lot of agony, particularly in the family. And a lot of times, their family members, like the patient, who really want to put the person in the place they're going to go in a timely way, in a kind way, and not through a lot of agony. To watch, as the nurse said, Representative Perez, it's hard. It's harder on the family sometimes than the patient. And I think one of the things to think about is that when you are looking at this from the patient's point of view, it's really an option. It's not something that they have to do. And I can share with you, having been involved with hospice, in going into a patient's home to clean out the med cabinet, there are drugs in the med cabinet that are completely empty. No one prescribed it that way, but it happens because the ones who are of the know understand how to use the drugs. As a professor said to me once upon a time, every single drug is a poison with therapeutic side effects. The only thing that separates a poison from a drug with beneficial benefits is the dose. So patients who understand that aspect have it available per se to them today, but they don't have the opportunity to talk to a healthcare provider about that option, unless you're, like I said, have someone in the family who understands that. So therefore, if you can correct the bill so the dispenser is actually included, and also think about the patient themselves and the family members and the agony they go through when they're dying. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none. Representative, I wonder if I could press you and maybe the prior witness, because of your expertise, into service, and just ask you if you could perhaps think about exactly the language that you think should go in there, and maybe then send me an email with that language so that obviously we're going to discuss it in the committee, but it sounds like that might make some sense to put that what the two of you have suggested into the bill.
Chairman Lynn, I'd be more than glad to do that. I will circle back with my colleague on the other side of the aisle and work with him on language to get it to you folks to look at and review. Thank you.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. Next, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, and the next witness after that will be Sean Rogers.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my testimony. Couple things I want to talk about. This summer, I had the honor of, and I'm going to try not to get upset, but I had the honor of caring for a relative of mine who was terminally ill And she had a difficult life up to that point. She was in a women's commune that fell apart, and she lost her entire community. We had the opportunity to shower her with love and tell her how much we loved her, appreciated her, how she was an irreplaceable member of our family. And she moved in with us right as soon as she got the diagnosis. And it wasn't just about my being able to tell her all of those things. She's one of my closest friends ever. But it was also about the rest of the family being able to tell her that, and other people in our family seeing that how much we loved her and valued her. And this is healthy. This is healthy for society, for children to see this. I read a book a long time ago by Sheryl Sandberg about leaning in. She talked about the concept of leaning in and taking advantage of opportunities professionally for women, and it was a really interesting concept. But I see the larger picture of our society. We have two choices. We can lean in towards life, or we can lean away from it, and all the steps that we take. And I felt like we were leaning in to life, even though she was passing away. And I think that as a society, we should take every opportunity to keep leaning into life. I know that another witness here came and talked about his work in the hospice industry, and he didn't have many requests for it. When you legalize something, you approve of it as a society, and you get more of it. So it's rare now, but I don't know that that would be the case. I'm very concerned about what's happening in Canada, where people with minor illnesses are offered medical aid and dying, and that's unconscionable. And although I think that people have the best intentions with this bill, I think that it could creep to what the situation is in Canada, what we see in the Netherlands, which is really unconscionable to offer aid in dying to a 28-year-old woman for fibromyalgia who's autistic. That's unconscionable. Those are other issues that could be solved, that we could keep solving. We don't need to tell these people they should leave, that they should be killed.
Representative,
That's
you're kind of
unconscionable.
over
Those are my concerns. Thank
you're
you
over
so
your
much.
time. All right.
Thank you so much.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sean Rogers, and next will be Dr. John Edinger.
You sit with me. Sorry about that. I tried to have my friend watch him and it didn't work out very well, if you could hear. So,
Turn your microphone on.
There you go. Thank you.
okay, sorry about that. So excuse my son, I apologize. But I've been a doctor for about 12 years. I often work with people who are unfortunately at the end of their lives. And I wasn't really sure how I felt about this bill until, I thought about it some, and then I talked to several of my friends who also work in palliative care, so they see many more patients than I do who are unfortunately at the end of their lives. And I don't think that this bill is going to accomplish what it sets out to do, because patients who are diagnosed as terminal already are at the end of are already palliative, are already hospice candidates. And so if they are hospice candidates, then oftentimes they already have the means to, if they wanted to commit suicide. They often have access to the sedatives, the analgesics, and the antiemetics. Oh, thank you, Beth. And so they could if they wanted to, but it is a fairly rare thing for patients to want to kill themselves. I've never had a patient ask me about it. I asked my palliative care doctor friends about it, and they said that it was also somewhat rare, but they could usually work through it because suicidality is not a disease in and of itself. It is a symptom of the disease. Christopher, come. And it can usually be worked through because there's usually causative factors. There's things such as uncontrolled pain, uncontrolled discomfort, things uncontrolled psychiatric diseases, and just a lack of social and emotional support. And doctors can treat those things. And an even greater concern, and so it undermines the medical ethic of non-maleficence, which is to do no harm. And then furthermore, I think that this bill might actually be a Trojan horse, perhaps unintentionally, which Representative Smith did sort of allude to when she said it was a toe in the water. Because when you legalize physician-assisted suicide, then the topic of euthanasia comes to bear as well. And the Netherlands is doing it. Children of all ages, babies can be considered candidates for euthanasia, and that's in many places in Europe and in Canada. And Canada leads the world in organ donations, and it's not surprising that they have been caught inappropriately offering euthanasia to patients. And China is another example where they have been accused of selling the organs and the bodies of their political dissidents. And so I think that the world is less safe and less secure by opening the Pandora's box.
All right.
And so I apologize. I couldn't find any sitter for him. I
No,
apologize.
that's all right.
But that's pretty much what I had to say.
Questions for this witness?
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thanks for taking, I'll make it brief. What type of physician are you?
I'm internal medicine and I work as a hospitalist.
Okay, and one more question.
Yep.
Are you limited because of what we have done with opioids? Are you limited in your practice of how much pain medication you are allowed to prescribe for your patients?
As a point of my practice, I usually just prescribe 1 week of opioids. In many states, it's becoming more common for that to happen and for them to limit that. And I think if there is a limitation on palliative doctors, they should probably be allowed to prescribe a longer period of time.
Follow up quick?
Yep.
Yeah.
So basically, when we went after all the pharmaceutical companies for opioids, perhaps we should have taken into consideration people with chronic pain, terminal illnesses, and that type of thing to be exempt from that.
I think that would solve a lot of the problems and we wouldn't have the controversy.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Sorry about that, folks.
No problem. Dr. John Edinger, and then the next witness after that will be Ed Butler. Ed. Ed. No, it's okay. And before you begin, Doctor, can I know Mr. Dunn is in the audience. Mr. Dunn, is this the witness that you were talking? Thank you very much. All right, Doctor, please go ahead.
Hi there. I'm dealing with a little bit of a throat issue
No.
this morning, so I apologize. I'm
No
a
problem.
cardiologist, Catholic Medical Center. I'm here on behalf of myself. I also am president of the Board of Medicine, and I am in no way representing the board today. I just want to make sure people are aware of that. I'm simply here as a concerned physician. I'm in opposition to the bill. I have a couple quick points. I deal with a lot of patients who are at the end of life, death and dying, mostly through congestive heart failure. I hate the stories that have been told today because it's just, it's really not what we want as a medical society for people to die in pain and suffering. We're both coming at this from both sides of the coin, have that as a common have that as a common goal. We don't want people to die with pain. We don't want people to die with suffering. And I think similar to the representative's point, going towards the representative's point, I think using the opiate epidemic as an example, we could have done a much better job there in terms of how we prescribe. We were part of that problem. The prescribers themselves were part of that problem. And in terms of palliative care, we get very little training in medical school in terms of how to palliate, how to deal with dying. I get 99% of my training is how to cure disease, how to help people, how to get them better. We get very little at the end of life. So I see a bill like this and I say to myself, wow, we're just going to create an option where we're now going to move people right towards the end of life very quickly. We're not going to focus on palliative care at all. What I'd like to see is the state focus significantly more effort and more funds on palliation, on the end of life, on dealing with death and dying in this manner, as opposed to just prescribing a pill where I can off somebody. This is suicide. It's not, it's just it's the terminology in the bill, they can't even really begin to speak to it. It's just, you're prescribing a drug which will kill you. I'm prescribing that drug. I see that as changing our culture. I see that as moving the needle. And as another speaker just mentioned, you start to change the culture of the discussion. You start to change the discussion. You start to change society's opinion as to what is acceptable. You start moving into marginalized populations and telling them it's more acceptable for them to off themselves. You start to move towards more suicides in society. We have very little empiric data on this, but the data we have shows that in states that have allowed medical aid in dying, we see the needle tick towards more suicide. I want to avoid that. It's very difficult to safeguard this process. The intent is there, but I'm very good at knowing when somebody is going to die within a week. If somebody's going to die within 6 months, very, very challenging to know that. Okay, somebody else gave an example about 10 years with a terminal diagnosis. I don't want to make you a statistic. I want to look at you as an individual and give you the care that you deserve. But just calling it 6 months and saying that's a safeguard, it's very soft. It puts a lot of burdens on the patient. Well, you know, I could save $10,000 and if I take the pill, my family doesn't go through this burden, but then your family's left with the burden afterwards. Did I make the right decision?
Doctor, you're
Am I
kind
up?
of over your time.
All right, I appreciate it. So I think we have to start talking about dying and not death. I think we need to do a better job with being compassionate, supportive, caring at the end of life. It doesn't come through a pill, it comes through caring. I think we can fund that better. I think we can train physicians better. I'd like to see legislative efforts towards that. And finally, every day I have to battle insurance companies on what I think is the most effective therapy. It comes down to cost in their mind. We are all a cost when it comes to insurance and a payment model. I don't want that to be an option at the end of life for people. I want to be able to choose the best option for them. I don't want an insurance company saying to me, you know what, the pill's a great option, and have to question their incentives at the end of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Representative Perez?
Thank you. Thanks. I actually managed your office 20 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's still a mess.
My concern with this, and you mentioned congestive heart failure.
Sure.
My concern with this is that there are a lot of things left out of this bill, one of them being liver disease. That's not a terminal illness. It's a death sentence, but it's not a terminal illness. People who have chronic pain with an injury, perhaps, degenerative injuries by accident, kidney disease, multiple sclerosis, spinal diseases. None of these are covered by this because this is saying terminal illness. What's to say that we pass this and we do like Canada did and have a timeline and keep including all of these things? Do you see that as a problem where none of these other things are covered?
Yeah, I absolutely do see it as a problem. The last attempt at a bill of this sort, and I think it was maybe 2 years ago now, even within the committee discussions, we started to see this being added on as a possibility where neurodegenerative diseases were going to be added. It's the natural point of discussion to keep moving towards this as somebody has a diagnosis which might be a terminal illness, but it might not be within 6 months. So it's going to be the natural sort of progression of this. I think Canada is a great example. And in fact, in Canada right now, next month when this is enacted, you don't have to have any treatments. You can be offered the treatment. I can be offered my antidepressant.
Right.
I can be offered my counseling. I can be offered ECT, but I don't have to take it. I can just take the pill. I think it's a very slippery slope. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Ed Butler, and then former Representative Ed Butler, I guess. And then the next will be Stephen Michaud, Dr. Stephen Michaud from Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Ed Butler. I'm the chair of New Hampshire Alliance for End of Life Options, a grassroots organization. I fervently believe in that last word of our organization, options. The bill before you provides an important choice and additional option for end-of-life care. It's good to see some familiar faces and friends, and good to meet those of you that I have not met yet. I was a state rep for 6 terms, and I was the chair of the Commerce Committee when the Democrats were in the majority. I've lived in New Hampshire for 30 years, and I'm an innkeeper in Crawford Notch, in Hart's location, the smallest town. Before moving to New Hampshire, I worked as a nurse in New York City in several practice areas, and ultimately became a nursing home administrator and was the director of the first long-term care program for people with AIDS at the height of that epidemic. Throughout my career in healthcare, I saw the ravages that disease and illness can bring, and what seemed to me the unnecessary suffering for some at the end of their lives. As you likely know, medical aid in dying is the law in 10 states and in DC. The first medical aid in dying bill, MAID bill, passed in Oregon 24 years ago, and it has a proven and positive track record in all jurisdictions where it is under force. Our organization has worked diligently to learn about and understand how the laws in those states have functioned, and they have helped to craft the bill before you. Not only did we reach out to legislators in other states where this law is enforced, but we talked with and consulted local stakeholders as well as ethicists, healthcare professionals, and legal experts across the country. Though this legislature has considered other bills regarding aid in dying, as you heard from Representative Smith, this is the first one presented in such a comprehensive manner and with years of grassroots work, learning from citizens around the state. As with all the other existing laws, this bill requires the person requesting MAID to be in hospice care or to be determined within 6 months of their death. They must be determined to be of sound mind and be able independently to take the prescribed medications. Safeguards are in place throughout this end-of-life care. And the first healthcare provider must determine eligibility, and then a second consulting professional must concur. The person requesting MAID must sign a form acknowledging that this is their choice and they understand the consequences of this request. And 2 witnesses must sign in support. The request for MAID can be rescinded by the patient at any time, and of course, the patient doesn't have to take the medication. One story that illustrates why this bill is so needed is about a wonderful neighbor that we had, a very independent woman in her 80s who loved the mountains and loved to work on clearing and maintaining trails throughout the mountains near her home. She had a hip replacement and then a second surgery because the first one wasn't successful. Even after the second surgery, she wasn't able to take
Butler,
care
I
of...
don't mean to interrupt you, but you really are. You're
Thank
going
you.
over your time.
She wasn't able to
wrap
take
up,
care of
please.
herself. She deteriorated rapidly. She asked her MD for medications to help her end her life, but of course the doctor couldn't apply. Then one day we received a note which read, "By the time you read this, I will be dead." Beth had taken her own life because the state did not offer a more compassionate and peaceful way to die. This is only one example of why the bill before you is critically important. I look forward to your deliberations, and please reach out to us for any resources that you might need. We're happy to help.
Thank you. Questions for this witness?
Thank
Seeing
you.
none, thank you very much. Stephen Michaud, Dr. Stephen Michaud, and next witness after that will be Melissa Stacy.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name's Dr. Stephen Michaud. I'm a family practitioner. I work in Goffstown, New Hampshire, native New Hampshire. That's where I grew up, so I have the privilege of serving the town that I grew up with, kind of a Marcus Welby type situation. So, so I'd like to, I'm concerned about I truly love New Hampshire, and my choice would be not to follow the path that our neighboring states have followed. I am concerned. I didn't see a residency status in this bill, which is concerning to me. One of the things that happened in Oregon is that was totally looked the other way and decided that you didn't have to. The original bill had a residency status, and now that's no longer the case. I'd also like to quote some myths. This is a book called To Die Well, which we all hope to do, written by a neurosurgeon. And he quoted some specific myths regarding physician-assisted suicide. Number one, physician-assisted suicide is universally successful, painless, and peaceful. So these myths are related to published medical literature. So, for instance, New England Journal of Medicine, Journal of the American Medical Association, British Medical Journal. So this isn't just myths that are taken out of the air. I would say the New England Journal of Medicine is on the wrong side of the coin, but regardless, it's a fairly renowned journal. So physician-assisted suicide is universally successful, painless, and peaceful. Significant side effects in many patients occur, requiring a physician to then administer a lethal dose of the medication. That's been determined. Myth number two, patients who die by physician-assisted suicide are properly screened to rule out any and treat psychiatric illness. In the British Medical Journal, a study, 1 out of 3 patients in Oregon met criteria for clinical depression and should have been excluded. Myth number 3, adequate oversight exists to prevent assisted suicide abuses. This is a letter to the Journal of the American Medical Association, which documented doctor shopping to circumvent safeguards, meds administered by someone other than the patient. Myth number 4, and this is the one big concern, and it's addressed by others. Physician-assisted suicide is available only for terminally ill patients. Netherlands, Canada, since 2002 have seen this not to be the case, and the definition of unbearable suffering has been broadened, leading to physician-assisted suicide in many patients with terminal disease. I'd like to read just a small, short paragraph in this book, again, written by a neurosurgeon.
You're over your time, doctor. I'm sorry.
One paragraph. The dark truth of physician-assisted suicide is far from the tranquil picture painted by death with dignity advocates. Whether it is a matter of botched suicide attempts or lack of compliance with established safeguards, history has shown that physician-assisted suicide is problematic at multiple levels.
All right. Questions for this witness? Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. What do you think would happen under our current statute when a physician over-prescribes a medication and it is used by patients to commit suicide? I mean, we have a statute that says you can't do this, but yet we're trying to ask you to do this.
So I'm not aware of the statute, but I do know that the administration of end-of-life pain medication is not driven to commit suicide, it's to treat symptoms. And so if you use it in that respect, I don't see where that would be a problem. Maybe you have other information, but these meds can be used to treat symptoms. And if the if the end result is death, that's not a problem by any
Follow up
standard.
quick. I'm saying that we're asking physicians who are bound by law not to overprescribe medications and we're asking a physician to give a cocktail that will kill someone.
What's the question?
My question is, do you see that as a problem for physicians?
I guess if they're bound not to overprescribe, then that is a problem. But based on integrity, there is some integrity in the whole thing, and I think that makes a difference.
Okay,
All right.
thank
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Melissa Stacy, and the next witness will be Bob Dunn.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Melissa Stacy. I'm the Regional Advocacy Manager for Compassion and Choices. We are the nation's oldest and largest nonprofit organization working to improve healthcare and expand options at the end of life. I'm here to testify in support of this legislation. If passed, HB 1283 would allow mentally capable terminally ill adults with 6 months or less to live the option to request, obtain, and take medication should they choose to die peacefully in their sleep if their suffering becomes unbearable. This bill includes strict eligibility criteria and practice requirements to ensure the highest standard of care. Patients can change their mind about utilizing the option at any time during a multi-step process. Participation is voluntary for patients and providers. It is important to note that individuals are not eligible for medical aid in dying solely because of advanced age, disability, or chronic health conditions. The data from jurisdictions that have authorized medical aid in dying and subsequently published statistical reports demonstrate that less than 1% of people who die annually in an authorized jurisdiction will decide to use the law. In fact, up to 37% of people who request the medication may never actually take it. However, awareness of the law relieves worry about end-of-life suffering. Individuals report experiencing enormous relief from the moment they obtain the prescription because it alleviated their fears of suffering. Additionally, in all of this time, there has never been a single substantiated case of abuse or coercion in the laws. Decisions about death belong to the dying, and good public policy enables them to engage in open conversations with their doctors, with their loved ones, their faith and spiritual leaders, about their physical and spiritual needs at the end of life. This legislation gives terminally ill people peace of mind to not worry about whether or not they are going to die a horrible death, and instead focus on the present and the time they have left. Terminally ill individuals don't have the luxury of endless deliberations. They need the relief that this law affords them right now.
Thank you. You're really over your time.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Dunn, and the next witness after that will be Representative Emily Phillips. Welcome, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Bob Dunn, the Director of Public Policy for the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester, and on behalf of Bishop Peter Labashi and Catholic Medical Center and Catholic Charities New Hampshire, I'm here today to respectfully register our opposition to House Bill 1283. Assisted suicide invariably is presented as an issue of individual autonomy, but we want to respectfully ask you to look at this bill against the backdrop of the principle that Part 1, Article 1 of the New Hampshire Constitution says is one of the foundation stones of our body politic, and that is the principle of the common good. And despite the good intentions of the bill sponsors, we think that the remarkable diversity of the coalition that has come together to oppose this bill speaks to the breadth of the dangers that an assisted suicide law would pose, not just to the people who choose to end their own lives under the bill, but also to the many other people whose lives will be placed at risk or will be compromised in some way if a bill like this is passed, if we dip our toes in this water. And so I hope that this committee will heed all of the flashing red warning lights that are going off all over this room today, and that at the end you will follow the advice that the American Red Cross gives to people about escaping from burning buildings. Never open a door that is warm to the touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Representative Emily Phillips, and next will be Brian Lombardo.
Good morning, committee. Thank you for hearing me, and thank you for everyone for coming today. I'm Representative Emily Phillips, Rockingham 7, Fremont, New Hampshire. I am a co-sponsor on this bill. I support it. For me, it's a liberty issue. It's clear that body autonomy and medical freedom are very important to Granite Staters, as they are to me. We need to give people options, and we should not be coming in between a dying patient and their right to a medication they choose. This bill has several safeguards. I feel like there's a lot of fear surrounding this bill, but if you read the bill, I think it's very well written. There is nothing in the bill to require a physician or a pharmacist to participate if they choose not to. This is a self-administered procedure. So I think all of the safeguards, like I said, are well written, and I'm happy to take questions. But I just want to say, from a liberty perspective, I've been trying to talk to a lot of people who are misled or fear-based response to this bill and what it might become. And I want us to look at the bill as written today. The slippery slope concept of what this bill may become would bring it right back to this room again for a legislative process. So we can stop it from becoming something else that it is not today. So please support this bill. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
Dr. Brian Lombardo, and the next witness will be Betsy Walkerman.
Thank you, Representative Lynn. I appreciate the
Thank you.
opportunity to speak. I'm Brian Lombardo. I've been a family practitioner at Lebanon, New Hampshire, at Alice Pick Day Hospital for 28 years. I'm licensed to practice in New Hampshire and Vermont, and I've been integrally involved in delivering end-of-life care to countless patients over my career. I'm here to share my personal experience with the MAID law in Vermont and help people understand how I came to support that process. Several years ago, I had a Vermont patient come back to me with telling me that he had metastatic colon cancer and he wanted me to help him. Unfortunately, it became clear that his disease was quite advanced and he had really a very poor prognosis. So I started doing home visits because he became debilitated. And at one point, I was sitting in his living room and I looked over and I saw his gun cabinet off to the side. And having had 3 elderly patients, all of them men who had committed suicide with guns, all of them with serious medical problems, I very bluntly asked my patient if he had thought about hurting himself or killing himself. And he said, "Of course I have." And I had this pause and I realized all of a sudden that I was in Vermont and there was an MAID law and maybe I had an alternative for him. And I said, he said, "Tell me all about it." And that was my first experience in educating myself about the Vermont aid in dying law. Since then, I have personally been involved with 9 patients under the Vermont statute. 2 of them have been New Hampshire residents who have come across the border to receive care. None of these patients had any interest at all in allowing the disease to control their death. Each was extremely grateful to be legally allowed some control over an otherwise uncontrollable process. In 30 years of medical practice, I have rarely seen a group of patients so appreciative of the care they have received. Families are also appreciative of the fact that there was a legal option to help minimize their suffering. I have been
Doctor, thank
involved
you.
in
You're
multiple.
kind of at the end of your time.
I have.
Could
I
you
have
sum
written,
up, please?
Yes. So I have been involved in multiple end-of-life issues. Sometimes, as Dr. Bernard said at the press conference this morning, sometimes we need other tools that we don't currently have. And when there are completely uncontrollable symptoms or patients see an inevitable progression to a death without dignity, they find this, in my personal experience, they have found this to be an incredible form of solace to their soul.
All right, questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Next, Betsy Walkerman, and after that, the next one will be Diana Barnard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Committee. I'm Betsy Walkerman, and I'm president of Patient Choices Vermont. I'm also a lawyer. Patient Choices Vermont is a nonprofit organization that is dedicated to education on end-of-life options and especially medical aid in dying. And I'm here today to help bring Vermont's factual experience before you as you consider this bill. I have with me testimony from 2 state officials, Lieutenant Governor David Zuckerman and Virginia Lyons, who is chair of the Senate Health and Welfare Committee in Vermont. And both were early supporters and sponsors of our Act 39, and I will pass those around. In the words of Vermont's Lieutenant Governor, Act 39 stands out as one of the most positive, personally impactful bills for which his constituents express a great deal of gratitude, and I think you will find the same if you move ahead with this bill. There's not been a single report of abuse or even suspected abuse in Vermont, and that is a fact to which our Department of Health testified before our legislature last year. When you look at the data, we now have some data about the number of New Hampshire residents who are interested in medical aid in dying, because there have been more than 600 people who have looked at the Patient Choices Vermont website since our law was amended to allow people from out of state to seek medical aid in dying in Vermont. And these people are your constituents. Many of them call our helpline. They describe their illnesses and similar stories to what you are hearing today. In the first 10 years of our Act 39, 203 people used medical aid in dying in Vermont. That's quite a small number. It's a minuscule 0.5% of all the deaths during that same period. And yet, Vermont doctors report that the number of people who are comforted by the option of medical aid in dying far exceeds the number who actually use it. My personal experience with this, I see you about to tell me that I'm going to go over, confirms that as well. One final thought, I would caution you very much to research the Canada law before you compare what you have in front of you to Canada. Canada has a very different constitutional foundation behind their law than we do in the United States, and I'd be happy to discuss this with anybody who is researching that on the committee.
All right. Questions for this witness? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to call on Diana Barnhard, and the next witness after that will be Kevin Gagnon. And again, I apologize. I don't mean to be rude, but I really am going to have to insist that you stick to the 2 minutes, because this stack is not all the people that wish to testify, and we want to have everybody have an opportunity to be heard. So, Dr. Barnhard.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. And I am mindful that I am a guest here. I am here to speak for the Vermont experience. I'm board certified in both family medicine and hospice and palliative medicine. I've been practicing for 30 years, and for the past 15 years, I've been exclusively focused my care on those living with serious illness. I have a copy of my written testimony, which I will pass around. I really want to make two main points. The first and most important one is that this is about patients. This is not so much about physicians. It's not even so much about lawmakers. It's about patients who are suffering and who fear suffering and who want to have the option of a measure of freedom and control when they are facing their own death. We live longer than we used to live, which is wonderful, but that means in the final phase of life, we're more likely to have a heavy burden. And the truth is, we need many tools to address this suffering. Hospice is a wonderful tool, and it's essential for everybody who is in the terminal phase of illness, but it's not always enough. I cannot emphasize enough the deeply personal nature of suffering and the importance of listening to everybody and having many tools to address their suffering. The patients that I see want to live. It's only when they must accept that they are dying that they want to have a little bit of freedom and a little bit of control about how they die. Most patients tell me they want three simple things: to be at home, to be surrounded by loved ones, and to be comfortable, however they define that. The truth is that that's hard to achieve in this state and in my state of Vermont. Medical aid in dying offers those patients that choice. The second point I want to make is that medical aid in dying laws can work, and they work well, and they are not being abused. We have more than 10 years of experience in Vermont. There's close to 25 years of experience in Oregon. I encourage you to look at the data and understand that this is not being abused, that the rights of patients and physicians who choose not to participate are fully protected under this law. It's an option, and it gives a measure of control for people who desperately need it.
All right. Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Kevin Gagnon, and the next witness after that will be Paul Hodes.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. I was compelled to come here today, hearing about this legislation. And I notice a lot of talk or hear or see, talk about live free or die. I guess the way I see it as a Granite Stater, it's live free or die, not live free and die. And I'd like to see New Hampshire represent a culture of life, not death. I happen to have at least 3 or 4 close people in my life that actually committed suicide. So I simply don't believe that suicide is a solution. So, in additionally, shooting off the cuff here, as I believe you had suggested, I don't have a written speech. I just woke up this morning and wrote a bunch of notes here. Interestingly, my son, who's in 7th grade, is going to currently be learning about suicide. So I felt compelled to discuss this with his counselor and just talk about it. And I just think it's a very sensitive matter, and I just my hope is that this committee will value life from the beginning to the end, right? And we just again, the live free or die, I'll finish on this. I don't think it was intended for suicide to be the die principle. I think it was intended for patriots to stand up and do what they need to. Thank you.
All right. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Former Congressman Paul Hodes, please. And next will be Dara Danini. Mr. Hodes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity. I will be brief. I'm here on behalf of 2 people. First, former Representative Christine Ham from Hopkinton, who now lives in Portland, Oregon. She's at the end of her life, dealing with her own journey with cancer. She has she sent me testimony. I've made 21 copies, which I'm going to leave for the committee to read. It's very eloquent. And I'll get it to you. Second, I'm here on behalf of Lucy Carl of Hopkinton, my former law partner. Lucy, I believe, has already submitted her full testimony to the committee, so I'm just going to be very brief because I also have my own observations. Her son, Alexander, known as Zan, had a 5-year battle with pancreatic cancer. He died shortly before Thanksgiving in 2019, bedbound in his final days when he entered hospice. He and his family made the decision to obtain a prescription under Oregon's law. He had 3 reasons. 1, preservation of his dignity and autonomy as the pain became insurmountable. 2, control over his disease so that he was making the decisions, not the cancer. And 3, and most important, control over how he would die, peacefully and comfortably, ensuring his beloved wife and his then 3-year-old son were not traumatized by his last days. I just want to point up the importance to Lucy, to the family, to the friends, and to Zan, that the opportunity for him to make a choice about how he would die was absolutely critical. In the end, he didn't use the prescription, but the peace of mind that it gave him and those around him is an invaluable lesson. Lucy supports the bill. Christine Ham supports the bill. I support the bill. This is an important step for New Hampshire. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
It's
Chairman.
good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Dara Danini, and next after that will be Mimi White.
Darcy Marie Donini Carril. Thank you for having me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
sirs and madams. I was going to begin by saying to whom this may concern, and then I realized that this concerns everyone. Everyone in this room is going to die, and most likely everyone knows someone who is dying or someone who has died. Imagine if you were dying and you had no control over where you are. Who is going to be there? Zero control. Imagine if you had to vomit fecal matter. Imagine if you were in constant pain. Imagine if you had people around you who you did not want to be there at that time. That is not a death that I want for me, my family, my friends, or anyone in this room or in our state. Options. Options are good. Options are for everyone. Everyone should have the option. Having an option does not mean that you're going to act on it, use it, need it. Having the option there, knowing that you have that control. Knowing you could choose who you wanted by your bedside, who you wanted with you. Such comfort that can bring to you, me, and your loved one. I believe you, live in New Hampshire because we love it, we cherish it, we support it, and we protect it. Why should one leave our home at the second most important event in our lives? If New Hampshire could speak, I believe it would say, stay, relax. Thank you. It was good to have you. We die once. That is it. Having the option and the control. I can think of nothing more peaceful. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your openness. Live free, die free. Thank you. Sincerely, Darcy Danini Carrill.
All right, questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, Mimi White, and then the next witness after that will be Representative Jessica Lamontagne.
You won't be able, can you hear me?
Yeah, if you could get closer to the microphone. I'm not too weak.
How's that?
All right, yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
I'll be short. First, good morning, almost good afternoon, and excuse my back. My name is Miriam White. I live in Exeter, New Hampshire. I'll be speaking briefly, but I have a prepared statement for the representatives. My husband, Steve, died in 2017, and he had a good death. He died at home. One of our daughters was with us. A friend of hers who happened to be a nurse doula was with us. He was talking up and about the day before, and when Sunday came around, that's the day he decided to die. Hospice didn't call it. They didn't see it coming. But he died well. He died consciously. He actually squeezed my hand. And we didn't have to give him a lot of medicine except a little bit of morphine. I'm here now to say the rest of us need this. I'm thinking of the word opportunity. What if Steve had had the opportunity to know how long he would live? What if he had experiences that I can't even imagine he would be looking forward to? What if our daughters, had a chance to be with him more because they knew he was going to die? It is really critical that we treat death with the same sacredness that we treat life. Please pass this bill and send it along to the Senate. It's time to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, Representative Lamontagne, and the next witness will be Fran Chickering.
Hello, I'm Representative Jessica Lamontagne from Dover. And I would like to read a letter that Dr. Robert Barth wrote last fall. And it was published in the Portsmouth Herald, or the Seacoast newspaper.
How long is the letter?
It's brief. Well,
Okay.
actually, and I apologize that there is some angry words in this letter. I actually redacted the letter to remove some things that weren't really germane to the subject. But I do read it with permission of his widow. He died about 2 weeks after this letter was written.
All right.
An open letter to our representatives in Concord and Washington. Thanks to you at end of life, we treat our pets with more respect, dignity, and love than we do our own citizens. Over the past 10 years, we have put down 2 terminally ill, beautiful, loving golden retrievers. At the vet, we lay down on the floor with them and snuggled while an IV was introduced. The first injection put them to sleep, and the second stopped their hearts, all within 5 minutes without a twitch or a whimper. You choose to deny me the same death with dignity at the end of my life. You force me to live and die by your theocratic beliefs, which I do not share. I don't believe in immaculate conceptions, resurrections, the walking dead, angels, devils, zombies, burning bushes, gods, miracles, heaven or hell, or talking snakes. With beliefs like these, no wonder you can totally deny science and doom your grandchildren to a rapidly unlivable planet. So at this time, at the end of my life, you force your religious dogma down my throat, ruling out my choice of a painless death with dignity, forcing me to choose between your benevolent religious option of starving myself to death over 1 to 2 weeks. How loving, how kind. In a few days, for your glowing satisfaction, if able, I will try to give you an inspiring, uplifting update on how things are going as I slowly die by starvation in front of my caring wife of 64 years, herself in frail health. In your unbounded compassion, be thinking of us. Forget your hollow thoughts and prayers. Robert Barth, MD of Lee, New Hampshire. And he died about 10 days later. So I just wish to convey his dying wish that we support this legislation.
All right,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Devine.
How long ago was this death?
It was in November of 23.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Horgan.
Well, more of a comment. I knew Dr. Barth, so he is missed, and actually probably most of us in the committee, except maybe the new members, probably know his daughter-in-law, who was Justice Tina Nadeau, who was until recently the Chief Justice of the Superior Court and a frequent visitor to this committee. So I'm sure I'm sure she's heartbroken, although she seemed very cheerful the last time I saw her. So like we'll keep her in our thoughts or prayers or whatever we choose to do. So thanks.
Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Next, Fran Chickering, and the next witness after that will be Gary York of Hopkins.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Fran Chickering. I was born and raised here in New Hampshire. We've raised our family in the Granite State. I'm here to support HB 1283, New Hampshire End of Life Options. Like many of you, I bet I have seen people who have died of cancer. In my case, the people that I know had pancreatic cancer, they had bone cancer, they had brain cancer.
Speak into the mic.
There were heroic efforts to try to save those folks and try to alleviate all of the suffering. But of course, as many of you know, that isn't always possible. And so as a family member, you're there, you see the suffering, you see the terrible pain, and you would want to take that away from them yourself, but you can't. My folks did not have the option of an end of life choice. If they had lived in Vermont or in Maine, they would have had that option. And so I'm here to support this bill because there's one of those 3 people who would have chosen this, who would have made that decision, and they weren't able to. I'm here in support of that, in memory of that person who I loved, but also for the other people in New Hampshire who want this choice, and that includes me. I've had cancer. I have had chemotherapy, I've had radiation, I've had surgery. I know what that experience is like, and I don't know what's going to happen other than I know death is a certainty. Will the cancer recur? I don't know. If it does, if I'm in a terminal state and I have 6 months to live, I want this option. I don't know if I'd use it. I don't know if I'd be brave enough. But as Representative Palmer said, just to have that as a possibility would bring me peace. So I'm here to support this for the people that I love, but also for myself, selfishly. And I hope that you folks will look at this bill and consider the people who have spoken and support it and find a way to pass this and give options for the people in New Hampshire.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Gary York, and the next witness after that will be Armand Susi.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I sit here and support strongly HB 1283. Gary York, retired physician from Hopkinton, New Hampshire. Our medical freedoms have been eroded over the past few years. As New Hampshire citizens, this bill bolsters our inherent right to have control of our bodies and ourselves. This bill is a bill for choice for New Hampshire citizens. I'd like to address the acronym MAID, medical aid or medical assistance in dying. And I emphasize dying. This is a process that has started, at least by the estimation of 2 advanced care medical practitioners. There's no insight that's definite, but there is a start point, and vetting by 2 practitioners that this is happening. This is a process. So this is not called MATD, medical aid to die. This is a acronym that explains the process of an act of dying. This bill allows the individual the ability to make the decision of how and when they leave this world. This is a bill of compassion, and a bill of choice, and a bill of medical freedom. So if someone were to ask me, if you had 6 months to live, what would you do? My answer would be, I'd try my hardest to help pass a bill in New Hampshire that guaranteed our citizens their final freedom of choice.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Whoop, oh, I'm sorry. Whoop, you did have a question.
Yes, I do.
Representative DiLorenzo, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering how this MAD program or MAD issue blends with your Hippocratic oath. Thank you.
My Hippocratic oath, the one phrase that comes back to most people, do no harm. The summary of Hippocratic oath, in my opinion. And if you allow people to suffer, you're doing harm, simply put.
Any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Armand Susi, and the next witness will be Kevin Grady, I think. Kevin Grady from Hooksett. Yes, Mr. Susi.
I am Armand Susi. I am the chaplain for the State Veterans Advisory Committee, which represents almost all the veterans organizations in the state. I'm also chaplain for the State Disabled American Veterans and for our acting chaplain for the Catholic War Veterans. All these organizations strongly oppose this. Why? They said it's not a veterans issue. We'll tell that to my nephew, who, after 3 years of Iraq, couldn't take it anymore and ended his life. Suicide is a one-person thing. Assisted suicide is technically murder. If there was someone standing on that ledge across the way to the Capitol building who was terminally ill and was going to die in a month, and I pushed him, did I assist in his suicide or did I murder him? That's the question. Suicide is very simple. It is just me. It is my decision. All of us have that choice. I can go home and down a bunch of pills right now, and I'll be dead by tonight. I can do it myself. The state does not have to assist us. Suicide does not need help. Tell that to my nephew. Tell that to my granddaughter who died of a drug overdose. Suicide is assisted, is murder. And to correct something, it was stated respectfully from Representative Smith that our Constitution said there's a separation of church and state. And it's not in the Constitution, it's not in the Bill of Rights, but it is in letters from Thomas and Jefferson. And yet we still say one nation under God, and our money still says, in God we trust. People, take it from a man who, thousands of years ago, was in pain more than we can ever understand, and he was going to be dead before the end of the day. And he said, the day will come when men will want mountains to fall upon them and hills to cover them. And if they can do that when the wood is dry, what are they going to do when it's green? When the wood is green, what it's going to do when it's dry? If we can do this now, if we can start allowing people to kill themselves. I just dealt with a veteran up in Concord dying of cancer, stage 4, pumped full of morphine, and yet still was making plans to get his family together to find a church here to forget. He wasn't planning on dying. He was suffering. He was maxed out on morphine. But to say that we have a right, we have the authority to help people die, that is very questionable. The doctor mentioned before, if the first dose that the patient themselves push, that's suicide. But if that first dose doesn't work, the doctor has to apply a deadly solution. At that point, it is no longer suicide. The doctor commits murder.
All right. Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Thank you very much, sir. Kevin Grady, I hope I got that right. And next will be Mark Kaplan.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I'm a 25-year Air Force veteran, and I'm a 25-year resident of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. I did speak to you guys a couple of weeks ago, so you know what the State Veterans Advisory Committee is all about. We had our meeting last night for about 30 minutes and discussed this, and there was a rather animated discussion on it. And I want to tell you that this bill scares our members right down to their socks. We've spent the better part of the last decade trying to get our arms around the fact that while veterans are a relatively small portion of our population, we have a really, really outsized number when it comes to suicides against the regular people who are not veterans. And our concern is not with this bill as written. We understand the folks that put this in have good intentions. We understand that this is a bipartisan bill. But our concern is that places where this has been in the country, you tend to ultimately, once it's been in place for a little while, get something that we would call mission creep. And while right now it's a fairly narrow portion of the population that qualifies for this, our concern is that mental health concerns and other things may weigh into this at some point, and this pool could get expanded. So our folks oppose this bill. And that's all I wanted to tell you, sir.
All right, thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark Kaplan, and next will be Ken Norton.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm here to advocate for passage of HB 1283. I'm Jewish and have a traditional Jewish upbringing. As an adult, I spent many years involved with my Jewish community, helping start a synagogue and working on the Jewish Community Center and Jewish Federation. I bring a Jewish influence to my views of this option. My Jewish parents were also strong supporters of end-of-life options going back decades. Unfortunately, my father, who died a year and a half ago, did not have an option for medical aid in dying. Instead, he chose to voluntarily stop eating and drinking to bring an end to his suffering. It's not a great way to go. He was 93 and a half on the day he died. By that day, he was sedated into unconsciousness, and we were unable to have the kind of goodbyes that we would have liked. I'm here today because he would want me to be here. He was a great role model for taking a stand and making the effort to make a difference for others. Nothing can change how he ended his life, but we can change things for others. Passage of this bill would relieve suffering and provide comfort to those who qualify and wish to have options at the end of their lives. As a Jew, I believe this is an example of what is called tikkun olam, repairing and improving the world. Now that I've provided my Jewish perspective, I can feel compelled to say that enacting this bill should be about humanity and relieving suffering, not religion. In fact, it is important to point out that despite the vocalized opposition of some organized religious institutions, the Granite State survey conducted by UNH makes clear that more than 60% of people identifying as Jews, Protestants, and Catholics support medical aid in dying. I urge you to listen to your constituents. More than 70% support medical aid in dying. Only 17% are opposed. I urge you to vote this out of committee with strong bipartisan support. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none? Thank you. Ken Norton, and next will be Marguerite Matthews.
Good morning, Chairman Lynn and honorable committee members. My name is Kenneth Norton. I'm from Tilton, and I'm speaking in strong support of House Bill 1283. I'm a social worker in the state. I'm the former executive director of NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and for over 40 years, I focused my career on mental health and suicide prevention, including serving as a subject matter expert for the Department of Defense, the Veterans Administration, and the Federal Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And I've presented in New Hampshire, nationally, and internationally on this topic. And I'd like to first say personally that my father was not afforded the peaceful death he prayed for, and he begged to end his suffering and at the end of his life. I want to focus my testimony on the difference between suicide and medical aid in dying. First, legally, the death certificate lists the cause of death as the underlying terminal illness, not suicide. With suicide, people no longer wish to live for whatever the reason. With medical aid in dying, people desperately want to live, but have a terminal illness that may cause intense suffering and pain. With suicide, there's a high correlation with mental illness. The person may or may not be rational or even competent in that moment, and they see no other option than death. With medical aid in dying, they are assessed by two medical professionals determined to be mentally capable to have a terminal illness. They're informed of available options, and they give informed consent. Suicide is often impulsive. Although the person may have thought about it for quite some time, research indicates that it's often only minutes before they decide to act on it. With medical aid in dying, there's a mandatory waiting period. People who choose suicide die alone. And suicide tends to be a violent death. In New Hampshire, 75% of suicides involve a firearm or hanging. Most happen at home in their personal residence, and that causes trauma for the family, friends, and loved ones who are the first ones on the scene to find that their loved one has died. It may contribute to PTSD for first responders, and it results in complicated grief, shock, guilt, anger, and regret. By contrast, medical aid in dying, people die surrounded by family and friends. It's a peaceful death in their own home, and they have often informed and involved family and friends.
All right.
There's a reason people
Kind of over your time.
There's a reason people don't list suicide as a cause of death in obituaries, because of shame, stigma, and blame directed at families after a suicide. Whether you oppose medical aid in dying or support it, let's stop contributing to that stigma and stop calling medical aid in dying suicide. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Margaret Matthews, and next will be Mylan McNow of Sandwich.
Hello, my name is Marguerite Matthews. I live in Durham, New Hampshire, and I am here to support the passage of the New Hampshire End of Life Options Act, House Bill number 1283. I have, for the past 47 years, toured throughout our state doing performances at libraries, historical societies, at senior citizen centers, at residences for seniors. I do work that is all based on our history and our culture here in New Hampshire and in New England. I have been appointed as a New Hampshire Artist Laureate for 2 terms, and I also in 2013 was awarded the Lotta Jacoby Living Treasure Award. About a year ago, I received a diagnosis of a serious health issue, and I am devoting some of the precious time I have left to support the passage of this bill. I would like to be able to know that this will be available for me at the time to secure a pain-free and non-traumatic end-of-life experience here in my home, surrounded by friends and family. A peaceful and passing surrounded by our loved ones is an option that all of us deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none? Thank you. Mylan McNall, I hope I got that right. And the next witness after that will be Catherine Nunnist from Lebanon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I sit here alone to die. I eat a delicious meal and cannot taste it. I answer the phone. It is a hoax. Grandma, I'm in jail. I cannot walk to the mailbox to get my mail. I cannot renew my license to drive because of my vision. My children, my family, my loved ones cannot legally be with me if I make my choice unless you act to provide this basic right. I have lived a full life. I am ready to take my journey. Each of us must have the right to make our own individual choices and not have them governed by strangers when it comes to planning and preparing for this journey, this next journey. Our laws must allow us to make these choices for ourselves. Please, each one of you will be in this place someday to make your choice. It is a reality. It is a truth. It is one of the absolutes in life. Each one of you has the unique opportunity of giving us this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. I think I'm misunderstanding your testimony. It sounds to me like you are talking about getting old. I have a birthday coming up that's going to bother me. Not a terminal illness. You're just talking about you're older, you can't do this because of your vision and this and that. This bill does not address that. Is that what you were talking about?
Death is a terminal illness.
Absolutely.
And each of us has many, many things that deteriorate our bodies.
Absolutely.
And all of those are now affecting me with many issues that I don't want to medically go into. But it is a terminal thing. And to have you give us this right is a basic right that we all should have, so that we can go and have those choices and not have to take care of it ourselves.
Yeah, follow up.
So are you advocating that this bill include my being able to have assisted medical suicide just because I'm old and I can't see well?
No, I am
okay.
not. What
Then
I'm
I
doing is
misunderstood
saying
that.
there are
Okay.
multiple reasons, and the time is short. The time is short.
Okay.
And to be able to be with my family and have these choices, if you pass this right, then we will have those choices. We don't now.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much, ma'am. Catherine Nunlist, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And next will be Marianne Jackson, I believe, MD from Madison.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of HB 1283, if I get it right. My name is Catherine Nunlist. You did a great job.
I got it right. All right.
Often called Cappy. I'm from Lebanon, and I am here in support of this bill. I'm completely dissing my plan testimony to say the following. First, one of the physicians who testified very well, I thought, was asked, what does do not harm mean? And he said, allowing people to suffer. I am very sure that he and my own physician husband meant not permitting patients to end their life when they're suffering. It's not the doctor's decision, it's the patient's. Second, there's been an assumption that suicide is evil, a bad thing. Of course, it often is extremely tragic, but it can also bring peace. Suicide for some is a sin. It is not a sin for me and for many others. Sin is a religious concept, and under our Constitution, people's religious beliefs should not be a part of your consideration. Another point, several people in opposition have talked about the restrictions that are being lifted in Canada and in the Netherlands and perhaps in other places. Those are not in this bill, and as somebody mentioned, they will come back to this group or its representative at that time if these are needed. But I would like to point out that those restrictions are not evils perpetuated by politicians or evil people. Those restrictions are being lifted because individuals want them, need them in order to end their suffering. It is not in this bill. I greatly admire the people who have put this bill forward and put their thoughts into it, but restrictions being removed is happening because that's what people are demanding.
All right. Questions? I think you're really over your time, ma'am.
I had one final, can I just say?
Yeah, one final.
It's quick. It's quick.
All right.
Let's see. First of all, pain-free is not enough. And that's what the testimony before it was. Pain-free is not enough. It means loss of dignity and all sorts of things. People in opposition are wrong if they say that all our ills can be alleviated in other ways. They can't be.
All right. Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Marianne Jackson, and next will be Jay Blondowitz of Lebanon. Marianne Jackson? All right. Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't. All right, Ms. Jackson, I guess is not here. Jay Blondowitz, and the next witness after that will be Adam Leiser. I'm sorry, it was Joy Blondowitz. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I figured it out. Yeah. So yeah, my name is Joy Blongovich. I live in Lebanon. I am here to offer my testimony in support of House Bill 1283. I have never testified like this before, but I decided that this bill was so important that I needed to summon the courage to do this today. My brother Chuck died from cancer in May of 2022. He lived in Colorado, which is one of the states where medical aid and dying is legal. The day after he was diagnosed with his cancer, he started a blog to share his experience with his friends and family. And I'm going to read what he wrote that first day. Quote, "At some point in time, this cancer will overwhelm and kill me. That's just the way it is. However, in between then and the here and now is a big unknown with respect to the quality of my life. I've not been given any hint from these doctors as to what this may be like. So I'm glad that Colorado has a death with dignity law. I may never avail myself of it, but there is a certain kind of reassurance in knowing that it is there. Because this option was available for my brother during the year and a little bit more that he had cancer, he had the peace of mind knowing that he did have this option. And that peace of mind was also with his family, and this was a decision that he made that we all fully supported. To be clear, my brother did not want to die. He was diagnosed with cancer when he was 68. He had been living a full life, and he still was. And in that year that he had cancer, he continued to live a full life as best he could. He took chemotherapy treatments, trying to extend his life as long as he could, and that helped him for a year. At that point in time, they were no longer effective, so he stopped taking the chemotherapy treatments. And then the cancer grew rapidly and his pain intensified. At that point, he enrolled in hospice. Hospice was wonderful and was able to provide medications that helped to diminish his pain, but it was never eliminated. And his pain increased as his cancer grew. Ultimately, he was not able to use medical aid in dying because he was not able to find the required second doctor that would support the first doctor's decision.
All right, you're really over your time.
Oh, man, okay.
All right.
Well, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for coming. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Adam Leeser, and the next witness after that will be Danielle Pimentel.
Hey, good morning. I got you by 2 minutes, otherwise just a good afternoon. Thanks for having me here today. I am in favor of this bill. There's a couple things I want to talk about, and I'll do it quickly. I've heard the people who are against this bill say things like, quote, their concern is not as the bill is written. Well, if you're not concerned as the bill is written, then we shouldn't be here. My concern is it's a slippery slope. Well, if it's a slippery slope, we worry about that if the bill were to change, not as the bill is written. We heard someone say, the natural progression of the law is blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not relevant. Look, I'm 48 years old. My wife was diagnosed with cancer at 36 with a newborn, a 1-year-old, and a 5-year-old. She passed away at the age of 42 with a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, and an 11-year-old. She did not want to die and leave us. Okay, this was a 5'6", 135-pound woman who died at 85 pounds. Okay, think about what that was for me and the kids as she sat in the Merriman house for 10 days asking the doctors why they couldn't help her speed this along with a feeding tube that had been in her stomach for the prior 3 months. She couldn't eat. She couldn't drink. There was zero chance of her surviving. None. And she had to sit there begging the doctors to make it go quicker. And people behind me are sitting here saying that because the dollar bill says God on it, we shouldn't do this. That's ridiculous. I'll go to that meeting and say, take God off the dollar bill if that's where we're at. The reality is nobody should die the way my wife died at 85 pounds.
All right, thank you very much. Question, Representative Devine.
Sorry to ask this, but how long ago did this happen?
She passed away on March 30th, 2019.
Thank you for your testimony.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Danielle Pimentel, and the next witness will be Clarence Gardner.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Pimentel, Policy Counsel at Americans United for Life, and today I urge your opposition of this bill. The answer and solution to people's hopelessness, their despair, is not assisted suicide. Physician-assisted suicide is not healthcare, and what it does, it actually strips vulnerable persons of authentic choice and near the end of their lives. Physician-assisted suicide promotes ableism. It creates a two-tiered system whereby those who are young and vital are given the message of suicide prevention, but if someone has a serious illness or a disability, they're told they should simply end their lives. Therefore, physician-assisted suicide lethally judges the patient's quality of life based upon their disability or serious illness, which is discriminatory. This bill also undercuts our strong policies of suicide prevention. Studies show that when a state legalizes physician-assisted suicide, the rates of non-assisted suicide also increase. That means the rates of suicide are increasing in the general population. HB 1283 would also authorize the use of experimental drugs on patients. So these are drugs that have not been FDA approved. These are drugs that are compound drugs. These are drugs that have had no oversight, no clinical government approved trial, and the bill does not require patients to be informed of this. So again, this raises serious informed consent issues for patients. Ultimately, today the legislature has the opportunity to reject a bill that is discriminatory, to stand with those who have disabilities, to stand with those who have serious illnesses, and to seek opportunities to promote legislation that actually ensures that individuals near the end of their life are treated with dignity and are given proper health care. Thank you so much for your time, and I will take any questions you have. I also submit written testimony. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep, no, that's fine. We'll take it. Absolutely. We'll take it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Clarence Gardner, and the next witness after that will be Bill Ankton from North Conway. I think I've got that right.
Hello, Clarence Gardner from Ware, New Hampshire. I'll submit my written testimony. I won't read any of it. I think everything here today comes down to choice. We've heard that word many times from various witnesses. I forgot to say I'm here in support of the bill. In fact, a previous witness who was a doctor said he didn't want his choices limited. He was talking about what the government allowed him to do. But it's not his choice, it's the patient's choice. That's who we don't want to limit the choices of. The whole purpose of a legislative body is to choose for people. Hopefully in New Hampshire, we try to keep that to a minimum. And in fact, the previous witness used the word discrimination. All legislation is discrimination in some way. So yeah, that one example I have in my testimony is that we all hear stories sometimes about somebody diving into a raging river to save a kid. We all applaud him. He's heroic. It's honorable. Sometimes he dies, sometimes he doesn't. But everybody agrees with his choice in that respect. But when it comes to the person's choice about his own life, no, can't do that. That's our business. We'll decide whether you live or die. In fact, one editorial I saw that was against the bill actually, in so many words, said, well, if you're suffering, you just need to man up. I would deal with it. You have to deal with it. That's all I had. And I will point out that somebody mentioned live free or die. We always forget about the second half of that. Death is not the worst thing that can happen to us. Sometimes it's the best. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Bill Ankton, hope I've got that right. And next will be Joanne Timhouse from North Conway.
Good morning. My name is Bill Orton, and I live in North Conway. I've been a hospice volunteer for about 12 years, probably more. And I've been an EMT in New Hampshire licensed for 40 years. I've been involved in mountain rescue for probably 50 or 60 years, and I'm not going to tell you how old I am. However, I've seen death in many forms, nasty things and quiet things. but of all the people that I have seen die from accidents, from illnesses, people that have got terminal illnesses in hospice, none of them had a choice. I would like to let everybody that's in New Hampshire, I would like to see this bill passed so they have a choice.
All right.
I just would like to speak of the importance of this bill in looking after our community members who have been given a terminal diagnosis with no way out. It will be interesting to know how many of us have spent time, weeks, months or so with a hospice patient, someone who has nothing to look forward to except many months of lying in a bed or sitting in a chair, unable to go for a walk, maybe not even able to go to the bathroom on their own. In most cases, these people just want to have a peaceful ending to a life that has been well lived. I find it very sad that if these good people wish to end their lives peacefully and in their own time, they cannot do so in our great state. Family members could drive them to Vermont or other states that have end-of-life options, but that just doesn't seem like a fair or a kind or a compassionate option to give these good people from New Hampshire.
All right. I think you're kind of
Therefore-
at your end of your time, sir.
30 seconds. Therefore,
Okay.
I implore you to support this bill, which will enable terminally ill patients in our state to choose to end their lives peacefully and comfortably when they are ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Jean Timhouse, and then next will be Rod Sims. And to members of the committee, as you know, there's no requirement for a quorum at these hearings. So if people are starting to get hungry, I would suggest that we do it in kind of, not everybody go at once, but if somebody wants to take a break to get some lunch, that's fine. Yes, please go ahead.
So I just have to say the last witness took longer because of his British accent. That's why. So he's my husband. My name is Jean Tweehouse, also from North Conway and former hospice nurse. Have been very disappointed and sad in the past when this bill was voted down. Couldn't really understand why. Until one day it occurred to me that people just were not seeing what I was seeing. People hear about dying, assisted dying. People don't, in most cases, don't see death over and over and over again like I did. They don't see people who, yes, they have their meds. Yes, they have their symptom kit. They are still in intractable pain. They are incontinent. They are laying in their own feces and urine until a loved one can come clean them up. This goes on for weeks and months. It is not a hospice can take care of it. Hospice cannot do everything. We can do a lot, but we can't do everything. And just to say, let hospice, let healthcare take care of it. No, that doesn't work. I have been in so many homes for so many months, and people were asking me, how much morphine do I need to take? I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. I've seen mothers ask, my son can't keep going through this. How much morphine do I need to give him? If you've never seen that, I recommend that you do what Bill did, become a hospice volunteer, sit with patients, sit with their families for hours on end, for many days of the week, for weeks and months, and then tell me how you can say this is not a good thing that we all deserve.
All right, thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Rod Sims, and the next witness will be Kristen Baker.
Good afternoon, representatives. My name's Rod Sims from Belmont. I oppose this bill because in all the countries and states that this has started out as, there's been numerous questions that a lot of people became euthanized rather than committed suicide. And I listened to Davos, the things that was spoken of there, that they're saying there's too many people in the world. I've listened to insurance companies who's wanting to have a quicker, cheaper remedy. And I'm afraid that if this is passed, that euthanasia will become more common than suicide, because insurance companies want to spend less money to take care of us. And there's a lot of people in this world that thinks there's too many of us. So I've seen a huge change since COVID. I've been personally threatened in the hospital because of my personal beliefs. And I do not feel secure in having a bill like this passed, because I think it will morph into euthanasia. My wife sits behind me. She's a disabled veteran, and I'm very concerned that someday I could take her into the hospital for a checkup and 2 doctors go into the room, come back out and said, you can take your wife home, and go in and find out that they've euthanized her.
All right. Questions? Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Kristen Baker, and the next witness after that will be the Reverend James Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of representatives for your time this morning. My name is Kristen Baker, and I have a Master's of Divinity in Chaplaincy and served as an end-of-life caregiver for over 5 years, often working closely with hospice. I was able to see the important impact holistic care provides for those facing death. I'm addressing you this morning to oppose the bill 1283. There's a psychological and emotional response to a terminal diagnosis that often includes waves of shock, apathy, and despair that it can impair their ability to make vital decisions, especially a decision with such fatal consequences. However, if the individual is able to work through that crisis, they are able to use their remaining time addressing end-of-life tasks that often prove to be incredibly meaningful for the individual and their loved ones. When my mother was diagnosed with terminal cancer, she endured waves of emotional turmoil that her diagnosis inspired. By fighting through those waves of depression, fear, and pain, she was able to use her remaining time accomplishing tasks and goals that added to her lasting legacy. More important to me and those who knew her, time spent with her during her final months was a priceless gift, one my children, my husband, and I will cherish. So my serious concern with this bill is that patients will make an emotional decision in the heat of crisis and pain that will steal from them and their loved ones the possibilities that remaining moments and days or even weeks might hold.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Reverend James Baker, and next will be Dennis Pratt.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is James Chemo Baker. I am the ordained pastor at the Bridge Community Church in Milford, New Hampshire, and I'm also the vice president of the American Baptist Churches of Vermont, New Hampshire. I'm here in opposition of this bill. Although I am not a terminal, I do have several chronic illnesses which are at the bottom of my written testimony. At age 12, in the early 90s, I was diagnosed with my first chronic illness. By the time I was 20 years old, the disease had taken over so much of who I was that I was questioning life. And at that time, there wasn't much medicine that was available to me. The doctors were, at that time, even hinting to it would be better if I would be dead. A year later, I met the love of my life, Kristen, whom you just heard, and together we've had 2 children. And it's only because of the hope that I was able to have in the midst of fighting these illnesses that I chose to continue to live and move forward. You see, I believe that hope makes a difference. And when you have been told that you've been given 3 to 6 months to live, that your body immediately starts to react based off of the hope that you have or do not have. I watched my mother-in-law be given 3 to 6 months to live, and yet defied those odds and lived another 11 years because she had hope, because she had faith. And I truly do believe that one of the things that we need to concentrate the most on in this bill is really the mental health side of it. That if we can provide the support that's needed to these patients who have terminal illnesses, that will make the most of the difference, providing hope for them to continue to fight, to allow their loved ones to be able to see them live the full life that somebody else may have had planned for them.
All right. Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Dennis Pratt, and next will be Douglas Reed.
Hello, I'm Dennis Pratt. I'm from Dover. So 2 minutes. Let's think about this about 20 years from now. We've in New Hampshire, we've removed all the victimless crimes, but only if you're almost dead. So if you're almost dead, you can smoke a joint. You can have a full flow shower if you want, and you can pick up some medicine that that you could actually hold back and you might want to ingest if your death becomes torturous, if it becomes too painful, and you can instead die easily in your sleep without pain in the arms of your family. But somebody doesn't like this bill. So they introduce a new bill. They introduce a bill that says we should take away this right of the almost dying Granite Stater. And they bring in hundreds of people who say, I don't like this option. This is a terrible option. And the Judiciary Committee listens to this and they say, well, you know, you don't actually have to take the option. It's just an option. And so a bunch of healthcare workers come in and say, our healthcare is so fantastic. Nobody needs another alternative to this. We have no need for it. No one, well, almost no one, very few people die with devastating pain. And of course, the wise Judiciary Committee says, well, you know, I'm very glad that you're proud of this great service that you provide. But, you know, we actually want to support here consumer choice. We want some sort of competition that allow people to make their own decisions. And finally, one person says, well, hey, look, when people are dying, they're dumb. They are in pain. They can't think well. They're too emotional. I can think better than they can think. And I'm deciding that they ought to die, not as they choose, but they should die through starvation or dehydration or whatever it is.
You're kind of over your time, sir. So I gotta ask you to sum up, please.
Sure. So I'm hoping that this Judiciary Committee will today hold off on that future and allow us to say, we want to give Granite Staters the right to live free and to die free as free men.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Douglas Reed, and next will be Karen Lean.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Doug Reed. I'm here in support of End of Life Options Act. I was born and raised in New Hampshire and currently live in Raymond. My motivation today for speaking today is, like everyone else in this room, I'm going to die someday. Death is a topic very few of us want to think about or discuss, especially when associated with our own mortality. Disregard your personal beliefs on the morality of medical aid in dying for a moment and think about what your idea of a dignified death means to you if you were diagnosed with a terminal illness. Some would argue hospice exists to fulfill the wishes of a dying person, so why do we need medical aid in dying? Yes, hospice provides an amazing service to terminally ill people. However, the dying process may not necessarily be quick, painless, or symptom-free. When a disease is controlling your body and mind, when you've lost pleasure in the things you once loved, when you're in pain, when you're suffering and you fear burdening those around you, there's nothing more to do but wait for death. Having the power to take or not take life-ending drugs can be a supreme comfort to so many people. We've heard that a lot today. And it's time for New Hampshire to provide a peaceful, pain-free, life-ending option for terminally ill patients. I know it's something I'd like to have available to me. Whether I use it or not is another question, but I would love to have that option, just to give myself peace of mind, and we've heard that a lot today from many people.
All right, thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Lean, and next will be Patricia Langdley, RN from Portsmouth. And if I've tortured that name, I apologize.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name's Karen Lean. I live in the town of Hillsborough. I support this bill. My father ended his life 3 months ago using a program similar to the one being proposed here in New Hampshire. He was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in 2018. He was given a year to 18 months. He lived for 5 years. He did not choose this option too early. He might have chosen it too late. However, he was able to choose it, and no one forced him into it. He was offered all the health care that he needed until he decided he was done. My sister and I were able to read our eulogies to him before he passed. He was aware, and he got to express his gratitude, and it was peaceful. He died with a smile on his face. He was so brave. I watched him die. I held his hand. It took a lot of courage for him to do that. I'm not sure if I could make that choice myself, but I want that choice for myself and for the other people in New Hampshire. I call it a complicated blessing in a way. It's not easy, but healthcare includes death care, and I think this is an important part of that. We use a lot of technology to keep people alive for much longer than perhaps nature intended, and I think this technology is just one tool in the toolbox, as others have said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. Your father was diagnosed in 2018.
That's correct.
Was he given a life expectancy at that time? I think with pancreatic cancer, they very often do.
People often go quickly with pancreatic cancer. He was given a year to 18 months, and he really defied the odds.
So if he had chosen this option at 6 months, he would have lost 5 years with you all?
I think that from what I've observed, and he only chose this option 4.5 years after he was diagnosed.
I understand that, but
So-
had it been around and he chose it when he was diagnosed, he would have lost those years with you all.
I understand your question. I think that there's an assumption that when someone receives a prognosis, often doctors will give prognoses, and they're very uncomfortable giving prognoses because it's really unknown how long a person will live. So it really is up to the patient. And I think that in my father's case, he waited until he really couldn't anymore, and then he had that option. Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Patricia Langdon. I'm sorry. All right. And the next witness will be Peter Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Patricia Alandedy.
Yeah, can I just ask you to get a little closer to the microphone? Thank you. Thank you. There you go.
Patricia Alandedy. And I'm here today to speak solely as a nurse based on my 45-year practice of clinical practice, 30 years of which have been in the operating room and 15 years in oncology, pain management, and integrative care. I am a strong advocate and supporter of this bill, 1283. I feel that it clearly defines very specific qualifications of eligibility for someone to have this option. And it also speaks to speaking of really identifying us as citizens of New Hampshire as individuals and having a right to choose. I mean, you've heard many stories today of people's experiences. I have many myself, but as a nurse, really our symbol is of compassion, strong protector of a patient's privacy, dignity, and autonomy. And to deliver compassionate care, which we do, it's very gut-wrenching in many situations, and it does seem inhumane. I think that the passing of this legislation would provide options, as it was eloquently stated earlier. Just to know the option is there is a comfort, whether you choose to avail yourself of that. And also, it's a very humane, dignified choice for a patient to suffer, for not to have to suffer. So I strongly support the passing of that.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none. Peter Hogan, and next will be Claire McMenamin.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and members of the community, for letting me speak. House Bill 1283 seeks to make life-ending medication available to adults with a terminal illness. If this bill is made into law, New Hampshire will be taking its first steps towards normalizing suicide. This normalization of suicide would be crippling for teens in New Hampshire. In New Hampshire alone, a quarter of youth have considered attempting suicide. 19% of youth have even made suicide plans, and almost 10% have attempted suicide at least once. If teens with depression and suicidal thoughts start seeing family members and friends or relatives of friends committing suicide with the use of these pills, and they see that this is being morally accepted by the people around them, they will see no issue with attempting suicide or in encouraging friends to attempt suicide. This bill will start to deteriorate the moral compass of youth and adults alike in New Hampshire. I have friends who, if this bill had already been put into law, would not be here. Friends who would have seen the use of this medical suicide as something acceptable and would not have seen any difference if they just ended their suffering by killing themselves. I ask you to oppose this bill in order to uphold the dignity of human life and to help preserve the moral conscience of the people of our great state.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Representative Perez.
May I ask you your age?
I am 17 years old, turning 18 in March.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call on Claire McMenamin, and the next witness will be the Reverend Andrew Nelson. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Honorable Chairman and committee members. My name is Claire McMenamin, and today I am here to oppose HB 1283. I'd like to begin by saying that this bill is designed to give a person who is suffering the option to end their own life in order to end their suffering by the administration of a lethal substance. One of the main issues at hand, which has caused the proposed bill, is the problem of patients who are in severe pain without access to pain relief through either hospice or palliative care. This is a real problem, and the solution to this problem should be to improve the hospice and palliative care industry and its accessibility or other alternatives, but not to legalize physician-assisted suicide. Because to legalize this would bring more problems than solutions. The truth is that every human being is incredibly capable of finding meaning in life. Therefore, every life is worth living, even at the hardest times. Our healthcare system should embody this statement by striving to save lives, ensure an honorable death when it naturally occurs, and embrace hope even in the most difficult cases. I would like to explain a couple issues PAS brings to New Hampshire. First, it promotes a lie which forsakes the idea that life is inherently valuable and all people can find happiness, and it reduces a person's life to hopelessness. Death by PAS would not be death with dignity, but it would be more so a life with no more meaning put to an end. However, no human life is meaningless.
You're
and
you're
therefore-
at the end of your time. So
Okay.
can I ask you to sum up, please?
Yes. Therefore, no life should be put to an end. I would just like to say that our healthcare system should strive for hope, and people who are dying and sick and in lots of pain want to be lifted up by their healthcare system, not told that they should just end it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Sorry. No. Next, Reverend Andrew Nelson, and the next witness will be Melinda Sims.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Father Andrew Nelson. I'm from Somersworth, and I'm speaking here as a citizen today. I'm not going to make the argument on a religious or moral ground because I don't think we need that. I can make it on a rational ground, and I'm here to speak against this bill. I've personally attended at the bedside of thousands of deaths, chaplained at 8 hospitals, including the #1 hospital in the world, and chaplained and attended the bedsides at some of the most complicated cases there as well. There's many cases that have been made here today. Many have talked about my state of birth, Vermont, where this is legal, but we haven't talked about our neighbor directly to the north, Quebec. If you look at the statistics coming out of Quebec, it's between 7 and 8% of all deaths are physician assisted. That is current. The most recent information from the top doctor on the End of Life Commission in Quebec is raising major flags because, number one, they're finding a disregard to the law by medical professionals in Quebec to our north, 100 miles to our north. They're finding that the regulations being set are being largely ignored. Some will argue that this cannot happen here, that cultural shift and pressure that comes with euthanasia will not happen here. But to all who are gathered here, I would say if you asked me 10 years ago, if I thought our country could shift so much to a place where Republicans and Democrats and people of all sides of all issues were so divided that violence could happen in the streets, I would say that is impossible. Yet it is something we have seen. If you asked me when I was in high school, if I could have imagined a future when kids would be afraid for their own safety in schools, I would say that cultural shift could never happen. Yet we've watched it. And if you look seriously at Quebec, at Canada, at Belgium, at Oregon, you look at places where this has been legalized, that shift happens. Every suicide that I've ever attended to was chosen by the person who did it. But I can say every person that ended their life with suicide felt pressure inside and out. This is not the answer. Accompaniment is. Providing the resources to families who are struggling is. You cannot underestimate the pressure that happens to people in these circumstances. I have sat at bedsides of people who believe in God, people who do not believe in God. The #1 worry people say is not their pain, and although that is real, the #1 worry people have is for their families and those they leave behind. Don't tell anyone here that pressure financially or worrying that they're overburdening their relatives doesn't weigh into the conversation. Just look at one of the top reasons that people in Oregon have cited for euthanasia is the burden they are to their families. Pressure is real. Everyone's saying choice, but I would beg you to consider the pressure that this legalization will bring and the societal shift that will happen. I am horrified at the societal shifts, left and right, that have happened in our country in the last 20 years. It can happen. We've watched it happen in 10 other places that I suspect most of us here would have never dreamed could have happened, whether it be schools and safety, whether it be politics and violence in streets and places like this. Please don't think that those shifts don't happen. They
Thank
do.
you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. I apologize if I was out in the doorway eating
that's
lunch.
okay.
I missed where you were from, sir, and who you
So
were.
I'm from Somersworth.
Okay.
So Father Andrew Nelson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? No, seeing none, thank you. Melinda Sims, please.
Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Melinda Sims, and I'm the Chapter Advocate Coordinator for United Spinal Association, New Hampshire chapter, and a United States Air Force veteran. I have a C4 through 7. I'm a C4 through 7 incomplete quadriplegic, and I know chronic pain every day. I talked to you today about, I oppose HB 1283 because I believe that this bill will prey upon people highly susceptible to suicide. The VA, the White House, and New Hampshire have made suicide prevention a priority, but this is going to create double standards to that. The Danish Council of Ethics, they did an extensive study on the Oregon and Dutch models of assisted suicide, and they say no members could find the Oregon or Dutch models sufficiently clear in their delineations to be fair and their justifications for access, sound in terms, or control mechanisms. This bill lacks safeguards. It's full of euphemisms, ambiguous and obscure language. It makes it easy for insurance companies to take the easy way out. Our veterans and disabled community don't need euthanasia as their first solution to their problem. Instead, let's give access to robust mental health services, rehab programs, and compassionate healthcare systems. Let's provide comprehensive care that respects the dignity and worth of every person in a manner consistent with the dignity they deserve.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Questions? Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. So you live in chronic pain?
Absolutely.
Are you limited on the amount of pain medication you are allowed?
I choose not to take opioids. I try to go towards a more natural route.
Okay. So this bill would not help you because you do not have a terminal illness, correct?
Well, actually, it is terminal because I have a degenerative spine and unstable spine. So they told me to enjoy each and every day because any moment I could be dead.
Okay, but just quick follow-up.
Yep.
But the way this bill is written, it's my understanding that you would not be eligible for this under this bill. Is that correct?
Well,
Is
yeah,
that how
if
you
they
see
say
it?
terminal, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next is George Kramliger from Dover. If I've apologize if I've screwed up the name. And the next witness after that will be. Oh, okay. All right. Next witness will be Beverly Cotton. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak to you today. And I am speaking to you in opposition of House Bill 1283. My name is George Kramlinger, and I am a resident of Dover, New Hampshire. I oppose House Bill 1283 from my perspective as a 26-year active duty military veteran and after 15 years in the fire service. In the course of my service, I have experienced the after effects of suicide on family and friends firsthand. Military personnel and firefighters face an ever-increasing levels of stress from high-intensity operations and the ever-increasing levels of cumulative exposure to trauma, which can create an increased level of psychological fragility. In addition, the ever-increasing stress, anxiety, and pressure within our society creates psychological fragility and a higher incidence of behavioral emergencies among people who might not otherwise be vulnerable. This increased vulnerability is particularly prevalent among teens and those in their middle ages, leading to an increased incident of suicide and suicidal ideations. Those among us who fall into hopelessness and contemplate suicide are often brought back from the brink by a caring voice on the other end of a phone, a family member or friend who reaches out, or a voice from the depth of their intellect reminding them that our society is based on a tremendous respect for life and a desire to live. Legalizing suicide in any form, including physician-assisted suicide for any reason, even if well-intentioned, will have the unintended consequence of increasing the acceptance of suicide in a subtle but dangerous way within our culture, thereby lowering the threshold for many to commit suicide who might otherwise be helped back from the brink.
All right, you're over your time, sir. So can I just ask you to sum up, please, quickly?
Our societal norms are under assault from many directions. I urge you to help us hold the line and help maintain a society where life is valued, including the lives of those who sacrifice for our freedom and our safety. Unlike what is happening in other countries,
I really need you to sum up, sir.
our culture needs a strong hand to pull a suicidal person back from the brink instead of creating a culture that recognizes and encourages suicide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none? Next, Bev Cotton, and then Betsy McConnell. Oh, Betsy had to leave. Okay, all right. So Bev Cotton, is Bev Cotton here?
I think she had to leave.
Okay, I don't see a Bev Cotton, all right. Then Pat, I have Bev Cotton from where? Where? Bev Cotton? Is- Bev. Sorry. I'm sorry, is Bev Cotton here? All right, I don't see, all right. Next, Pat Wilczynski of Concord. And the next person, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, who? Yes.
Pat Wilczynski.
Okay.
Of
Is
Concord.
Bev Cotton here? All right. Okay, thank you. All right. All right. Oh, Betsy McConnell, okay. Okay, all right, so that's fine. All right, go ahead, please.
His name was Ed Wilczynski. He was over 6 feet tall, strong, a high school football player, saxophone player, and offset cameraman for the Lawrence Eagle Tribune. He was the father of 6 kids. At age 47, my dad was diagnosed with ALS, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. It was about as devastating a diagnosis as someone like him could get, a fatal motor neuron disease characterized by a progressive degeneration of nerve cells in the spinal cord and the brain. It leads to total total loss of ability to function, and affects speech and ability to swallow as well. Dad was not a world-renowned physicist like Stephen Hawking, who also had ALS, and who could carry on a full intellectual life, giving lectures and writing books despite his illness. Dad worked with his hands. In between working full-time, plus any overtime he could get, he built a house from the ground up for all of us to live in. If our Jeep broke down, he rolled himself under it and stayed there until he figured out how to fix it. This disease was torture for him. Yes, torture. Dad couldn't bear what was happening to him and how it affected Mom and the rest of us. At one point, he fell down a flight of stairs. Visiting him in the hospital, he said to me, "Next time, I'll be sure to put a bullseye on my head." When I asked my brother Mike if he thought that Dad was trying to kill himself by throwing himself down the stairs, he nodded and told me that Dad had asked him to roll him into the garage and start the car and leave him there close to the exhaust. At that time, my dad's only option was to endure the daily torture or try to kill himself in these inhumane and ultimately ineffective ways. Didn't he and everyone else in his position deserve better, more humane options like those we offer our beloved pets? How can it be that someone with a terminal illness is left to suffer so horrifically? I fervently urge you to support House Bill 1283 because it gives options to people whose suffering is simply unbearable. No solution we can come up with here is perfect, but we must have the courage to do the best we can in order to support our loved ones at their journey's end. And this is not part of my written testimony, but I've heard a lot today about concerns about suicide. And I am a newly retired psychotherapist after 50 years practicing. And I have had my share of family members crying in my office because their loved one took their life. And I just think it's really important that we separate those two issues. This really has nothing to do with that. We need this bill. We need better mental health care and support for families and people struggling with mental illness. And we need better palliative care, trained physicians. But we need this bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. I just want to note for people that are here, as you know, we have, or as you may know, we have other hearings scheduled beginning at 1 o'clock. So what I'm going to do is at 1 o'clock, I'm going to recess the hearing on this bill, 1283, and open the hearing on the other ones. That we have hearings scheduled until 3:15. At 3:15, the last hearing on another bill. When that hearing concludes, which I believe that bill at least will be relatively short, we will then resume the hearing on this bill. So at 1 o'clock, those of you who are here on 1283, you're going to have some time before we resume the hearing on this bill. It'll probably be at least 3:30, maybe more like 4 o'clock. All right. Thank you. But next witness, Betsy McConnell. I'm not sure, Ms. McConnell, did you say you were the one that said you wanted to have somebody else testify? All right, sure. Come on up.
I am Reverend Mary James from Durham, an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ, and I've served in parish, hospital, and hospice settings. It's been my privilege to walk with so many dear folks through their end-of-life journeys, and I thank you all for hanging in here through this long hearing on this important issue. Thank you, Chairman Lynn and fellow committee members. I want to speak personally today. My beloved husband, Bob James, died in 2022 of cancer. He went through 4 grueling years of very difficult treatment. His surgeon said that he was heroic. His oncologist said that he endured more life-altering treatments, surgeries, infections, side effects than almost anyone he had ever worked with. He wanted to live. Finally, it was time, and Bob enrolled in hospice. We had wonderful hospice care. It was fabulous. However, in hospice, Bob had unbearable breakthrough pain. His tracheostomy tube constantly clogged, threatening to choke him, and he had bouts of losing consciousness, falling down without a moment's notice and losing all control of his bodily functions. It was only at that point that he desired medical aid in dying. And as his suffering increased, knowing this was not there for him, he thought a lot about overdosing on his hospice medications. In the end, he decided not to. He was afraid it wouldn't work and he'd end up worse off, or that his family would somehow suffer legal repercussions. A couple weeks before he died, he wrote in his journal about his desire for a peaceful death, and if only that could have happened. When he died, he woke up in the middle of the night bleeding from his tracheostomy. A forceful stream of blood and tissue ensued that we could not stop. All I could do was hold him and tell him how loved he was. My sweet husband simultaneously bled to death and drowned in his own blood because he could not have the medical aid in dying that he desired in his situation. As a wife, this breaks my heart again and again. As a minister, I do not believe for one moment that this death or his disease were the will of God. God is found in comfort and accompaniment, not in afflicting trauma. I've heard so many terminally ill people beg for help in their last days and weeks, for relief from their suffering as they face their inevitable deaths. Thank you for hearing this testimony. I'm very emotional, and I hope it was coherent, and I appreciate your time so very much. I have also the testimony of a colleague who has COVID and couldn't be here today.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, Forrest Bodwin, please.
Representative Forrest Bodwin, Friday. Thank you. I don't have topics. I just have one written testimony. Sorry. Dear Chairman Lynn and members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Forrest Bodwin Friday. I live in Concord. I am strongly in opposition to House Bill 1283 and ask you to oppose this bill. My family taught me that wrong thinking leads to wrong actions. Assisted suicide is a wrong idea and will lead to wrong actions. It already leads to wrong actions where assisted suicide is legal. Oregon's law started out just like the language in this bill. All states have loosened their original legislation. History is the best teacher, so New Hampshire will be no different in loosening their safeguards and limits too. Now in Oregon, the data is that medical professionals, government officials, and assisted suicide proponents see no problem in assisting the suicide of people, those of whose top reasons for wanting to commit suicide are they feel that they are a burden on others or feel a loss of autonomy or loss of dignity. These reasons are the exact stigmas wrongly attached to life with a disability. I am here to tell you, people with disabilities are not burdens. We fight hard for dignity and autonomy in a society that sees us and treats us like children who deserve charity, not with dignity and autonomy. Disability is not a fate worse than death. All of the national disability organizations oppose assisted suicide laws. Among them are ADAPT, the National Council on Develop, the National Council on Independent Living, the National Spinal Cord Injury Association, the Disability Rights Education and Defense Fund, the Arc of the United States, the American Association of People with Disabilities, and the National Council on Disability. Most importantly, as a young man, let me remind you, suicide is the second leading cause of death for people my age in New Hampshire. Why are we fighting so hard to stop the epidemic of suicide in one hearing room, but saying in another that assisted suicide will be okay? What kind of a message is that? Do as I say, not as I do. Please do not support this ableist bill. Please oppose House Bill 1283. I will take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, at this point, I am going to recess the hearing on House Bill 1283, and the committee will take a brief recess of about 10 minutes or so before we open the hearing on. Yeah, I'm sorry, we're going to recess the hearing on this bill. We will reconvene this hearing at 3:45 today. And at 1 o'clock, I will open the hearing on House Bill 1020. Yeah, if anybody, I realize this is maybe an inconvenience for many people. If you have written testimony, that you want to submit and you can't hang around, please do that. Otherwise, we'll see you at 3:45. Thank you. All right. I'm going to call the Judiciary Committee back into session, and we're going to turn to House Bill 1020, and I'm going to recognize Representative Mark Pearson, the prime sponsor, to testify. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I am Mark Pearson, Rockingham County, District 34, the towns of Hampstead, Kingston, and East Kingston. I am chairman of Children and Family Law Committee, of the Special Committee on the Family Division of the Circuit Court, and of the DHHS Oversight Committee. I was ordained in the Episcopal Church in 1974, yes, 50 years ago, no comments. And simultaneously, for 2.5 decades, I have worked part-time as the CEO of a whole-person wellness center in Kingston, which employs 2 primary care doctors and a nurse practitioner, 2 licensed master's degreed counselors. Thus, the issue of mental health is something I have lived with professionally all my adult life. And I hope out of compassion, it is something very important to me. Last September, Attorney Holly Stevens of NAMI, and last November, Attorney Erin Cregan, General Counsel, New Hampshire Judicial Branch, emailed me about the importance of a bill they wanted to be filed. They and others, such as Attorney Stevens, can testify about the technical specifics here. But let me just say something we all know. Mental health issues are, of course, of importance and increased importance. We watch and lament a major increase in suicides. We watch and abhor the increase in violent acts, sometimes with mass carnage. As the bill says in its preamble, current New Hampshire statutes for insanity and competency have not evolved with changing trends in the frequency of those types of orders or the improvements in mental health treatment. There's work to be done. Other states have started. We can learn from them. If this bill were to pass, we would not be establishing a commission that would go on forever. An interim report is due this November with a final report a year later. The group will meet, do its work, and then it will sunset. Second, in the bill before you, there is a large number of people to be appointed. An amendment that will be forthcoming will reduce that number to something much more manageable, and the work that will be done will be a little bit more narrowly focused than what you see before you. The commission this bill seeks to establish brings together stakeholder groups in mental and behavioral health, psychiatry, medicine, justice, law enforcement, the prison system, and so on. We need this, and following the lead of other states, this commission can do good work for the people of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Smith, please.
Thank you giving me the opportunity to speak to my second favorite chairman. Well, tied for first, perhaps. Chairman Pearson, I couldn't agree more with the purpose of this bill. However, it is now February. This bill will work its way through, even if we act very quickly, through here across to the Senate. Assume that the Senate moves with it. Assume that the governor signs it without a delay that happens very, very frequently. It will likely not be before September that, if we're lucky, that even a reduced commission is established. Could I ask you why you think you have to have all of those participants specified in legislation rather than expecting that the importance of a legislative request would be enough for all of those organizations that want, in fact, that have a vested interest in this, to come and meet with a group of legislators to come up with the best possible plan.
Well, Representative, from personal experience, every time you make a suggestion to me to change something, A, I take it to heart, and B, almost every time I wind up doing it. So why not? And I would suggest that the specifics of how and who be left to Attorney Stevens and a few others, that perhaps an amendment could do exactly that. I'm quite open to it. I just want a commission to get going, look at the topic, and make recommendations. How? We can figure that out together.
Thank you very much.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry, yeah.
Thank you for taking my
Yes,
question.
of course.
Thank you for taking my question, Representative Pearson. I don't know if you went to this in-house House Continuing Education on study committees and commissions, but there's a lot of information here, and there's sort of like a cookbook on what sort of action you want to take. And it breaks down to, do you want to do a study commission? Do you want to do a standing committee, subcommittee, retained subcommittee, interim study, ad hoc subcommittee, chapters, studies? So there are alternatives, you know, and with this being the second year of a biennium, it might be good to look at one of the alternatives.
To answer your question, Representative, yes, I did look at all of that.
Okay.
And I was asked to submit this bill because they seem to think that might be good for the bill. So again, I'm quite happy to turn it over to the people who encouraged me to file the bill to see if the same or better result could occur from this or a very different way of doing it.
Thank you. And I just want to say, this isn't a criticism. I actually made the mistake of getting a chaptered study commission together. And after a while, I found out that I didn't really need it, that there were other methods to, you know, take care of this.
I've made that
situation.
mistake too. Maybe I'm making it again, but I think they're going to bring an amendment or two.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On page 1, line 22, I've just caught this. The current statutory definition of insanity in New Hampshire, originating in 1871, is outdated and not in keeping with today's standards of the dignity afforded to people with mental illness. Instead of a commission, could there at least be a starting point with a bill to redefine in better terms of understanding insanity, and then use that as a starting point for further bills and action?
Thank you for your question, Representative. I think that 1871 itself tells us we need to update, but the group of people enumerated in the bill to be reduced by the amendment is the group that would come up with that definition.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative Pearson. Next, I'm going to call on Holly Stevens, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lind, members of the committee. My name is Holly Stevens. I'm the Director of Public Policy at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I'm here today to speak in support of House Bill 1020. As you heard from Representative Pearson, NAMI New Hampshire was one of the organizations that did request that he file this bill. saw him at a training on the courts and mental health over the summer. And during that training, they did talk about competency and the lack of the process that we have in our state. We do lack any formal restoration process or system to provide treatment to individuals who are found not competent to stand trial. For these individuals, the mental health court system isn't even an option because those programs require consent, which a person deemed incompetent cannot give. They also require an understanding of the criminal and judicial process, which a person who is deemed incompetent does not have. Nationwide, about 81% of individuals found not competent to stand trial have their competency restored and are able to return to court. In New Hampshire, in 2019, only 44% of individuals found not competent to stand trial were restored and able to actually go back to court. If people are not restored in a year, those charges are dropped and the court process does not go forward, which means you've got a person who is not getting treatment, the treatment that they need, because we don't have a process to restore them. But you also have somebody who is potentially the victim of a crime who does not receive any kind of closure because their trial does not go forward. And it's been our experience working with families of loved ones who are found not competent to stand trial that their loved ones see this as a missed opportunity for them to receive treatment because we do not have a restoration process in this state. And I know that there were a lot of different questions about whether there should be a commission, a committee, how it could be done. One of the reasons that we looked at doing a commission is because right now the Governor's Commission on Mental Health and Justice involved individuals, and I might have that commission wrong, but Attorney Grandy from the Attorney General's office is here to answer any questions if you have any of him. There's a subcommittee that's been working on competency for a couple of years now, and there's a lot of expertise that's gone into this. There's a lot of work that's already been done. Many of the members that are named to this commission are members that have been working on this for 2 years and would bring their expertise and their knowledge with them. So rather than just coming in and testifying on a half an hour of what they know, they would be sitting at the table with all of their knowledge that they have gained over the last couple of years. So that's one of the reasons that we thought that this commission would be better suited than a committee. Myself and our executive director, Susan Stearns, met with Speaker Packard prior to the session about this bill. He asked us to do a couple of things. He asked us to reduce the amount of work that the commission would be doing, and we looked at it and determined that the insanity part of it could probably be done somewhere else or could probably be done at a different time. The competency portion of it is extremely important, especially with the forensic hospital opening. The New Hampshire Hospital, I've been in touch with Dr. Jeffrey Fetter, who also feels that this is very important that this work get done before the forensic hospital opens. Which is why it's important for this commission to go forward. The other thing that Speaker Packard asked us to do was look at the commission, the breadth of the commission, and reduce the number of folks. So I have worked with Representative Pearson on a potential amendment that would reduce the number of folks on the commission. The other thing that I did was reached out to most of them and asked them, one, did they have an interest in serving? And two, if they did, would they attend in person? Because it's come to my attention that these commissions get formed and then nobody shows up and no work can get done because there's not a quorum. So that was one of the things that I asked was, are you willing to serve and are you willing to serve in person? Anybody who was not willing to serve in person and the folks that did not get back to me, I marked off, and that amendment can come forward for your consideration if you have an interest in it. I'll end my testimony with that and I'll take any questions, but NAMI New Hampshire is in support of this bill.
Yes, Representative Smith.
Thank you. You've been before us and have done excellent work and bring a good perspective to this committee, and I appreciate it very much. But I think we might have done a disservice to you, perhaps in some of our hearings, if in fact you were feeling rushed or whatever. I'm not suggesting that this be handled in a hearing. What I'm suggesting is that an appropriate committee, and it probably is not this it may be this committee, it may be Children and Family, it may be a combination of both, but that it be a legislative committee and that we would convene, or it would convene, in effect, in a work session where sitting at the table would be members of the legislative committee and those people willing to come and participate, to take their place literally at the table, to share their views and to help us come up with something, all of which can happen immediately without having to wait for disparate organizations to make appointments, for the governor's office to make an appointment, for whomever else, and not be able to have a committee really function until the fall. So because I think the issue is very important, and I think we ought to do something, I wonder if you would consider the possibility of completely changing this in order to ask that it be studied by a legislative committee, either created specially or a statutory legislative committee, to do the work that could happen almost immediately.
I would not be opposed to that. I do think that a commission, mainly because of the fact that it would be hard to get notice out to, it's easier to get notice out to commission members that are on an email list to say you need to be this place at this time, and bring that knowledge together. But we're certainly not opposed to doing this as a committee and having people come in and testify and work with the committee to get the work done.
Well, thank you. I want to be very careful not to debate this with you, because what I want to know is hear from you, because I look at you as the expert. Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? I guess I have a question to follow up on what Representative Smith said. I guess I agree with her proposal, but I guess I might wonder if we shouldn't go a bit further, and that is this. As you may know, there was apparently a similar commission bill presented in 2022, I guess, and it passed the Senate but was voted ITL in the House. And there were two criticisms, if I understand correctly, which resulted in the ITL. One was that this, as Representative Smith pointed out, the commission that was proposed back then was to be 20 members or 25 members, and I think the House sort of felt, why do we have to have a commission of that size? But the second thing, and this is the one I want to focus on, is the flavor of the report back in 2022 seemed to be the people that have the expertise in this are kind of out there. They're people like you and people from the Attorney General's office and maybe the courts and whatever. Why are we sort of starting this commission? Why doesn't it make sense for those of you who sort of are the experts to get together and give us a proposal, give us a proposed bill saying we should change the definition of insanity like in this way, and we should change the definition or the procedures for restoring sanity and restoring competency in this way, and we would then consider them. I'm just wondering if that wouldn't be a more efficient way to get what you want to get accomplished done more quickly. Now, it's obviously it's too late to introduce a new bill this year, but we could certainly do it next year. And if we had all that work done in advance, I'm just wondering what your reaction would be to proceeding in that fashion.
Well, as I mentioned, the Governor's Commission Subcommittee has been doing a lot of this work, and I think Attorney Grandy could answer questions about the work that they have done. I'm not a member of the committee. Susan Stern sits on it for our organization. And I think the thought is that we really need buy-in from legislators, which is why we need them involved in sitting around the table discussing these ideas as well, rather than just being handed a proposal and saying, can you go forward with this? It really is important for us to have these discussions with the legislature as well as behind closed doors with just the stakeholders.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. When is the forensic hospital supposed to either break ground and then eventually open?
They've already broken ground on it, and I believe it's supposed to open next summer.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jim Bommersback? Jim Bommersback? If I pronounced that correctly?
Close enough.
All right, good, thanks.
Good afternoon. Chairman Lynn, committee members, thank you very much for taking the time today to talk to me. My name is Jim Bommersbach. I am a licensed psychologist here in New Hampshire. I am currently the chair of the legislative committee for the New Hampshire Psychological Association, which is the affiliate of the American Psychological Association here in New Hampshire. We represent professional psychologists in the state of New Hampshire. I'm also want to say at the front, I'm a forensic psychologist. I work at the state office of the forensic examiner, which conducts competency evaluations, which conducts evaluations for insanity. I want to be clear here, though, I am here today not advocating in my role as a professional forensic psychologist as part of that office. I am not here representing that office or Department of Corrections. I am here today on behalf of the psychologists of my organization and of the state of New Hampshire. I will be happy to answer questions as much as I can with my knowledge and position, but I'm not here representing their interest. I'm here to say that the New Hampshire Psychological Association is in favor of House Bill 1020. I have been listening to the commentary from this committee, and I very much appreciate the thoughtful and insightful nature of that commentary. I defer to the experience of this committee in understanding how best to get this work done. My real point here is to advocate that this work needs to be done, that the issues of competency, I've been working doing competency evaluations for 8.5, almost 9 years now, and this needed to get done when I first got here. When I first got here, it needed to get done 10 years before that, and it still needs to get done today. The work here is urgent, and I think part of the reason why I see that this bill is still forward and why I'm advocating for it and my organization is advocating for it is because this bill will have real-term consequences in terms of how competency gets handled in the state, and how competency gets handled in the state will have real-term consequences for the thousands of individuals who are put through the judicial system and who have mental health difficulties. Specifically, I also want to say I appreciate the comments so far on this. What I originally came here to advocate for was to add a name to the list. And I realized, given what you guys have said, that that list may get pared down. The reason why I'm here advocating for adding one more name to this list is that the work in competency and in insanity, these evaluations are largely conducted by psychologists in New Hampshire. And so when I look at this list, I see half a dozen attorneys, I see administrators, I see legislators, I see one potential psychiatrist and no psychologists. And so to me, having somebody in the room from my profession, that's why I'm here advocating today, is to make sure that there are mental health providers and specifically a psychologist in the room for these discussions. I agree with Attorney Stevens that it's important for there to be a lot of dialogue between legislative members and professionals in this, because these issues are difficult to understand. There are a lot of confusions. I can tell you that right now, if you look at the statutes for competency, which is RSA 171 and RSA 171A, I can point to you that as long as I've been here, there has been competing language in the statutes, where one statute says that the state has a burden and the other statute says that the defense has a burden. And I have listened to judges, listened to attorneys going back and forth about how these things should handle. And those kinds of mistakes happen because there isn't this overall dialogue where all of the parties are in the room. And so from my point of view, that is the perspective of why a commission would be helpful in this case, because it gets legislators in the room with the professionals who know about this information, who have the solutions for this are not complicated or not difficult to understand. They are simply the solutions that exist that require everybody to be in the room at the same time and understand the stakes and understand what needs to happen. With that said, again, I'm fully in favor of however you guys in your wisdom decide to have this process done. I'll be in favor of it. But my goal is, one, make sure that there is a psychologist, preferably a forensic psychologist, in the room when these things are being discussed, and two, that those discussions happen and that there is real change, because we do need real change in our competency and insanity statutes at this time. I will thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions for this witness? Oh, yes, Representative
Just
DiLorenzo.
one quick one.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So you were left off the list as a forensic psychologist. Do you think that was just an oversight, or do you think that conditions have changed, like over the years, to show that we really need a forensic psych person? Thank you.
I would attribute to oversight. Again, I found that, I work with folks at New Hampshire Hospital. I work with folks at corrections. I work with folks in the judiciary. It's often difficult to understand the specifics of how this process occurs and who's involved. So I just assumed it was an oversight.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aaron Cregan? Hi.
Hello again, representatives. I hope you're all doing well. Just appearing very briefly from the judicial branch to say that I think that Chairman Pearson gives us far too much credit on his excellent work that he was doing with NAMI, but it is a particular passion project for this Chief Justice and for those of us that are in leadership positions in the judicial branch to modernize our approach to mental health. The form, the participation, the scope of what's covered, we would only offer that we are happy to be active and involved participants in the limited role that the court has in this area. There are many others to hear from, but I wanted to express our interest always in being partners in modernizing the court's approach to mental health. Regrettably, the Chief Justice could not be here today, but he did want me to convey that sentiment.
All right, great. Questions? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you for your testimony. Given that this is not a new issue, evidently it's been around for at least 9 years, according to the previous person that testified, what has been the greatest obstacle to getting this done to this point? That here we are again with another bill, another opportunity. What's been the greatest obstacle up to this point?
That's a great question, and I'm afraid I don't know the answer to it. I think that some of the challenges in terms of the court's application are receiving directive from the legislature on what, if anything, you think should be done differently in the competency area. We do have restorability hearings, but there is room for more clarity and instruction in terms of a clinical approach. I'm sure that there is constantly more information that's being learned about the best way to handle these issues, and to ensure that the legislation is always reflecting those changes in science and medicine. I think it's a challenge. The courts implement the laws that are written. So if the legislature wants to give us more updated direction, more specific direction, we're always happy to receive that.
Representative Greason.
Thank you. In follow-up to that, it seems like that whatever gets done needs to be able to adapt with time. If definitions, we have to be careful not changing them on a whim, but to be able to make sure that the legislation can withstand some time and allow some flexibility in time or whatever is necessary so that it doesn't become stale the moment it passes. So is there a way of accomplishing that through this commission? I don't see where that is a part of this, an objective of this commission or an objective of this legislation is to have a bill that does perpetuated through time. So I guess it's more of a statement than a question, but is there any way that can actually be done legally or whatever? I'm not sure how to formulate that in a question, so I'll just punt for the rest of it, Alex, for $500. Thank you.
It's a great question, and in some areas of law, I think that's achieved very well, and in others, particularly ones dealing with science and technology, that can be a tremendous challenge. That it does have to be updated with more specific definitions as more is learned.
Other questions? Oh, yes, Representative Smith.
It's up to you, and I don't have a question for the judicial branch this time, but I wonder if it would be all right if Ms. Stevens could come back so that I could ask her a question.
Oh, of course, yes, of course, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness before I excuse? Great, thank you very much. And Ms. Stevens, could you come back?
Thank you. The wheels grind slowly, but they grind fine. Slowly is my brain. I knew I've been here, done that, and I thought I remembered, but I did need to confer with the chair to help my memory. So in 2022, when a similar bill was before this committee, the majority, everybody agrees about the need. That's no question. But the majority of the committee does not believe that a commission with over 20 members is necessary to accomplish these tasks. First, insanity and standards of competency are two very different subjects. The expertise needed to accomplish these studies is already available in the state agencies which address them. The majority of the committee does not see the need for the commission when what may be needed is a departmental proposal. Tell me what has changed in the 2 years since then so that here we are back again, not having collected $200 on the Monopoly Board, but we're back nonetheless at the same place. Has that group that had been meeting or not, as the case may be, not made any progress in the 2 years since the legislature asked the experts to solve the problem?
I know that the subcommittee looking at competency has been meeting regularly. And again, I defer to Attorney Grandy around the work that's been done, but there has been drafts of bills that have been floated around. But again, with the work that has been done, and there's been a lot of work that has been done, which is why the decision to make this commission be the first report done in November and then the final report done a year from November, that the commission could get the work done in that time because of the legwork that has been done thus far by the subcommittee of the Governor's Commission of Mental Health and Justice.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. And then I don't have another pink card, but I have a feeling there's somebody else that wants to testify. So is there somebody else that wants to be heard on House Bill 1020? Yes, please, come on up. Did you, I take it you didn't fill out a pink card?
I didn't, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, members. I'm Assistant Attorney General Mike Grandy. I'm happy to answer questions. Our office isn't taking a position on this, but I am happy to speak to.
Right, so the first thing we need to do is have you, before you leave, please fill out a pink card, okay?
Will do.
So, I guess I do have a question, really to follow up on Representative Smith's question. I'm not opposed, particularly with in the way Representative Smith suggested of a smaller legislative committee. I'm not at all opposed to that, but I'm just wondering if that really, even that is the most efficient way. Wouldn't it make more sense for example, the Attorney General's office to draft, proposed bills saying, here's what. And I understand this is what the Attorney General's office thinks should happen. Now, NAMI and maybe the defense bar and all those other people may have, may be ready to pick at that and say, no, you got to change this, you got to change that. But my thinking is that it would be better to have a document, even if it's going to be changed, because it can be, it'll be criticized and could be changed, than for this committee to sort of, be formed and start from scratch. And everybody will be sitting around saying, well, we should do this and we should do this and we should do this. It just, having been on these kind of commissions for a long time, I'm concerned that it'll take a lot longer to get to the point we want to get to than if we did it just by having your office submit a draft that can be, changed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that's the sort of thing that our office would necessarily do, but I will just sort of speak to some of the work that has happened on the subcommittee that's been mentioned. So the Governor's Advisory Commission on Mental Illness in the Correction System formed a subcommittee to study competency regime in New Hampshire and potential updates or changes to it. I'm the Attorney General's Office designee on the Governor's Advisory Commission, and I chair the subcommittee. So in the last couple of years, since the last similar bill, that subcommittee has been meeting mostly regularly and has generated a lot of different concepts that are still internal to the subcommittee in the sense that they haven't been presented to the Governor's Advisory Commission. It has included some draft legislative language. And the subcommittee, within the last several months, took a vote to support this bill or a proposal by NAMI to put forward a bill of this nature because some of the intricacies that exist really necessitated having something that would be formally formed by this body and have kind of the formal imprint to get all of the necessary stakeholders to truly get together and hash out the final details. And that work is difficult or has been difficult for the subcommittee to run down. So I would put it this way: a lot of progress has been made from the perspective of the subcommittee. There are some issues that the subcommittee feels necessitate formal meetings with final stakeholders that can't or haven't been able to have been hashed out at the subcommittee meeting so far. And from the perspective of the subcommittee, I think it wouldn't be starting from scratch. It would be starting much closer to the finish line, but really just needing to finalize aspects.
Okay. All right. Other questions for this witness? And I'm sorry. I know I started off really by asking you a question. If there's other things, I didn't want to in any way preclude your testimony. If there's more things you want to tell us, please do.
I'm happy just to answer questions that anybody has.
Okay. All right. I don't see any others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else that wishes to testify on House Bill 1020? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on that bill. Oh, yeah. Thank you. And give me 1 second. I think it's a little, are we early? I think we are. Oh, no, we're not. We're not early. All right. So I'm now going to open the hearing on House Bill 1082, relative to professional limited liability company assistant manager status. Let me find the bill first. Right, and Representative Tur. First, I want to congratulate you on, given the hearings we've had today, this is a short bill.
I endeavor. And hopefully it's short for a good reason. Thank you, Chairman Lynn. Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Eric Tur, representing Rockingham 6 Brentwood. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1082, which I will say, I say always with trepidation, which I think is a simple change to the law. It was prompted by a constituent in my town who is here and will follow me with the testimony and can fill in the specifics about the impact of the law the way it is today. What it is a technical fix to the professional limited liability corporation law that exists today. Just to clarify, professional limited liability corporations are organizations where the members must be licensed in the profession to which the limited liability corporation operates. All managers of the organization, directors of the organization, must be under current license in order to serve. I just wanted to clarify, this really doesn't impact licensure or anything to do with licensure. The licensure is only a requirement to serve as a director, member of the corporation itself. And the reason that this change is proposed is primarily due to solo practice organizations, which are increasingly few, but still exist and are still very much of a valued part of the landscape of New Hampshire. The difficulty with being a solo practice, and I should say there's a whole range of professional practices that are covered by PLLCs. My constituent here is part of the veterinary community, but there are others. If the solo person in the organization that is licensed somehow becomes not what's called a qualified person, then they are no longer eligible to direct that organization pretty much immediately. And that can be something irreconcilable, like they pass away, or they become mentally incapacitated, or they could lose their licensure. In any of those instances, they lose their ability to serve as the director of that organization. In order to do any sort of corporate planning, this requires that that individual form some sort of relationship with another professional within their field that is not technically part of their organization, to be able to be listed as a manager in the event of this circumstance. So what we're proposing is a change to the law that would allow there to be an assistant manager named, who is just one individual that is not a member of the licensed profession. And the purpose of this would not be that they could carry on business of the organization in a professional capacity, but more that they could manage the business, either the sale, the dissolution, the conversion of that corporation, in the event that the qualified person is no longer able to do that. It's time limited. It allows them only to serve in that capacity for a year. And again, it doesn't, they could exercise all the rights, corporate rights that the manager had, but they could not exercise the professional rights that the manager had. So it's really just avoids anyone in that situation from having to operate, with someone. Hopefully there's, people in their profession that they trust, but it's an awkward relationship. It requires a lot of trust, and it's a fairly significant ask for somebody, if you become disqualified, to basically take over the entire process of running and dissolving your organization or selling it. So that's all I'm going to say. Again, Roger Gowan is here, and he can fill in the details behind this from a lived perspective, I'll call it. But glad to take any questions.
All right. Yes, question, Representative Manos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I am confused because it says each manager of a professional limited liability company, if any, and all the officers, if any, other than the secretary or an assistant secretary and the treasurer, or an assistant treasurer, or the assistant manager in the case of a single member PLLC, shall be qualified persons. So as I read that, it sounds like the assistant manager does not need to be a member of the profession that forms the LLC.
So,
Could you
so my
clarify that?
my understanding of what's written there is that all of those individuals do have to be qualified persons in order to serve in that profession. Again, that was my understanding of the way that is structured currently.
May I have a follow-up?
Of course, yeah.
So that was your intent that the assistant manager in the case of a single member PLLC be a member of the profession.
That the assistant manager in this modified bill would not need to be a member of the profession. Sorry if I'm misunderstanding the original question. That the only change to the existing law, I think most of what you're reading is in the current statute. The
Right.
only change is the bold section, or the assistant manager in the case of a single member. Oh, I see what you're saying, because that's the change. Sorry, I see what you're saying now, and it's making more sense. So, it adds the role of assistant manager to the list of possible roles. So someone could be assistant manager in the current rule without the exemption from being a licensed professional. So it first establishes that concept of an assistant manager in that first modification, and then down below basically creates the exemption from it. So yeah, if I'm understanding that right and I'm representing this correctly, I think that's why that's in there the way it is, where you read it, and then again down below.
Okay, so I'm still a little confused. The assistant manager that's being added would need to be a member of the profession or would not need to be a member of the profession?
In the first instance, yes. So where it's added in that first sentence, would need to be a member of the profession. So it's essentially creating a new role within the organization that could be occupied by somebody who is a member of the profession. And then down below allows just that particular role to be occupied by somebody who's not.
How can the same person both be a member of the profession and not be a member of the
Well, in other words, in two different organizations. So one organization could assign an assistant manager who is, say, another veterinarian. So it doesn't preclude that. It's just the concept of an assistant manager wasn't existing in the law. So I should have mentioned that writes that in as a role, and then basically allows just that one role to be occupied by somebody who's not a member of the profession, but it does not require that person not be a member of the profession. In other words, it doesn't open up all the leadership roles of the profession to a non-qualified person. It only
Because
opens up
one
that
person does not have to be a member of the profession.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. For one year, right.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions for Representative Tur? Representative Wallace?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Overall, I like the idea of this particular bill. Seems like it would provide some relief in these particular situations. One question, though, on line 11, would it not make sense that instead of leaving that open for up to a year, some type of a modification such that the assistant manager may, for a period up to 1 year, or until another qualified manager could be appointed, whichever is shorter? Because absent that language, you'd almost have to leave that assistant manager in that role until all matters were settled.
Yeah, I think the inclusion of the language for up to a year was meant to sort of achieve that means, but I don't, from my own perspective, would not think that what I think you're suggesting is the whichever shorter language would be another way, or maybe a clearer way to say it if you think that's needed. Okay.
All right, other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Torr.
Sure.
I'm a little bit confused because when I read the bill, the first line, it says, this bill amends the law to permit a single-member professional limited liability company to designate an assistant manager. But, reading it, I was getting very confused because it doesn't say that the head of the PLLC is the current manager. So it's sort of like, we're not calling them the manager. We're just calling them single-member professional.
Yeah, in other part of the RSA, I believe this is just the part about the section 12 is part of 304D that, and I could open it. I have it open on one of my other screens. That is the section definition. So 304D1 sort of talks about the different types of professions that are covered, and then D12 is officers and managers. So it just basically says each manager of the professional limited liability corporation, and if any, all officers, and then it lists out the other ones, will be qualified persons. So it says that whoever it is that's the manager of the organization has currently to be a qualified professional, and this does not allow a non-qualified person to take that role.
May I follow up?
Yes.
Okay, so, but we're not saying that the single member professional, the owner of the LLC or PLLC, is the current manager. So it sort of throws me off.
I'm struggling a little to figure out. So, I mean, the manager would be one of the named entities that's leadership. I don't know that the term owner versus like manager are interchangeable. That may be over my non-lawyerly grade here in terms of whether or not ownership and being the manager are synonymous or not. But the person who is the manager would have to be a member of the profession, and currently all the other sort of directors of the organization would have to be members. So this just basically creates a new role with an exception.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other question? Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm still confused, but is the purpose of this, when the primary qualified person dies or is disqualified, is for that assistant manager to either merge, close the business within the year period? That's where the focus really is, a provisional sort of a
That's
thing?
correct. Yeah. Yeah. If there's more than one qualified person in the organization, then there's still somebody that has the right to operate the organization. But if it's a solo organization and that one person becomes disqualified by death, disability, or licensure, then there's nobody left to be able to sort of wind down, sell, or at least from a corporate standpoint, operate the organization until, it can be dissolved. And that the period of 1 year was chosen just as a reasonable time frame. But, in many instances, it would happen much quicker than that. But otherwise, there's no legal there's no legal person able to operate the organization.
Follow up?
Follow up. Yeah, you would think a year's time would be enough, but boy, I've seen businesses take a couple of years, several years. Railroads sometimes take 10 or 15 years to dissolve all the assets. I mean, this is much smaller, condensed sort of a entity. But holdover provision, in case it, for someone foreseen reason, it took longer than a year. What happens if the year expires and it's not accomplished?
Yeah, that's a good question. We had the assistance of Mr. Gown's attorney in putting this together. I think the goal was to make it very clear that this can't somehow become an ongoing entity. And I think that's the reason, but again, I do not know exactly what the reason for a year was, but I think his thought was that, in a small solo practice, you could wind it down, and it should be very clear that this is not a loophole that's going to allow a corporate entity to go forward that shouldn't be allowed to under that statute.
Thanks, that makes it clear.
Okay.
Other questions? So, Representative Turner, I do have one question. I think I'm maybe a little confused. I understand from the first sentence of Section 304 D12, as you've proposed to amend it, that it says that the assistant manager in the case of a limited liability company shall be a qualified person. So, for example, in the veterinary, let's say that it's a veterinary practice, a solo veterinary practice. In other words, with a limited liability company and the sole member of that limited liability company is the veterinarian that's running the practice. As I understand this, that veterinarian could have an assistant manager who is also a veterinarian, a licensed veterinarian, and therefore would qualify as a qualified person, right?
I think it's the reverse of that. Like, you have to be a qualified person to hold the role. Holding the role doesn't make you a qualified.
Oh, no, 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 I understand that.
Oh,
but,
okay.
but in other words, in my example, so the Tur veterinary practice has Eric Tur, veterinarian, as the owner and the sole member.
Yes.
And has me, let's say has Bob Lynn as not an owner, but a veterinarian. And under this, you could make me an assistant manager in case something happened to you.
Yeah, I believe what I was trying to answer to Representative Manos's question was kind of along those lines. It does not preclude that person from being a qualified member, but it doesn't. It allows that one role to be held by someone who's not. And so it's not a role that comes into play only when the person's disqualified. This would be somebody who's part of their practice on an ongoing basis and able to take over if something were to happen.
Right. I guess, but the thing that confuses me is where it says that person, shall be a qualified person with respect to the professional limited liability company. And I thought that what that meant was, in the veterinary example, that I can become the assistant manager of your veterinary practice as long as I'm a qualified veterinarian. In other words, I don't have to be an owner of your company, but in order to become the assistant manager, I have to be a qualified veterinarian.
Yeah, again, as I'm looking at this, maybe I can see where the confusion, because it does say, the assistant manager exists in the case of a single member professional limited liability corporation. My understanding, my belief is that the idea was that it would not preclude that profession, but maybe the way that first sentence is worded sort of means that person sort of can only exist.
That's the way I read it, and that's why I was saying if you do read it that way, and I think that, to me, that is the way it reads, shall be qualified persons with respect to the limited liability company. That seems to me to say if you want to be the assistant manager in a veterinary practice, you have to be a licensed veterinarian. And if that's true, then the second sentence doesn't seem to change that. So if your intent was to allow somebody in this circumstance for some limited period of time who is not a veterinarian to serve as the assistant manager, I think we need to tweak this language a bit.
Yeah, I'm wondering, and again, I can do this after the fact, but in that first instance where it introduces the role of assistant manager, maybe the second part of that sentence where it says assistant manager in the case of a single member PLLC,
right.
Maybe that part's not needed. Maybe it just introduces the role of assistant manager and then later qualifies that role can be held. I think I'm seeing what you're seeing, which is that by saying it can only exist in a single partner organization, you can't possibly have another qualified member in that role because it wouldn't be a single partner organization. So yeah, I take that and I think that could be fixed.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Representative Wallace.
Yes, thank you. That's what I was going to just kind of put out there. People understand a single member LLC is just that. The only manager is that member. And I think we may be confusing managing the veterinary office doesn't make you a manager of the LLC. That's two distinctly different
the term
planes of
manager,
existence, if you will.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, the term manager, I think, is a bit confusing in the way the law
Correct.
is written, because it doesn't mean manager in the way I think most people are thinking of a manager.
Correct.
All right, great.
I mean, that's analogous to a president of a S or C corporation, the manager of an LLC or PLLC.
Yeah. Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Yeah, if you're going to add anything to it, a business manager might be a better term for that particular unqualified person. I mean, we've had a discussion here that probably could consume another page worth of words to clarify and differentiate, but that little input. Would that make sense, general, a business manager, or something similar to clarify?
Yeah, I'm not sure where the term assistant manager came from, whether it has any meaning beyond just being an assistant manager. I'd be glad to talk to the person who helped create this language to see if business manager would be an effective solution.
Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel left out because I wasn't confused.
Darn.
Well, you may have the answer that has eluded us.
I read this making use of the little punctuation mark called a comma. And as I read this, I see that each manager of a PLLC, now skip everything else after that until you get down to shall be a qualified person with respect to the professional liability company.
Right.
Then if there are any officers, they shall be qualified persons with respect to the professional limited liability company.
Mhm.
Other than, so here's where you have exceptions to the law. The secretary, the assistant secretary, the treasurer, or an assistant treasurer does not have to be a qualified person. So it's other than. Now you're slipping in, or the assistant manager in the case of a single PLLC, they're also exempt from being a qualified person. Then you go on to say that that assistant manager can fulfill the role of the manager for up to 1 year.
You got it. You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
You're absolutely right.
I got my associate's degree from Vermtech.
And is that without
So-
the use of an Oxford comma? Okay. Mr. Chair, I think that the interest in this is fascinating, but the clock is ticking, and we can edit this. I truthfully would very much like to hear from I believe probably the next witness who brought the problem to the attention of our colleague, to perhaps help give us a framework so that we can understand what the difficulty is. I guess I'm an experiential learner, and that's why I might need that. And we could deal with the actual language after the hearing.
Sounds good to me.
Does that make sense?
It does make
Yeah,
sense.
and I will commit to revisiting the question of all the various things that were brought up with that language, and make sure that it conforms to not creating a conflict within this paragraph, and then also to assure that the underlying need, which I guess the last question may have been the question of is this create the need? I still think the need exists, but I will work to make sure that it does.
Sure. That sounds good. That sounds good. All right. Other questions for this witness? Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
All right. Roger Gone? Is that Gunn? I'm sorry. Yes. Hi.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Roger Gown. My wife, Dr. Jody Kaufman, is a veterinarian who owned a practice in Exeter for 28 years. HB 1082 addresses a problem with succession planning for small professional practices like my wife's in New Hampshire. In a single member limited liability company or professional limited liability company that has an owner manager but no assistant manager, when the manager dies, the executor of the estate must petition the probate court for an order appointing a person to administer the practice, winding it up and dissolving it, or selling it. It can take several months to get such an order from the probate court. During that time, with no one to manage the business, it's likely to lose much of its value. However, if the LLC or PLLC has an assistant manager, that person can immediately step in and manage the practice. Under present law, in order to designate someone as the assistant manager of a PLLC, that person must be licensed in the profession of the PLLC. In our case, although I managed the finances of my wife's business for many years, I was not eligible to be named assistant manager because I'm not a veterinarian. In the event of her death, I would have no authority over her business, even as the executor of her estate. I could not pay employees or vendors, hire a relief veterinarian to keep the business going, convert the business to an LLC, or work to wind it up and sell it. Under present law, the licensed professional PLLC owner must identify another licensed professional that they have the utmost trust in, one who is willing to take on such a large responsibility simply as a favor. This is not an easy task for the owner of a small single-member practice, and it isn't always possible. HB 1082 would make it easier for owner-managers to designate an assistant manager, as that person would not need to be licensed within the profession. This person could be the licensed professional's spouse or other trusted family member. Of course, the non-professional assistant manager would have a limited time in which to act, would not be permitted to work in the practice as a professional capacity, and would have to act in accordance with the PLC's operating agreement. HB 1082 would help ensure that the interests and desires of the owner of a small professional practice would be kept paramount in the resolution of the business. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to answering your questions.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Devine.
Couldn't that designation be listed in an operating agreement within the business?
Yes, and would have to be, but the law does not permit it because I'm a non-qualified person in our case.
Okay.
The law requires it to be a qualified person.
But based on, say, in an operating agreement, usually there's some sort of provisions for, if there was a death or something would happen, where if there were partnerships or anything like that, but in a limited single person.
A single person, yes.
That would not, you're stating that would not qualify.
Right, you still have to find someone to be that other person because you're a single member.
Okay.
And so the operating agreement, in our case, the operating agreement lists as assistant manager a very close friend of ours who is a veterinarian who would be willing to step in, although that would be a huge challenge.
All right, thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you. I don't have any other pink cards. Is there anyone else, excuse me, who wishes to be heard on House Bill 1082? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1082. And I think we're a little bit, we've got a few minutes to go before we can do the next one. I think. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let me just make sure I'm 10, all right, so there, yeah. I said this language basically excludes It's 2:30, and I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 1089 relative to the statute of limitations on civil actions involving PFAS. And I'll call first Representative Vale, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. My name is Suzanne Vale, for the record, and I am a representative representing Hillsborough County District 30, which is Nashua Ward 3. I am back before you today, actually, to ask you to consider House Bill 1089. I was before your committee 2 years ago with a very similar bill. It was House Bill 236 at the time. And this bill established a PFAS statute of limitations that was 6 years, so not 3 years. It had broad bipartisan support. I have a speech here that has a lot of the background on PFAS, but I'm not sure where people are at with their knowledge of the situation. So I don't want to take up too much of your time, but at the same time, I also want to be able to tell you why you're voting on this if there's a story behind it that you need to know. So I leave it up to you to just let me know if I'm going on too long. So I'm back here today because we created a statute of limitation on civil actions relative to damage caused by PFAS chemicals. And what we're thinking now is that with forever chemicals, it takes a really long time to find out what the health impacts are and the impacts to a community's water supply. And so this bill that we're speaking about today would change that 6-year statute of limitations to a, what it says here, I'm not sure if this writing is what we would want it to say, but any time after a plaintiff or the state discovers such harm, injury, or damages, and the causal relationship of an act or omission to such harm, injury, or damage. I can tell you a little bit about why we would want to change this, just for the fact that you are hearing PFAS before you. We're talking about these bills. We're in Health and Human Services talking about health impacts. We're in resources where the committee I come from in order to look at some of the mitigation that we can do. But no matter what we're doing, we're always working with people who need more time. And we know that forever chemicals can affect you. It takes years for some of these emerging cancers that are associated and other health impacts to come about. And it also takes a lot of time for a state and a state agency like DES to be able to bring what we consider people responsible for pollution in the environment to the table and to be able to seek legal remedy. I think right now there's a real big concern because one of the most proliferant polluters, for lack of a better word, is leaving the state, and they're leaving the factory behind, and we don't know what is going to happen there. In fact, it's very difficult to tell what exactly has gone on there. So just to review again with the bill, what we're seeking right now is to remove the statute of limitations, but also to augment what we already have in law so that anytime after a plaintiff or the state or a municipal water supply, another municipal agency can discover this harm, injury, damages, and the causal relationship, and they can seek the damages that they will need in order to get their town, get their health, whoever the litigant is, back on track. So I'm going to conclude with that. And if you have questions about, as I said, the contamination, the source of it, the length of time we're talking about, this was only 2 years ago that it went through, but my understanding is that if you live in Merrimack, someone came to your door in 2016 or 2017 and they told you that your well was full of something that needed to be tested and you could be having health impacts from that. And just 2 years later, I think there's more information out there, but there isn't time for people to determine what those impacts are financially and hold the propaganda of the problems that we're having accountable financially and in every way that we need them to be accountable. Thank you for taking my testimony.
All right, questions for this witness? Representative Manos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So this would remove any statute of limitations at all, is that correct?
Yes, on the PFAS chemicals. And where this statute, where this bill would be entering into is in a separate area of law that's just about PFAS.
Follow up?
Thank you. I was thinking, as I was reading through this, I was thinking about insurability and whether if the statute of limitations is removed completely, whether that would make these kinds of claims completely uninsurable for manufacturers and whether that then creates other problems for plaintiffs.
I think that's a really good question, and I'm glad that I have a little bit of background in order to be able to answer it. So if we remove the statute of limitations, then insurance companies won't be feeling that they're liable. They feel that this company is liable. So my response to that is that right now, if you go to your doctor and you tell them, listen, I have this thing and it's a mile long and I have 12 chemicals and they're like 17 times the amount that they consider safe, which honestly, I think 0 is the only safe number. However, you know, you go to your doctor and the doctor doesn't even know what you're talking about. So one of the things that we're trying to do through legislation and through ad hoc committees and is just get that education out there because we feel like reaching the physicians who are treating the illnesses that this is causing. I mean, on one hand, doctors treat something on a symptom basis. On the other hand, there's a whole lot they don't know and they need to get into. And like myself, when a bill comes before me and I'm not so familiar with the area of law that it's in, there's a lot of research that needs to be done before you open your mouth. So.
Yes, follow up.
Thank you. I was thinking more about the question, and it's a question for me, as to whether if the statute of limitations were removed completely, whether insurance companies then would, because there's no statute of limitations and the risk goes up greatly, whether insurance companies would then refuse to insure manufacturers of PFAS against liability claims.
So that's beyond the scope of what I would know because that sounds more like commerce, where you're talking about insurance and whether or not a company would be able to be insured. I think that if you have a company coming to New Hampshire with the way things are going right now and you're planning on spending PFAS, it's probably too late to come here and try to do that. But I don't know of any liability that's been assumed, let alone who would be doing it.
Other questions? So I do have a couple questions. First, can you tell me, are you aware, are there any other areas of where a person who is injured can recover damages where there's no statute of limitations? Are you aware of any? I mean, if we were to do this, would PFAS be the only area in the law where there was no statute of limitations?
Yes, it would.
All right. So if, for example, and I mean, if if there's nuclear waste stored at Seabrook or something like that that causes injury, I don't know, I don't know whether there's a federal statute dealing with that, might be, but if, at least for state law purposes, there would be, that claim would be subject to the statute of limitations.
Would you repeat that for me,
Sure,
please?
if somebody was injured, if there was some escape of uh, nuclear material or nuclear fumes or whatever from Seabrook, or maybe some company that was transporting spent nuclear fuel through New Hampshire to move it to somewhere else, and somebody was injured, that claim would be, there would be a statute of limitations for that claim, but not for this.
In my opinion, just, not being somebody to make these kinds of decisions in a courtroom, I would say that we would look for some kind of release of statute of limitations in the law that's about nuclear waste and how that's treated, or in the operating statutes for operating and disposing of nuclear waste. That would be a completely different. So this, as I said, lives right in its own area of law. And that area of law was created when people came into these committees from Merrimack and started filing bills about how they could get better remedies. If I venture to say a little bit more, there are several bills out there right now that are about, quote unquote, making polluters pay. I'm not sure if this one is necessary, but I do think we should pass it, and we should make sure that it does what we expect it to do, and that it only does it to the area of statute and to the topic matter that we're talking about, direct. If we can determine a cause or demonstrate an irrefutable relationship between the destruction of a water supply, the cancer that someone's carrying in their body, that they have a remedy for doing that and they have the time to do it. So 2016, 17 was 6 years ago. So it's over. The first bill I did, that time period, for a lot of people, they knew that they had a problem when they got the knock on the door. That's when the clock starts running. And I had spoken to colleagues on both sides of the aisle. The original bill was something that our former speaker, who was deceased, unfortunately, was a co-sponsor of the bill. And there are many ranking members on both sides of the aisle that will be in support of this. And the online testimony and the sign-in sheet should support that.
Yeah, Representative Smith.
Thank you. I'm fascinated by this line of inquiry. As someone who actually has still not had occasion to try tobacco, and I'm not planning to, was there a time limitation on all the tobacco suits? I mean, you would know more than I. I don't even play a lawyer on TV. But I was under the impression that there was no time limit. I mean, someone could have stopped smoking as soon as they came home from World War II, when so many people were, in fact, introduced to cigarettes, but would have been eligible for compensation decades later. Am I wrong about that?
No, I don't think you are, but I think that it's not that there's no statute of limitations. I think the cause of action doesn't arise until you are sick and you can trace the sickness to tobacco. So
But isn't that the same situation we're facing here? What happens is, as each month passes, forget about a year, we learn more about these particular chemicals and what I think what is a larger category that are referred to now increasingly as forever chemicals because they don't, because they are forever, and they're not so great for us. I mean, I remember thinking Teflon pans were great because I didn't have to use a lot of fat or oil. Things wouldn't stick to them. Wouldn't that be so healthy? Well, guess what? They're not so healthy, but we didn't know that then, and we do know it now. And that's probably an unimaginative example, but it just shows how limited I am, I guess. I I think it's the same situation, Mr. Chair, and
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say I disagree for it because I think if you don't discover that you're injured from PFAS, or if you don't discover that you're injured, number one, and number two, that it's tied to PFAS for some period into the future, then that's when as I understand the law, when the statute of limitations begins to run, when you know or should have known that you've been injured and that the injury was caused by what you're suing about. I think that would be the same for tobacco, for PFAS, I mean, under existing law, for tobacco, for PFAS, for whatever. And I don't think, unless, at least in New Hampshire, I don't think that there's any, that we have a law in New Hampshire that says there's no statute of limitations, for example, for tobacco injuries. I don't think that's the law. Representative Devine.
Staying on this topic, would there be any sorts of statutes on, say, asbestos, where there was asbestos dumped, say, in Nashua, around New Seoul School about, 30, 40, 50 years ago? So to me, and there's asbestos cases that go on throughout the country. Would you see this very similar to what that was? And I don't know if there's any statutes for that, but asbestos was a big thing for a long time. There's a lot of litigation. It goes for years and years and years.
So I'm just trying to pull a question. Let's see an answer out of that. I don't see it as the same. I see it as you are living with something, you're learning about something, you're learning that there's a contamination zone, that some of this impacts on your community are being addressed, but many are not. The zone of contamination includes areas and excludes a lot of areas that are probably very active, and it's based on how many wells we can test at a time, and how many people do we determine need an alternative water supply. So there's things, there's just a lot going on. We do find asbestos everywhere. We do know that it's a contaminant, and we know that it's everywhere, and we're trying to deal with it and help people deal with their mesothelioma and other disorders that come from inhaling asbestos or being around it. But I think with this is, asbestos was thought to be the greatest thing. And that can sound like Teflon, except that St. Gobain was here after they had to leave Hoosick Falls, New York, because they had statutes that would no longer tolerate the pollution. And that the same thing in Bennington, Vermont with St. Gobain. And they came to New Hampshire and they knew what they were doing. They had been out in other states. They have long-term information about the impacts of PFAS. The industry going all the way back to 3M and other companies in the 60s, the 70s. They knew about this in the 50s. They knew about it in the 60s, and they just kept on going. And all of us know that we were told that the Teflon pans were bad, but then they came out with a replacement. So this is kind of what the game has been. It's almost like, okay, well, originally there's two PFASs that are thought to be the most evil of all of them, and that's the PFOS and the PFOA. But when you make Gen X, so you can still make those coatings, but you can say, well, this isn't the same molecule and it can't be restricted and it's not going to do the same thing to you. Those assertions need to be either supported or they need to be dispelled. And this is a situation where the company has stepped up, but only after being dragged into the courtroom and signing consent decrees with towns like Merrimack that are, there's a lot of areas, private wells that are all over the region. And, we still need to test, we still need to catch up. The science is still catching up on the health impacts. We're starting to gather data in New Hampshire from the Merrimack cluster and from the cluster that's near the Coakley landfill. So these kinds of empirical data are coming in now. We didn't have that until we started collecting it. We couldn't collect it until we made a statute to collect it. So thank you.
All right, other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
And thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Chris Servos?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members.
Press the button.
Oh, okay, there it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of this committee. My name is Chris Sorrell. I'm a student at Phillips Exeter in Exeter, New Hampshire, and I'm originally from New Jersey. And today I believe we're at a critical juncture in our collective surrounding safeguarding public health and protecting our environment. As we just know, we're confronted by a silent but I believe to be insidious threat lurking within our communities, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances known as PFAS or PFAS. And they're found, as people have already mentioned, in all kinds of products, from things like nonstick pans to firefighting foam to waterproof clothing. And these chemicals have seeped into our water systems and have infiltrated over 97% of people all around the world, resulting in some health implications I'll discuss later on. I posit that House Bill 1089 represents a pivotal step towards confronting this threat head-on, and we're taking a step towards the justice that the victims of these substances deserve. As I mentioned, I think it's very important to examine some of the medical research done on this topic. PFAS has been linked to higher rates of varying types of cancer, from liver cancer to hyperthyroidism. In a recent study from the National Institute of Health, they examined the effects on heavily exposed workers and detected a significantly increased death rate compared to those who were exposed less. Another link that I saw was between PFAS and developmental issues and birth defects in infants. One study examined over 500,000 mothers and children and found a link between PFAS and many conditions, from congenital heart defects to cleft lips. And I want you to know in this room that PFAS chemicals are not just another environmental concern. They are a clear and present danger to the public health of New Hampshire individuals. And I don't think that the health risks can be overstated, and the time for action is now. As a conservative myself, I see that Republicans often advocate for the protection of our natural rights and advocate for limited government intervention. And I do really value these items. However, PFAS contamination infringes upon these rights by contaminating private property and poses risks to the health and well-being of Americans. This is a case where I believe government intervention is justified and where we must put aside our political differences to protect the people. And certainly some may argue that regulation stifles economic growth and burdens businesses with undue restrictions. However, what price can we place on the health and well-being of our citizens? Can we, in good conscience, prioritize short-term convenience over the long-term health of our communities? And we must stop PFAS now, as these persistent chemicals pervade and accumulate, being named forever chemicals. And I do hope that you will stand with me in support and truly value the importance of human lives that have been and will be affected by PFAS contamination. As a 17-year-old myself, I hope that our state legislators, like y'all, work towards reform in some sort of way that will protect generations to come and promote environmental integrity. So thank you so much for the
Thank
ability
you.
to speak.
Questions for this witness? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Representative Di Lorenzo.
One comment.
certainly.
Would you believe that the EPA was started by a conservative president?
Certainly,
Richard
yeah.
Nixon?
The EPA and many of the first environmental acts, the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, were very bipartisan and actually led by a conservative majority. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call Ghana Kuba, please.
We can't hear you.
Yeah,
So
There you go. Thank you.
I have copies if any of you want. I don't have enough for everyone, but
That's okay. Just we'll figure out a way to handle that. Thank you.
yeah, of course. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak alongside Chris. My name is Gina Kuba, and I'm also a senior at Phillips Exeter Academy, but Virginia Beach is my home. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 1089 to remove the current 6-year statute of limitations on damages caused by PFAS exposure. As Chris mentioned, PFAS is a group of synthetic chemicals used in various industrial and consumer products due to their water and grease-resistant properties. Although PFAS can be useful in application, the effects are horrifying. What is so dangerous about PFAS is how little we know about it, the extent of its destruction despite its ubiquity. There's PFAS in my blood, yours, and everyone in this room. It is not a natural chemical. It is found in our bodies and, like people have mentioned, it lasts forever. How scary is that? Of the 9,000 known PFAS compounds, 600 are currently used in a multitude of products and goods in the US. This includes food packaging, firefighting foam, dental floss, carpets, clothing, and the list goes on. PFAS chemicals contain a carbon-fluorine bond, which is an incredibly strong bond, and therefore, when PFAS enters the environment is unable to break apart the bond, causing the quantity of PFAS in the environment to build up. Aside from usage, PFAS is virtually everywhere. Industrial processes use PFAS, and these sites often release PFAS into the water or air. PFAS contamination of water happens frequently near industrial facilities, military bases, and areas where firefighting foams containing PFAS have been used. Years of this have occurred at our very own Peace Air National Guard base, where soil and groundwater were contaminated. It is not only public water supplies, private wells also contain PFAS contamination. The exposure to PFAS is much broader than you might think, even beyond drinking water. It's in our food and household products. I ask you today, why take that risk? Human life is precious, and it is only just that we respect and acknowledge that inherent value. Particularly when it comes to health concerns, we do not know when we might observe the manifestation of the effects of PFAS, and it is essential we give our citizens and communities that liberty. Aside from the ecological degradation PFAS causes, we are coming to learn more and more about how PFAS is affecting the public's health. In a recent study published in Environmental Health Insights, researchers found that in southern New Hampshire, in Merrimack, residents had higher rates of thyroid cancer than the national average, and particularly higher rates of thyroid, colon, and prostate cancer compared to nearby towns that did not have high levels of PFAS exposure. Merrimack is home to a factory that produces PFAS-lined glass and fabrics. It's not just ordinary people like myself who know the effects of PFAS, but the companies who are using and unleashing these chemicals as well. DuPont Chemical Company is one of the largest chemical companies in the world. In 1951, DuPont began purchasing chlorofluoroctanic acid, or PFO, for use in manufacturing Teflon, a synthetic fluoropolymer known for its non-sticking properties. Instead of properly disposing of it, DuPont dumped thousands of pounds of chemical into the Ohio River and pits into which seeped into the ground and contaminated the drinking water of nearby communities. At the same time, DuPont was conducting research in the 1960s on PFAS and knew that it caused organ damage in animals. In the 1970s, DuPont also discovered that there were high concentrations of toxic chemicals in the blood of their workers and did not notify their workers of this. Then, in the 1980s, DuPont confirmed that the chemical was affecting the health of their workers and found defects in the babies of their pregnant employees. And, even after all this, DuPont did not make the information public. By the 1990s, DuPont knew that PFAS caused cancerous testicular, pancreatic, and liver tumors in lab animals. Finally, in 2006, DuPont reached a $16.5 million settlement with the Environmental Protection Agency for concealing information and knowledge about PFAS's toxicity. The $16.5 million settlement represented less than 2% of the company's profits that year. DuPont has been found liable for the health of thousands of plaintiffs. All for what? Profit? To me, that is inexcusable. It took over 50 years of suffering for so many innocent civilians to have their humanity recognized. Many will never even know about the harm done to them. Furthermore, 6 years is merely a drop in this pool of chemical waste, destruction, and greed. I believe in this fundamental recognition of people's autonomy and well-being. People like myself do not even have a sliver of the influence and power that DuPont possesses. And that is why we come to the law, to provide us with the hope of challenging power structures dominant in our socioeconomic conditions. Thank you for your time. I hope you consider the positive impact of bill and justice that HB 1089 will provide for the people of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. You know the takeout containers
Yeah.
that we take out?
Yes.
If they don't leak, you know they have PFAS in them.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes. It's everywhere.
Yep.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
no,
Whoop.
Representative-
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Stapleton. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Just a quick, you mentioned being a student of an academy. I didn't catch where that is.
Phillips Exeter. It's in Exeter, New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you very much.
Of course.
All right. Any other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you for taking my question.
Of course.
Now, is this part of a class project that you folks are working on?
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Next, I'm going to call on Chris Appel, please.
Thank you, Chairman Lind. My name is Chris Appel. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Shook, Hardy & Bacon in Washington, D.C. I'm testifying in opposition to HB 1089 on behalf of the American Tort Reform Association, which is a broad-based coalition of businesses, municipalities, associations, and professional firms with an interest in promoting greater balance and predictability in civil litigation. Hopefully I can answer some of the questions that came up during the first round with the representative sponsor. My goal here is to explain the vital role statutes of limitation play in New Hampshire and in every state's civil justice system, and to provide a national perspective on attempts, like the one in this bill, to eliminate a statute of limitations. First and foremost, statutes of limitations, whether 2 years, 3 years, or here 6 years, are an essential element of a properly functioning civil justice system. They allow judges and juries to evaluate liability when the best evidence is available, before records are discarded or witnesses pass away or can no longer be located. As the New Hampshire Supreme Court has repeatedly emphasized, the primary purpose of a statute of limitations is to eliminate stale or fraudulent claims. As the court has further explained, a statute of limitations establishes a deadline after which a defendant may legitimately have peace of mind. It recognizes that after a certain period of time, it is unfair to require a defendant to attempt to piece together defense to an old claim. The court in another case recognized that statutes of limitations serve society's purposes by keeping from the courts those claims which are stale and in which credibility has been eroded by the passage of time and faltering memories. These limitation periods expedite the orderly administration of justice and promote security and stability to human affairs. Again, all statements by the New Hampshire Supreme Court. HB 1089 proposes to upend those foundational public policies by eliminating the statute of limitations for PFAS injury claims. The bill would allow PFAS injury lawsuits to be brought for literally forever. In doing so, the bill would remove any semblance of predictability or rationality in PFAS litigation and expose countless New Hampshire entities to potentially indefinite liability. Importantly, there is no compelling reason to take this extreme approach. As was mentioned at the beginning, just a few years ago in 2021, the legislature doubled the statute of limitations for PFAS injury claims from 3 years to 6 years. The amendment also included an explicit discovery rule that can extend that already longer statute of limitations period. The 6-year limitations period does not begin to run until the plaintiff discovers, or in the exercise of reasonable diligence, should have discovered both the injury and the causal relationship to a defendant's tortious act or omission. In other words, a person can already sue 10, 20, 30 years after being injured if, for whatever reason, they didn't discover the injury and who caused it, and they were reasonably diligent in trying and didn't just sleep on their injury claim. To put this bill in a national context, no state has ever taken this approach to PFAS or any other potentially harmful substance. As far as I can tell, there is only one situation in which a state has eliminated a civil statute of limitations period, and that is in the very different, very unique context of childhood sexual abuse claims. The rationale for doing so in that situation is that sexually abused children might repress their trauma and injury, so a specialized rule is needed to address those exceptional circumstances. Even so, only around a dozen states or so have taken the approach of eliminating the applicable statute of limitations as opposed to extending it or creating a specialized discovery rule for it. I would submit that a PFAS-related injury bears no similarity to repressed childhood sexual abuse and instead fits within the universe of other tort claims for which finite statutes of limitations govern. It is also worth noting that from a national perspective, 6 years is among the longest limitations periods for bringing a tort claim. In many states, that limitations period is 2 years or 3 years. Finally, eliminating the 6-year statute of limitations for PFAS injury claims would be especially unjust in the context of exposure to PFAS, as was stated by the students in terms of how ubiquitous PFAS is. PFAS refers to a class of nearly 15,000 chemicals, and virtually everyone is exposed regularly to PFAS. For instance, as a recent Time magazine article pointed out, every raindrop has PFAS in it. Approximately 97 to 99% of Americans have some level of PFAS in their bodies right now. This means that pretty much everyone is a potential plaintiff and could bring a lawsuit against someone at some point if that person ever experiences any ailment allegedly caused by PFAS. As a practical matter, it would be virtually impossible for any defendant, whether a large corporation, a small business, even a neighbor, to mount a fair defense to claims alleging injury that occurred 40, 50, 60 years prior. This is why the existence of statutes of limitations are so vital to maintain a balance and predictability and avoid chaos in New Hampshire's civil justice system. And with that, for all these reasons, ATRA respectfully urges the committee to reject this bill, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Questions for this witness? Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my questions. Are you aware that New Hampshire, I know you mentioned other states and everything, but we're New Hampshire. Are you aware that New Hampshire has an incredible, southern New Hampshire, an incredible water problem because of PFAS? And it's a huge, I happen to live in Londonderry, and we have a huge PFAS problem in the water, because of a company, much like DuPont. Are you aware of that? And that is
Yes.
why, okay. And are you aware that this negotiations or whatever you want to call them with that company have been going on for a long time? The company's now leaving, closing down and leaving, and have been going on for a long time, and that the wheels of this turn very, very slowly, and that's why they're looking to extend this?
I am aware of that, and I will just say that the statute of limitations doesn't affect whether a claim is meritorious or not. It affects the period in which a claim can be brought.
Right.
And so when you have the existing discovery rule provides that the claim can be, the period in which to bring a meritorious claim can extend decades if the science isn't there to link, to show both injury. First of all, like all tort claims, you have to show an injury. So people might not develop an injury for 10, 20, 30 years. After you have an injury, you have to be aware, you have to discover the injury, or reasonably should have discovered the injury, and the causal connection to it. So not just I'm injured and I now know who caused it. That is when the statute of limitations kicks in. So to answer the questions that were earlier, I think there was a question about tobacco litigation and asbestos, and all of those have statutes of limitation. At most, they're 6 years, or probably less. But the reason that those claims, that litigation goes on for 10, 20, 30 years, in asbestos cases, more than a half century now, the reason is that because the injury doesn't develop for a very long time. Sometimes they're latent injuries. They take decades to develop in some cases. And in other cases, the science wasn't there to show that there was causation, so that the injury was caused by PFAS as opposed to, I don't know, I drank a vial of, toxic waste. I mean, so you have to establish both. And the current New Hampshire law allows for that. And so it tolls the limitation period and potentially toll it for a very long time. What this bill does, again, is just throws that out the window, which, again, no state has ever done in the context of PFAS or any other potentially hazardous substance. And there are certainly a lot more hazardous substances than PFAS that exist in the world. Toxic waste was thrown out as an example earlier. But there's a reason that states don't do this. It's because it fundamentally disrupts the civil justice system in the state, or would if they went down that path.
Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Would you please send the committee a copy of your testimony?
My oral remarks? Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Right, Representative Smith.
Thank you. First of all, New Hampshire is not made uncomfortable by the thought that we might be first in the nation in anything. So I just want to, if you're going to make the trip up from Washington again in the future, you might want to skip that line in your testimony. But I want to ask you something about the fact that you're making this trip up from Washington. It fascinates me. We're a small state. 1.3 million people. Of course, there are those of us who love it. Daniel Webster loves the state. The fact that you're here kind of confuses me. Is there not a New Hampshire law firm that would have had the information, the credibility to represent at least some of the entities you are here on behalf of? I guess to me, it's an alarm signal that you are here, and that makes me think that maybe this bill is on the right track, and that might be unfair, and that's why I want to share my feelings with you.
I understand, and maybe I can put you at ease a little bit. I was actually here testifying on a bill yesterday, and I just was asked.
Oh, so it's a twofer.
But in a sense, yes. Like I'm not. I wasn't here specifically for this bill. If it makes you feel better.
Representative Wallace, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. You're up here from DC. Could you speak to any federal regulations? And I'm thinking of EPA type situations. I'm sure we've all remember the Love Canal in upstate New York back in the 60s and 70s, the river actually being on fire from hazmat. We've had some local occurrences here in the state, the tannery in Raymond, BD oil, waste oil distribution. These are all Superfund sites that are still being remediated 40 years later. I remember them as a young man. And these, the BD in particular, that lawsuit went multi-generational in that I believe the feds prosecuted this, but not only did they sue the operation, got shut down, and also the kids, their fortunes were brought into this. So my question is, don't we already have almost no statute of limitations for environmental crimes? I mean, this would be analogous to an environmental crime. I understand it's a civil.
No, I mean, I'm not extremely well versed in how Superfund works, but I believe there is. I mean, there are statutes of limitation. They just in Superfund cases, a lot of times a remediation effort can be, to your point, a multi-decade process, just because it's very difficult in some situations, depending on the type of environmental contamination, to just snap your fingers and get it clean. It can be, so it's not so much that, and Superfund, we're talking here about private personal injury claims as opposed to what might be a class remediation effort or a fund site remediation effort, which is a different animal.
Follow-up?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. I understand that this is to address individual causes of action, but we're not, there's thousands of individuals that have been affected here in New Hampshire from this St. Gobain site in northern Merrimack, New Hampshire. I've had personal properties, wells be inspected by this, and it's absolutely contaminated. So this may develop into more of a class action suit, but clearly the deed has been done, the harm has been done, and we do have victims here in New Hampshire. And you know, the piper needs to pay his due, and leaving the state doesn't solve the problem. You know, that's part of our concern. So if you're going to operate in an above board manner and be responsible, that's not what's happening here. These people are leaving the state and leaving our jurisdiction. So it leaves us no choice. They're not doing the right thing. We're going to change the rules of engagement, and we're going to lock horns with them, however long it takes.
Well, just to recap, so this bill affects far more than one company. This bill would affect countless entities. It could affect someone. I mean, it could affect down to the personal level, not a small business, large business,
correct,
up and down the line. So, I would urge that it's not taking this path, this type of path in this legislation would not be a sound way if your beef is with a particular entity, or because again, this affects everyone.
Agreed. And as a 30-year licensed small hazmat generator by the EPA, who's never had any incidents, we take a lot of time and effort to make sure that we don't have any releases into the environment. And even in the small auto repair shop, like I own and operated for 30 plus years, we took it very seriously. And was a mom and pop operation. These are clearly large organizations that have the science, the research wings in their organizations. They know what they were doing. That's why they located here back in the day. I appreciate the answer, but I think there was some nefarious acts going on here, and we need to get to the bottom of it, and people need to
right. Again, this doesn't affect the meritoriousness of any individual claim. This is merely the period in which you can bring a claim and how that is determined.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Turer.
Yeah, thanks, and thank you for taking the question. I just following up on a line of discussion that you brought up earlier, which seemed to sort of say PFAS is a very large class of chemicals that's broadly exposed everyone over long periods of time, and that the sort of ability to connect the exposure to any given outcome because there are so many chemicals and they're so ubiquitous and they last forever, is the third point I was trying to bring up. I was not clear of why that was brought up. It almost, in my mind, seems to speak to why this class of chemicals would have a longer or maybe no statute of limitations, because it will take so long to establish the impact. In other words, if everyone has these, how much exposure and how long does it have to happen before you begin to be able to make the case that this particular contamination led to this particular outcome, and then basically have to move forward from that?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So because there is so much PFAS, if the statutes of limitation exist to provide a balance in our civil justice system, at its fundamental level, that's why they exist in every claim. So on one side, you want to balance the plaintiff's ability to bring a claim within a reasonable time of suffering an injury and knowing who caused it. And on the other hand, you you want to protect defendants. You want to give them a fair shake so that they're not having to defend claims 60 years down the road when it's really just there's no records. Everyone who's involved is dead. And you just have basically one person saying, yeah, you injured me 40 years ago when I drank from your well. I suffered an injury and I want to bring a lawsuit against you. Well, realistically, that doesn't provide someone with the ability to mount a fair defense, which is fundamental to our legal system.
So just one quick follow-up. Sure. So it sort of sounds, and this is what I'm struggling with. It sounds like what you're saying is the problem is so big and so ubiquitous and so diverse that it almost defies the concept of civil liability to begin with.
No, not necessarily. No, because if you sustained an injury from exposure to PFAS for a long period of time, and you can point to someone and say, "You're the one who did that. You caused my injury," you can sue them. Like there's no, I mean, you have 6 years under current law to sue them, or you have potentially decades to sue them if that's when after your injury materializes and you exercise reasonable diligence in not sleeping on your injury claim. The basic point of a statute of limitations is to protect people who just purposefully sleep on their claim, knowing that it gives them an unfair advantage later on. If you know that if I wait a little bit longer, the ability to defend these claims dissipates because everyone who can mount a fair defense can no longer do so. There's again, backing up to what the New Hampshire Supreme Court has repeatedly said, the statutes of limitation, the main purpose is to prevent stale and fraudulent claims.
Representative Katab.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I want to make sure that I understood you correctly because it seems like there's a little bit of perhaps misunderstanding from other committee members. So I just want to clarify. What I heard you say was that let's say somebody is exposed to PFAS now, they don't know that they're currently injured, and 20 years from now is when they first discovered that they were injured from that. When they discover that in 20 years, they have 6 years from that date of discovery. Is that correct?
Yes, and potentially even longer than that. Because it's not just that they developed an injury, it's who caused that injury. So if they develop an injury in 20 years and they don't realize who caused it for another 5, then the statute of limitations kicks in under the discovery rule.
Thank you.
Other questions for yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. My concern is that you're talking about individuals. My concern is being a resident of Londonderry. We're trying to get St. Gobain to do some things like put a pipeline down a road so that people can get water. Then they're not depending on their extremely contaminated wells. My concern, my concern is not so much about the individual, but the big picture for Southern New Hampshire. And it seems to me that the statute of limitations with that has really started because we know it's a problem, and so we have our 6 years as started. Is that correct?
Well, when you say we know we have a problem, that doesn't. What is required under the law is the existence of an injury. So you might know you have a problem, but the injury might not be there yet.
Is not having contaminated water an injury?
The existence of contaminated water is not a physical injury. When we're talking about tort claims, which is what this is, personal injury claims,
Yeah.
Those are a physical injury to a person.
All right, other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. I don't think I have any other pink cards on House Bill 1089. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1089? Yes, would you come up, and you need to fill out one of the pink cards, please? Oh,
No, that was for the next bill.
That's for the next one. I just would like to say one brief thing based on his.
Sure, if you fill out a card, if you would, please.
Okay, sir,
The
can I
red,
do
the
it?
pink
Speak
cards,
first? Thank
pink
you.
cards, right
Yes.
on the edge of the table.
Yes,
there.
Mr. Lynn.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, you can start testifying and just fill it out when you're done.
Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you. Thank you all for hearing me speak. My name is Robert Tangway. Just in reference to the gentleman's last testimony, he said that personal injury is physical. It's also per statute emotional. And I don't know the exact statute, but it is emotional damage too. And so that's kind of not looked at. And when you go around looking for a lawyer or a law firm, you'll see personal injury lawyers, and they typically only take the slam dunk physical, police abuse or a car accident, physical. But it is per statute emotional abuse. There's intentional infliction of emotional abuse, and there is also negligent infliction of emotional abuse. As regards to the bill, I don't know too much about the bill, but I understand that there are some timelines that should be met for the defense. But then there's also statutes which allow, upon discovery of elements of the tort, physical or emotional, that can extend those 3-year statute of limitations. And that's my testimony on this, unless there's any questions.
Great. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1089? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1089.
Okay, I'm going to open up the committee on House Bill 1104 FN and ask Representative Lynn to take it over.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. I know it's been a long day, and we're not done yet. I'm Representative Bob Lynn from Wyndham. I'm the prime sponsor of this bill. And I should say that the impetus for this bill was some discussions that I had with Representative Kutab, who is a member of the special committee, along with Representative Smith, on the family court. And I should say at the outset, I would direct your attention at the outset, because I think this is really important, to paragraph Roman numeral 3 of the bill, which appears on page 2. It's really the last paragraph. And the importance of that is that it says, nothing in this section shall affect the rights of aggrieved parties or litigants to pursue any other remedies available by law. So I think I'm going to wait until everybody's through passing things out. So anyway, the reason I bring to the last paragraph of the bill to your attention is this. In all candor, I don't know that this bill is absolutely necessary because it seems to me that under the existing law, if there was a situation where a judicial officer was found to have committed some misconduct, and there was any kind of a credible claim that that misconduct could have affected the results in any particular case, there are already I mean, for example, there's pretty well established case law in New Hampshire that in a family law, and really in any case, but in a family law case, if there's been a fraud committed in connection with the proceedings, that case can be reopened. So there's, and that's sort of the kind of thing that we're talking about here. So I think in those kinds of cases, I'm not sure that you need this bill, but it seemed to me that the importance of the bill, and this is what I sort of ask you to consider, is that to the extent that there needs to be a public perception that not just that there's case law in the New Hampshire Supreme Court or in the New Hampshire Supreme Court really that would allow relief in these kinds of cases. It would be better to have something in writing in statute sort of confirming that. And so that was a large part of the motivation for drafting this. So I drafted this bill basically to create a statutory remedy that would say if there's been a finding of judicial misconduct against, primarily it's going to be a judge, although clerks of court could be covered, are constitute judicial officers for purposes of the Code of Judicial Conduct. But let's assume we're talking about a judge. If there's been a finding of misconduct by a judge, then a person who alleged that that misconduct had a causal relationship to their case. And, I think it's really important to emphasize this point. I think it's common sort of rhetoric, for lack of a better term, for if a judge has committed some misconduct, to assume, well, everything that judge touched throughout his or her career must have been affected by that misconduct. Well, common sense would tell you that, that's probably not the case. If a judge, for example, suppose a judge should have recused himself or herself on some particular case because, let's say, they had a personal relationship with the attorney in the case. Well, certainly you might say it would be entirely appropriate to say, well, wait a minute, we better go back and look at what rulings the judge made in that case. That's one thing. That seems to me it could make perfect sense. But to say, well, 5 years ago, the judge handled another case with some people that had no relationship with, there's no allegation that the judge had any relationship. That must have been, there must have been some misconduct there too. That's just, what's the basis of that? And so that's what this is designed to get at, is if you are claiming that a judge who was found to have violated the Code of Judicial Conduct has or may have done something that affects your case, that finding of misconduct has some implications for your case, you can ask that the case be reviewed by the chief judge of the court that judge sits on, and the judge will make a preliminary determination of basically, is there a reasonable likelihood that the misconduct of the judicial officer had a causal bearing on the challenged ruling, decision, or judgment in your case. And if there's that reasonable likelihood, then the judge will, the decision will be vacated and the case will be remanded to a different judge for basically for a do-over, for lack of a better term, a do-over to reconsider the matter. So that's kind of the upshot of this. The one thing, and this gets to be technical, but I think it's important because I suspect we may hear from some other people, and I think it's kind of important that you understand this. You'll notice that I said that the decision of the chief judge in my example is not reviewable. That decision is a final decision and is not appealable. And I know that I had some discussions with the New Hampshire Bar Association about that, and they may have some objections to that. I'm not particularly married to that view. If there's, I mean, to the extent that there is, that some people think that decision should be reviewable, you know, I'm certainly open to that and leave it to the committee. The one thing I would say, and this is where this gets to be a little bit of inside baseball, but it really has very practical importance. If in the example, the chief judge of the court says that the judge finds that there is no reasonable likelihood that the judicial misconduct had some bearing on your particular case, I could understand changing what I've drafted to say, okay, that ruling can be appealed to the Supreme Court. That's one thing, because if the judge says that there's no causal connection, that's the end of that complaint. And so an argument could be made that you should be able to appeal that to the Supreme Court before your case is sort of finally thrown out. Flip the situation. Suppose the judge says, yes, I find that there is a reasonable likelihood that the misconduct may have had some bearing on your case. So I'm sending that case back to another judge for a redo. In that situation, the party who doesn't like that ruling, doesn't like it being sent back to another judge, I feel very strongly should not be able to appeal that decision right then. Because if the person can appeal right then, that's what that's going to do is just delay the initial determination. Rather, what makes more sense is to say, you can't appeal right then if you are on the losing side of that decision. But once it goes back to the other judge for a redo, that judge is going to make a decision. And if you were the losing party on the decision to send it back to the judge, and you are also the losing party when the judge reconsiders it, then you can appeal at that time, and you can appeal both decisions. That's a doctrine in the law called avoiding piecemeal appeals, and it makes a lot of sense, and I think it makes sense here. I know that may be more legal nuance than you want to know about, but I think it is important. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have, and I'm sorry if I bored you.
Representative Manos, please.
Thank you. You would never bore me with this stuff. I love it. Anyway, I wanted to know about the phrase formal discipline. And I was wondering whether that means public discipline, and what if the discipline were private? I presume there can be private judicial discipline.
Right. You know what? Yes. Although it's at a pretty low level. I think if it goes beyond, like a warrant, maybe a warning, or I'm not even sure. I think a reprimand even becomes public. It's been 4 years since I've dealt with the Code of Judicial Conduct, but I think that's right. I think even a reprimand becomes public. So it would have to be something less than that, like maybe a warning would not be public. And if there's somebody from the bar or the court system here, they can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But that's my impression. It gets to be public at a pretty low level. But I think if it was not, if it was below that, then it's not covered by this. Representative Turr.
Yes, Representative Turr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Representative Lynn, I've got to call on right now.
Once-
Thank you.
You know, you give somebody
doesn't
a
happen
little
that often.
power and they forget where they are. Sorry about that.
Thanks for taking the question. I'm just wondering, are there cases that have happened that one could look at to sort of see where this would have changed the result? Is this, I guess I'm wondering, theoretical, or is this something that happens with some frequency, and there's observable outcomes that we could say, would be the reason for this?
I think my answer to that question, I'm sure you will hear from other witnesses something much different. My answer to that question is that it is pretty rare. I'm not saying never. I do not for a moment say that, the judicial system in New Hampshire it gets an A+ on every single thing. But I do think, on balance, the judicial system here is pretty darn good. And I think that instances of misconduct are relatively rare. And where they happen, I think they tend to be a sort of a pretty discrete situation, as opposed to, I don't, a judge taking a bribe to fix all traffic cases or something like that. I have never heard of that kind of a thing in New Hampshire. But there have been some misconduct, no question.
And just following up, there's not like a case that you would say would be one that someone should look at if they were trying to think through this.
Well, there's I can think of two cases, really unfortunate situations. We had one case. It really had nothing to do with any, a judge's ruling in any particular decision. And by the way, I can talk about these because they became public. We had a judge, judges are evaluated every 3 years. We had a judge that was, and the way that happens is people fill out questionnaires and they send them back in to people that calculate the results. Unfortunately, we had a judge who was filling out his own questionnaires and submitting them as if they were submitted by, members of the public. And as you might expect, he was not giving himself bad ratings. That was discovered, I have to emphasize, this is really, really important. That was discovered by administrators and the administrative judge it was a circuit court judge that this was happening with. It was discovered by an administrative judge and the administrator in the circuit court that happened, and that person is no longer a judge. The other one that I really don't know much about the details, but it's obviously been in the papers. You've probably heard, there was a judge who allegedly had a friendship with a guardian ad litem, I believe, and was because of that friendship was making appointed that guardian ad litem in circumstances where that maybe that shouldn't have been done. And apparently there was an allegation, if I understand correctly, that guardian ad litem was sort of billing more time than was justified, and the judge was approving that. I don't believe, and again, somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, because I was not personally involved in any part of this case. I don't believe there was any claim that the judge was somehow getting a portion of the guardian's fees or anything like that. The claim was simply that because they were friends, the judge was overly generous in approving or being less critical than she should have been on the bills that were submitted by the guardian. That's my understanding anyway of it. But those are sort of two examples. And I'm happy to answer any other
Any
questions.
other questions for Representative Lynn?
Great.
Seeing none?
Thank you.
You're excused. We now call Robert Tangway, excuse me.
Thank you all. I really appreciate being here and what you guys are doing. First time speaking before the Honorable Bob Lynn. I do listen to him. Rep. Smith, thank you, and Ms. Kutab, and everybody else as well. So I'm opposed to this bill as it's inexpedient. It's not necessary. Article 8 of the New Hampshire Constitution already holds our government accountable. But what we're actually what's actually happening on the streets or courtrooms, and to me, the courtroom is a church where you go to find justice, the truth, and be treated fairly. We're not having that, and I've gone to other courts, and it's really with the family courts. What we need to do is we need to repeal 173B. It's unconstitutional, Article 15 of the New Hampshire State Constitution, rights of the accused, where there's a criminal process. You are required, the state is required to provide a legal counsel to you and also prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's plenty of instances where this hasn't happened. And so I've already sent to all your attention the extreme conflicts of interest that are happening in New Hampshire courts. And I'll describe those in my personal capacity. The judicial referee wrote physically and mathematically impossible findings of fact. I gave a notice to the clerk, and she dismissed it and passed it to another judge and then another judge. And these are signed affidavits. And so what we've found in my research is that there's a rule called RSA 21G 25. It's a law. I apologize. And it goes from the Constitution to the laws. God gives us our constitutional rights or nature. And so this 21G, it says that the lobbyists or companies that employ lobbyists are not allowed to be on any commission. Yet we have a legal testimony in this room and also in the special committee. Anything that came from the Domestic Violence Coalition, Lynn Shibinette, and 3 other registered lobbyists is a legal testimony, and it's been brought to the attention, and nobody's doing anything about it. They just ignore it. And this is because Lynn Shibinette is on the governor's Domestic Violence Commission and the Supreme Court Task Force, which has Supreme Court Justice Hans Marconi, who's a member of the Women's Bar Association. On November 8th of 2023, the Domestic Violence Coalition got $2.4 million signed by the governor. And yet she lobbies and then also heads that commission, which was at the Supreme Court. On November 17th, 2022, and I'll go through the things that happened. I was at the Supreme Court. Lynn Shibinette was there running the meeting where they talked about wiretap laws. And they're really part of a nationwide organization, the National Domestic Violence Coalition. And then when you go from there, later that day, I come into Governor Sununu's office, and on there, so this is November 17th, there's a letter that was written to me saying, I've been talking to them for a year trying to expose this, but basically a letter they wrote to me, November 2nd. November 8th, $2.4 million is given to the coalition. November 17th, when I was there, on the desk in the governor's office was a email from Jennifer Smith defaming me, Robert Tangway, saying basically I'm crazy, saying that I have to get a psychological examination, which is not true, and that I'm not allowed to see my children without supervised visits, unless I get that psychological evaluation, which is not true. I'm a registered lobbyist. I'm here on my own behalf. Nobody has paid me to be here. I'm here to save my children. And so with that, those facts have been presented to people. It's very important that this is on the record and that anything that the Domestic Violence Coalition has touched during these periods of time from 2021, I believe, to November 17th, and they just canceled their meeting, all bills going forward are tainted. All funds going forward are tainted. And then just to bring up, so 173B, we have judges that are just breaking the law. It's what I call paper stuffing. They paper stuff you, for use of a better word that is inappropriate to the decorum of this room. They paper stuff you. They just throw lies at you. They write false narratives. They break the law. They provide no justification. And this is the level of my pleadings. They are very, very good. They are very well done, but they retaliate against pro se individuals. So this bill is inexpedient. We need to repeal 173B. We need to look at, before you go any bill, you need to read the Constitution. And then the bills that are repugnant to the Constitution shouldn't move forward. This enhances it. But where this bill was derived from is one that was made in 2001, which the Supreme Court made a rule. We need a commission internally for the balance of powers. We need to counterbalance. And then by having a commission, you can't have lobbyists or people who employ lobbyists on that commission. So that's what's happening. And it's really with Sununu's administration. It's very corrupt, and I've been having a lot of problems with it. I would appreciate any questions. I could talk for almost as long as Mr. Lin, but I would appreciate any questions for clarification.
I'm not going to ask questions. I was just going to ask if there were questions. I can't ask if there are questions. I thought I could.
If you don't have questions, I'll read Article 2 of the New Hampshire Constitution.
Representative Horgan, did you have a question?
Yes, this is just a slight factual thing. So we heard,
Yes, sir.
I heard several reference to somebody named Lynn Shibanet, and is she related to Lori Shibanet, who is the Director of Health and Human Services?
Thank you for correcting me, sir.
Oh,
Ms. Shibanet is the director of the Domestic Violence Coalition. I've supplied these in writing so to be as factual as possible. I am 100% honest.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to draw special attention to Article 2, Natural Rights, Article 3, Society and its organization of purposes, and rights of conscious unalienable. I also want to bring attention to the classifications of crimes, RSA 625:9, where it describes that violence is a physical or severe bodily injury. Violence is not emotional or the threat of physical. So they have gerrymandered the family courts, and they have gerrymandered our idea, which is by statute, of what violence is. Violence is not a disagreement. Violence is not a sad, hurt feelings or wishing that the husband made more money or the woman was in better shape or whatever it may be. Thank you so much, everybody.
We now call Dana Albrecht.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Dana Albrecht from Nashua. I'm a father of 4, and this isn't theoretical to me. A point earlier, 3 judges with proven findings of misconduct have been involved in my case. The first being Paul Moore, who signed the very first order in my case that Rep. Lynn alluded to earlier with the ballot stuffing on the evaluations. The second of which was Julie Introcaso. Julie Introcaso was I am one of the 9 cases in which Julie Introcaso appointed her close friend, Kathleen Sternenberg, and improved improper fee increases. So I'm one of those 2. And last but not least, and specifically because of my case, Marital Master Bruce Dalpra was removed from the bench. Again, we have a Supreme Court order on that. So unfortunately, I feel uniquely qualified here. This isn't theoretical. And I guess to quote Katniss Everdeen, I guess I volunteer as tribute to testify about this. So everybody should have 3 handouts from me. First is an exhibit list.
Mr. Albrecht, the committee has all your exhibits.
Okay.
We will read through them.
Okay.
If you continue with your verbal testimony, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank
Okay,
you.
just to remind you what you exhibit list. Deposition of Judge David King and deposition of Honorable Julie Introcaso. I may refer to those in my testimony. So, first and foremost, the issue I see with this bill is that it would ask an aggrieved party, and I think in this case I count with the 3 different findings, to go to the administrative judge for relief. The problem with that is, in my opinion, the administrative judge is personally responsible for much of this debacle and actively covered it up. If you have a look at the exhibits in my case, Master Dalpra committed proven misconduct November 6, 2020. Within 1 week of that, the administrative judge was fully aware that misconduct was being deliberately omitted from official transcripts in my case, so we have a falsified record, and he did nothing about it. When that went to the JCC, you'll see Exhibit 3 on 2/16/2021. The JCC actually dismissed it, the complaint against Master Dalpra, claiming there was no likelihood of misconduct. And again, Judge King was aware of that at that time as well and did nothing. By the time you get to Exhibit 4, December 16th, 2021, you have a final New Hampshire Supreme Court order in my case. I think the relevant portion, the whole order is in the packet, but the relevant portions are highlighted in yellow. Essentially because of Judge King, the Supreme Court was sent on a wild goose chase, ordering 3 different versions of what should be an official transcript over the course of 2 years, when he knew there was a problem within a week of the event. So we kind of sent the Supreme Court on a wild goose chase. When you look at Exhibit 5, now we're out in April of 2022. We've got the New Hampshire Attorney General's office investigating, the AG's office public integrity unit. You've got a letter there investing irregularities in the transcript. And once again, they got it wrong, kind of lacking knowledge of Judge King's involvement and cover up even by then.
Mr. Chair?
So,
excuse me, could I ask
yes,
just a
Representative Smith.
question of the chair? All this information is very interesting from an historical point of view. Some of it, some of us have seen before and not. My question, however, is could you please tell us exactly what relates to the pending legislation? We are not here to rehear any of your cases or anything that may have gone right or wrong. What we need to know is, looking at the bill that's before the committee, do you agree with the bill? Do you disagree with the bill? How would you change it? So if you can confine if that's all right with the chair, if you could confine your testimony to that rather than going back yet again over matters that are incredibly important to you and therefore to this committee, but not necessarily relevant to the bill.
I think it's directly relevant to the
Thank you,
bill
Representative Smith.
because if you look at page 1, line 17, 18, the relief is supposed to go as a petition to the Chief Justice or Administrative Judge of the court. And if the problem is the administrative judge of the court in the first place, you're asking the person who potentially was potentially untruthful under oath in his deposition to the Judicial Conduct Committee for relief. That's like asking the fox to guard the henhouse. The bill asked me to seek relief from the very individual who is probably most responsible for this debacle in the first place. It's right in the bill. I'm supposed to go to the administrative judge. Well, I'm talking about the administrative judge. That's the direct relevance of the bill. You have the deposition of the administrative
Mr.
judge.
Albrecht, if I could
in
ask you
front
a
of you.
question.
Yes.
Is your matter settled at this point in time?
I
It's a
believe.
yes or no question.
What?
Is your matter settled at this point in time? You've brought us quite a substantial amount of documents. So is your case settled at this point in time?
I have a pending. I've asked the U.S. Supreme Court for
Okay, so
review
you've got a pending appeal.
to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Okay. So at this point in time, it's settled. So if we did pass this, this wouldn't have any bearing on your case at this point in time, would it? Because we cannot make any laws retrospectively.
Ex post, the whole
Ex post facto
facto
laws
thing,
are not
yeah.
permitted pursuant to the New Hampshire Constitution. So as such, let's move on with your presentation because this is all in the rearview mirror. Thank you.
So, respectfully, sir, it may be in the real mirror, but one of the representatives over here asked if there are specific cases, and there are more than mine. I would refer you to.
That question was directed to a previous witness, so it's the questions that are directed to yourself, Mr. Albrecht. Thank you.
Okay, but I believe that issue was properly before the committee, whether there are specific cases. If you look at Exhibit 9, you'll see the 9 cases. I gave you a list, so you guys can go through that as a case study. You have the complete deposition of Ms. Introcaso discussing those cases, so you can go through that for a case study on what the potential is. And coming back to the bill itself and to address some comments by the sponsor, apparently this is about public perception. I respectfully disagree on the whole need to prove a causal connection. That's inconsistent with U.S. Supreme Court precedent in Rippo v. Baker, which chastised the Nevada Supreme Court for applying the wrong legal standard. The legal standard is not some kind of proof of bias. The legal standard per current U.S. Supreme Court is risk of bias. And the issue, so first of all, this bill is repugnant to Article 8 in terms of accountability of magistrates and officers. It's just repugnant to the Constitution. It doesn't hold the right people accountable. With regard to the 9 cases you have before me, I would assert it's also utterly repugnant to Article 10 of the state constitution. I'd certainly suggest everybody review Articles 8 and 10, including our listeners. Article 10 provides strong protection for equal protection. Our state Supreme Court has recognized that for over 100 years. Opinion of the Justices 144, NH 374, 1999, going all the way back to State v. Penoyer 65, NH 113, 1889. And because Article 10 provides such strong equal protection, or is supposed to, what you have here is 9 cases of very similarly situated litigants who were treated radically different by the court system. You've got selective recusal in some, you've got people not knowing about it for years in other, and the way the bill is written, it would only provide relief to the person who brought the complaint. It wouldn't provide any relief to, the other 9 cases where this specifically went on. So, the way this is written, I don't see any way anybody could, in practice, ever get any relief from this. It kind of brings to mind, may the odds be ever in your favor.
Are there any questions for this witness? Representative Kutab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you've given us examples of cases where judges have now been found to have committed misconduct. However, you are opposed to this bill. Is there a way that the bill could be amended to address the concerns that you have, or are you just opposed to it in general?
I would amend it to bring back something like the prior RSA 494A Judicial Conduct Commission, with enough tweaks to make that pass constitutional muster, so that when we have sort of real cases like we're demonstrating here, where there really is a problem, we have more legislative oversight and more independent oversight that's not under the judiciary, sort of to quote Juvenal, who will watch the watchers.
Are there any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
The committee now calls Randall S. Collier, representing himself.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for letting me speak today. I oppose the commission's bill. There's obviously some wording that needs to be fixed with it. Originally, it says in the 60s that the Judicial Conduct Commission was organized to investigate, prosecute, and adjudicate complaints about judicial misconduct. I believe, was it in 2001 that the Supreme Court said that the commission was unconstitutional, and I'm just kind of curious. I'm confused in regards to the committee and the commission. We filed grievances with the Judicial Conduct Committee, and they were all denied. But I have some questions for the committee. If the circuit court was made by legislation that is unconstitutional, there's a good chance the committee that was formed in the 60s was right that the commission is also unconstitutional. What was the Supreme Court's reasons that the commission was found unconstitutional? Is it the same reasons that the circuit court was found unconstitutional? This also means that the circuit court's obviously an administrative court, and they violate our rights through 173B. But however, we all know that circuit court's an administrative court, not a constitutional court, so they violate all our rights anyway. But we do need checks and balances throughout a independent commission. We need checks and balances. And I don't know how to reword it, but we do need checks and balances on all branches of government. I have a lot here to say, but it's probably too much for everyone. So, any questions?
Representative Greason.
This may be a question that someone else can answer, but I wonder if there's a little confusion about what this bill, or maybe I'm the one who's confused this time. This bill appears to me to say a judge has been found to have some sort of misconduct by the judicial misconduct, whatever. Now, if you have had a case before that judge and you believe that that judge's misconduct affected the ruling, you can now petition the court to have your case reviewed. So this isn't about bringing a complaint against the judge. It's about getting your case reviewed. And as it pertains to perhaps if the problem is the administrative judge, the remedy is in lines 20 through 22 that says that you would then, if that's who the problem is, you would go to the most senior associate judge of the court in question. So if that's the problem, you jump the chain of command to the next highest one or whatever. So am I reading the bill correctly that that's what this bill does? And do you understand that that's what this bill is doing, not about your claim against the judge and trying to initiate some sort of action against the judge, but rather to have your particular case that judge heard, reheard, or reopened in some way?
Yeah, but there's a lot of other like back doors that need to be checked before that happens. And we're trying to get through that through all these other bills. But if administrative court, circuit court, Rule 2.2 says rules of evidence don't apply in domestic violence or family cases because it's an administrative court. Article 15 is rights of the accused, right? Judicial mission conduct or mission statement is to follow the Constitution. So every single administrative hearing is completely violating all the citizens' rights. So the Judicial Conduct Committee knows this because it's not a constitutional court, but we need a remedy because every time that we go looking for a remedy, it's always backed and it's always denied. So we need a body separate of the judiciary, well, I don't know, including the judiciary, but for oversight because they continuously violate our rights. But then when we go for a redress, because the redress committee is gone too now, part of the First Amendment, we have nowhere to turn. So I understand what you're saying, but go ahead.
Follow, I don't think that this bill actually addresses that problem. It's not intended to. I know there's another bill somewhere, or at least I maybe dreamed it one night, but there is other legislation that may address that issue, but that's not this one.
Okay.
Unless I'm mistaken.
Any other questions for this witness?
Article 14 and Article 15 too. I mean, it's the rights of the people, so we need to have something in place. So,
Questions? Okay, seeing none. Anthony Kinney, please. That is the last one.
Thank you, representatives of the committee, for letting me speak today. I'm here to oppose HB 1104. In cases where, every judge swears an oath to support both the state and federal constitutions and to be faithful and impartial. But the judge showing a knowing and willingly showing partiality and favoritism or bias, poor decision-making, due to a known or many known conflicts of interest, intentional violation of rights to good parents and innocent children. In cases where these violations by the judges also violate their oaths of office, they harm families, keeping parents from seeing their children, keeping innocent children from seeing their parents. The system is already broken, and it makes it near impossible for any litigant to seek justice for their losses, family or children. It seems like the way the law is set up right now, There is a way to get a remedy. It makes it hard to go through the Judicial Conduct Committee. When you make a complaint, as you've already heard today, it's not if the administrative judge is the problem, then it goes to a different judge. I think what the meaning was is if there's a problem with any judge, it goes to the administrative judge who covers it up. That's the issue. Okay, so 1104 just adds to the problem because now you have to go through the channel. You have to, it says all of these considerations must be met. Well, what if all of those considerations are not there in your complaint? What if it's, you know, oh, the judge has a relationship with a co-parent's attorney and refuses to recuse himself and is making bad decisions, leaving your child either without a parent or living with their abuser. This bill is just another act for judicial misconduct to get pushed under the rug. As far as formal discipline, the law was already set when it was changed. And just to touch on Lynn when he said that the finding of judicial conduct is rare or very rare. That's, again, the issue. It's very rare to find by the Judicial Conduct Committee or going through the administrative judge, but it's not very rare that there's a complaint because the Judicial Conduct Committee acts like each individual complaint is a new complaint on a different judge when they're compiling many, many complaints on the same judge that shows a pattern of behavior when all pro se litigants are in there saying the very same thing about the very same judge. So I asked the Senate to oppose HB 1104 and request that the Senate also oppose the passing of 1004. I further asked that the Senate amend New Hampshire RSA 494A. 494A, the Judicial Conduct Committee would have, if it had been implemented, would have shown greater accountability, transparency, and checks and balances. Bill 1104 clearly, I already read that part, so I'll take any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on House Bill 1104? Seeing none, we'll now close the hearing on House Bill 1104. Thank you.
And since we are beyond 3:45, I'm going to reopen the hearing on House Bill 1283. And I'm going to call Lisa
Schmidt.
Pardon?
Lisa Schmidt.
Schmidt, yes, I'm sorry, okay, Ms. Schmidt.
Well, Smith.
Right, right. Thank you. This is still on the right to die. No, it's fine. I understand. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. Don't. No problem. No problem. All right. Ms. Schmidt, again, I'm just going to ask you if you could please confine your remarks to 2 minutes, okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa Schmidt, and I support this bill. My husband, Jack, was a vibrant, active 82-year-old, still kayaking, hiking, and splitting and stacking 6 cores of firewood. In August 2022, when he was 83, he was diagnosed with stage 4 prostate cancer. He started hormone treatments, and he had some benefits from that. But then the nausea, pain, constipation, and weakness increased. He went from a cane to walker to wheelchair in a few months. He chose hospice in April of this last year. Hospice was amazing, but even so, he experienced breakthrough pain and his constipation got worse. He had always wanted to make use of medical aid in dying, and he wanted us to go to Vermont where it was legal for out-of-state residents. But it is nearly impossible for a terminally ill person to access medical aid in dying in Vermont at that point. So it was not an option for us. He talked about ending his life, and he wanted me to purchase a pistol. In August, he was unable to get out of bed. Even with a Hoyer lift, the only way to help him evacuate his bowels was with multiple enemas and me wearing gloves and helping draw out the poop. A manual assist. In September, in order to control his dying, he chose to stop eating and drinking. He stopped eating and drinking on September 4th and died 8 days later. Helping my husband navigate his final 12 months of his life was a journey and a gift. But nothing was to be gained by forcing him to live beyond his meaningful life, and with so much suffering. He wanted me to do whatever I could to make medical aid in dying available to more people and in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Betsy Wallman, or Walmar, and then the next witness will be Sherelle Sando. Betsy Walmar here? All right. No. Sherelle Sando. Sando? And the next witness will be Nancy Dorner.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Sando. Sorry for the voice, and thank you for being here this afternoon. I had this all prepared, but for the 2-minute limit, I'm winging it. I submitted my testimony, and I just want to say I've been a registered nurse for 40 years. I worked in catastrophic case management and oncology. So a short story is I just managed their care from beginning to the end, whether it be recovery or end of life. I currently work in hospice and have worked in hospice for a long time. Now I'm just going to switch over to my own personal experience. I've taken care of lots of people. I've done so many stories, good, bad, and all that. I was diagnosed, I moved up from Concord to Millsfield in 2011 and got diagnosed with cancer. Not a lot of care up there. Being the case manager, I had to case manage myself, and I went everywhere to get my treatment. So I had surgery, I had chemo and radiation everywhere. And my tumor is a very aggressive tumor, and it's got a sarcoma component. And as a hospice nurse, I know how badly that can end. And so I love my life, and I'm doing well since then. But I want the option. I believe in this bill because I want the option to have that should my cancer invade my body in a way that I don't think hospice can manage. And I really, truly believe that we should have the choice. Just having the choice alone will take away the anxiety I would have knowing how I may die, may not. I may not need it, but I'd like to know I could if I needed it. So that's my story.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Questions for this witness? Seeing none. Nancy Dorner, and next will be Dr. Kevin Lossis. Thank you. Nancy's not here. Okay, all right, not here. Dr. Kevin Lossis? I think.
He had to leave. I have his testimony.
Okay, great. If you could just share it with us at the end, maybe. Christine Peters, please. Christine Peters here. All right. Dr. Dion Bernard, was she already here? I think she testified, I think. Yes, sorry. Aileen Woosmack?
Thank you, and I just want to commend everybody, no matter what side they were sitting up here for. It's not easy. So I sent something electronically, and then I changed it, and so this is my new change. And then I changed it again for the 2 minutes. I'm here in support of the bill HB 1283. My name is Aileen Wozmak. I live in Walpole, New Hampshire. And as a hospice nurse, I was a hospice nurse for 30 years and a nurse for 50 years. Not that it was 80. But some, excuse me, many people said to me during those 30 years, and I would say it's a handful, left hand, right hand, 10 people in the 30 years who begged for me to end their life. It wasn't all of them. And one of my first experiences was a husband of this woman that I took care of after he died. He went into his truck and he put a gun to his head, and I had to go out and pronounce him. And it was because he was suffering a great deal. I think that my experience has convinced me that for some patients, the most humane and compassionate care would be to allow them the option of deciding to end their own suffering. In hospice, you've got psychiatric evaluation, counseling, antidepressants, anti-anxiety meds, pain meds, and spiritual care, if they accept it. Those are all used to help with both the emotional and physical pain, but sometimes it's just not enough. Death, and I would like to say, is that suicide, euthanasia, the words that I'm hearing here today, should not be included in this. This is not suicide. This is death of the patient their goal has not been met to be comfortable. We have somehow let them down. The goal is to manage intractable suffering caused from not only the pain, but that of emotional and existential suffering. Many have embraced and accepted the dying process, but hospice and end-of-life care doesn't always get it right. So that's why I'm here today, is to understand that sometimes we just don't do it, and people need to have that right. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Deborah Bernacia? Deborah Bernacia. Wendy Chase? Wendy Chase, thank you. Okay. Hi. Hi.
How are you?
Good.
I just shut it off. Thank you, Tim. Thank you very much for letting me speak today. I'm actually speaking on behalf of my position as a board member of the New Hampshire Alliance for End-of-Life Options. And my name is Wendy Chase, and I am a member of the New Hampshire Alliance of End-of-Life Options, and also I'm a board member of ABLE New Hampshire, which is a disability justice advocates. So I am also the mother of a physically disabled daughter. And it's important that we protect the people with disabilities in New Hampshire. Therefore, when we were doing our researches, we extended invitations and open discussions focusing on any concerns or language changes that might be needed from our disability advocates to feel comfortable with this bill. We consulted with people from all over the country. Oops, excuse me. So sorry. We consulted with people all over the country. The policy director of Disability Rights Center in Oregon told us that none of the fears have been realized, and they believe that people living with disabilities who qualify for medical aid and dying should have the same rights as anyone else. We asked about devaluing lives, and she said the lives of people with disabilities are devalued in all sorts of ways by our culture. Medical aid and dying law had nothing to do with that. Our New Hampshire poll, which you've heard about and we have hanging outside, 75% of the individuals in New Hampshire who identified as having disabilities agreed with medical aid and dying that it should be legal. The idea that medical aid a medical person would coerce a disabled person into medical aid in dying would be a process not worth taking. A dying person has to be the one who asks for medical aid in dying. A caregiver, guardian, or a family member cannot do this. It has to come direct from the person. There are multiple steps of eligibility in order to go through the process. There is no way to say, well, somebody's forcing me to do this. You can't qualify solely for a disability, old age, chronic illness. You must be terminally ill with 6 months less to live, which you've heard over and over. And then in the beginning, I mentioned my daughter at the start of my testimony. Excuse me. Erin was a childhood cancer survivor who suffered for 24 or 34 years with severe chronic pain and medical complications. As much as I believe and support in HB 1283, my beautiful daughter would not have qualified because she did not have a terminal illness within 6 months or less to live. The safeguards are in place. If you don't qualify, then you don't qualify. But for those who do, please allow this option to be available to them. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Questions for this witness?
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Nope,
forgot that
nope,
part.
seeing none, no, we're all set, thank you.
Thanks.
Hannah Rudy? And next will be Reverend Peter Fredericks, I think. Fredrins, I'm not sure, but I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right. But anyway, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name's Hannah Rudy, and I'm a nurse practitioner working in palliative care, currently at Catholic Medical Center. Every day of my job, I witness and care for patients and families who are faced with the unexpected and unimaginable, namely the diagnosis and subsequent living with a serious illness that will significantly impact their lives. Perhaps it's the diagnosis of a terminal cancer, bringing with it significant symptoms such as pain, or facing advanced cardiac issues and pulmonary diseases, which many times lead to recurrent hospitalizations and progressive limitations to their day-to-day functional abilities and need for assistance from others. Each of these situations are hard to face and live with, but it's possible, and it's done by many people, likely some in our own families and spheres of loved ones. And while serious illness brings with it many challenges and vulnerabilities, legalizing assisted suicide, also being referred to as medical aid in dying, is not the answer. Rather, let us focus on and bolster the services and supports available to these individuals and their families. Palliative care is focused on helping people live with their serious illness for however much time they may have, with the aim of alleviating physical, psychological, social, and spiritual. Human life is precious, and amidst facing pain, dependence on others for care and assistance, or experiencing unexpected limitations, I've witnessed meaning-making, reconciliation, love, acceptance, and forgiveness come forth during the final months, weeks, and days of one's life. By intentionally hastening one's death, time is lost and is unable to be retrieved, and one may never know what could have been. Symptoms such as pain, anxiety, shortness of breath can be managed with medications. Psychological distress can be addressed by a multidisciplinary team.
You know,
And
you're kind of
spiritual-
over your time. I'd appreciate
One
if you
second.
could- Sure, thank you.
Spiritual distress can be explored and hopefully alleviated. Therefore, a palliative care team can distress all of these potential domains of distress and suffering and remind patients that they're not alone and help their family members in hopefully experiencing a rich and meaningful end of life and a natural death. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none. Reverend Peter Friedrichs. Okay, thank you.
It's more my handwriting than your pronunciation.
And Bonnie Blaisdell will be next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. My name is Reverend Peter Friedrichs. I am a Unitarian Universalist pastor living in Keene. I'm a hospice volunteer. I'm also a member of the board of the New Hampshire Alliance for End-of-Life Options. While I believe in the separation of church and state,
Our personal beliefs can't help but inform our opinions about issues of life and death. And because there is substantial opposition to this bill coming from one particular faith tradition, I feel it is important to remind you that theirs is not the only faith-based voice to be heard. My faith compels me to advocate for the passage of the End of Life Options Act, HB 1283. Mercy, compassion, peace, and love lie at the heart of my religion. Passage of the bill will ensure that terminally ill people will have a compassionate, merciful, peaceful, and loving way to bring their unbearable suffering to an end. You need look no further than the story of the Good Samaritan to know that we are all called to provide comfort and to reduce suffering wherever and whenever we encounter it. As proven by the experiences of people in the states that have it, medical aid in dying reduces suffering and provides comfort to many who are at the end of life. Human life is precious, but its sole measure is not in longevity. Quality of life, as determined by each individual, is an important aspect of its sanctity. Medical aid in dying empowers every terminally ill person to decide for themselves whether they wish to keep on living under their current circumstances. Medical aid in dying is not just a theoretical, theological question for me. As a church pastor, I have borne witness to painful and prolonged suffering where this option has not been available. And I have witnessed the calm, peaceful, and compassionate death of a dear friend and colleague who lived in Oregon, where she was able to exercise her right to bring her own life to an end on her terms. There's no doubt in my mind which of these consists of the good death we would all prefer when our time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Bonnie Blaisdell, and next will be Claudette Kelly. All right, okay. Claudette Kelly? Ms. Kelly? Thank you. And next, after that, will be Mark LaCroix.
Good afternoon. I've brought my husband with me. My name is Claudette Kelly. Mr. Chairman and members of the House Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony to House Bill 1283, a bill, I might add, with bipartisan sponsor support. Thank you to each of the sponsors. Let me take a moment to tell you briefly my story. On December 18th of last year, I lost my best friend, my husband, Bill. He was as tough a man as you will ever meet, and he fought hard battling cancer for 3.5 years so that he could unselfishly be here for his loved ones. Bill was in and out of the hospital more times than I can count. Late last year, he nearly lost his foot and became immobile. This for him was the final straw. Sitting in a chair in a home he rebuilt for me, unable to function and in significant pain, despite the medication assistance from a wonderful hospice team. House Bill 1283, if passed, would have allowed my husband to go peacefully on his terms, surrounded by his family and loved ones in the state he spent his entire life in. Instead, we had to travel to Vermont with only a few family members so that my husband could pass responsibly and safely and make his own choice and pass on his own terms, ending the months and months of suffering he endured. I urge you to support this critical House bill, to embrace the meaning of our motto, live free or die, and importantly embrace a person who has been diagnosed with a terminal illness and allow them to choose their own path and their own peace. We use the word humane to underscore the importance of proper treatment and regulation of animals. Why isn't that word applicable to us, to humans? I ask you to consider for yourself what it means to be humane and what kind of treatment you would want should you ever be terminally ill and suffering like my husband. Would you want the government to dictate to you, you with a sound mind, knowing your death is inevitable, that you cannot die with what little dignity you have left, and allow you to end the pain and the suffering you endured? My husband and I traveled to Vermont so that he can make his own choice. Some might say we don't need this legislation because anyone else could do the same. They're wrong. First, it's very difficult to arrange. Every step has to be in Vermont. And fundamentally, why should we have to leave the place we love to die in peace? The morning of his death was stormy with high winds and rain. My brother-in-law and I could barely get my husband into the truck. A somber 1 hour and 30 minutes of driving later, we experienced a process so responsible, so warm, so caring, and so peaceful, and so much in the best interest of my husband, it has led me here today. I am begging you to give this choice to the people here in the Granite State so that you don't have to limit remaining time to a few family members, so that you're not forcing your dying loved ones to endure an arduous long drive in bad weather, so that people like my husband, who believed in everything about live free or die and was a loyal Granite Stater, can pass peacefully in their own home, in the state that they love so much. Thank you for your time today and your consideration on this important piece of legislation. Consider how many others you can help and how many families you'll be supporting by passing this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, ma'am. Mark LaCroix, and next will be Stephen Wade. Pardon? Mark, okay. Stephen Wade. Mr. Wade, please. And next will be Lawrence Miller.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Steve Wade. I'm the Executive Director of the Brain Injury Association in New Hampshire. I'm also a member of the New Hampshire Coalition for Suicide Prevention, which works mostly with vets and who have suffering with traumatic brain injury and PTSD. So really here, I'm honored to be speaking for many of the survivors of brain injury in the state and their families. Family caregivers, many of those survivors are profoundly disabled and are unable to be here. So our community stands firmly against this legislation. Our feeling is that medical aid in dying by physician-assisted suicide, they really go together. You can't have one without the other. Also, there's some real concerns about the message of choice and freedom. Are there limits to choice and freedom? And we think there are. There are specifically limits to choice and freedom when it affects the safety of other people or potentially impacts on other people. And the feeling is that this is a dangerous bill. It's dangerous for folks living with severe disability. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of folks with traumatic brain injury, which is one of the most severe. So 2 reasons why it's dangerous. One is because the proponents of the law cite issues that essentially are the daily lived experience of people with disabilities: loneliness, feelings of burdensomeness, lack of control. So the concern is, what message does that send? What message does that send to folks that we're trying to support and express solidarity with? The other danger is most folks on disability in New Hampshire are on Medicaid. And as you probably know, Medicaid does not provide adequate access to palliative care. So if a law like this exists, what incentive would future legislatures or funders or insurance companies have to expand and extend palliative care? That whole system is a mess. The long-term care system really is a mess in terms of folks on Medicaid. There's really not great support. So again, I think there'd be a built-in disincentive for that. So the final point I wanted to make is we've heard a lot that this isn't suicide. And all you have to do, we would disagree with that, by the way. All you have to do is go on your cell phone and look up online or Google medical aid in dying or assisted suicide. And the first thing that comes up is the helpline for suicide prevention in big bold letters, the 988 number, as well as it says help is available, suicide and crisis helpline. So that's, again, the first thing that comes up. So I don't know how people can say this is not suicide when it's recognized, at least by the rest of the world, that it's suicide. So, anyway, again, I thank you for taking my testimony. I also have, in addition to my own testimony, I have a statement by over 20 of the state's leading disability organizations. Many work with veterans living with PTSD and TBI, and others with concern of this legislation. So thank you very much. I'm pleased to answer any questions.
If you just pass that up.
I'll just pass it right over here.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, I'm next going to call Lawrence Miller, and the next will be Brenda Buttrick.
Mr. Chairman and committee members, gotta change my testimony. Good afternoon. My name is Larry Miller. I'm a retired U.S. Air Force Reserve Lieutenant Colonel, and I have lived in Merrimack for over 40 years. I'm here today as president of the New Hampshire chapter of the Military Officers Association of America. We are an affiliate of the country's leading organization protecting the rights and benefits of uniformed service members, veterans, and their families. To veterans, MOA has made the same promise they've made to their country: never stop serving. I represent the 550 members of the New Hampshire chapter. Our 26-member board of directors unanimously voted to strongly oppose this bill. As veterans, we're concerned about the potential impact this bill could have on our community. As you know, veterans are the leading suicide risk category in the United States. 16 veterans die every day by suicide. And here in New Hampshire, veterans living with physical injuries, and especially those living with TBI and PTSD, are 8 times more at risk than the general population. Yes, this bill is about terminally ill people, but it opens the door to unintended consequences. And the message it sends to veterans is worrisome. It normalizes suicide. It undermines veterans' suicide prevention efforts by presenting suicide as a legitimate medical option. It creates the potential for veterans to feel pressured into making irreversible decisions. It could unintentionally create permission for veterans to consider suicide, especially if they see themselves as a burden to their families or communities. It could present a dangerous alternative that devalues the inherent worth of veterans living with severe disabilities and chronic illness. And we know from other states and Canada, it opens the door to expanding assisted suicide to other vulnerable populations. And we know medical aid in dying legislation in Canada has led to a recommendation of suicide to veterans. We owe a debt of gratitude to these veterans who make and continue to make sacrifices for our country. This legislature has made enormous achievements in increased suicide prevention programs in our state. This bill has the potential to undermine those noble efforts. So, instead of this bill, I would encourage you to explore legislation expanding veterans' access to mental health programs and compassionate health care, especially for veterans unable to access VA services. This approach should be our priority. It respects the dignity and worth of veterans and keeps faith with the honor they've earned. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you very much, sir. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, Brenda Buttrick, and next will be Ellen Edgerly.
Good afternoon, almost evening. I'm a registered nurse and a nursing home administrator. I've spent the last 35 years caring for frail elders who have come into long-term care in the state of New Hampshire. With this population of people that enter the nursing home, they really are very vulnerable. They're afraid, they don't want to come, but they don't have other options. Many of them dread having to be admitted to a nursing home. Often after they spend some time, they adjust, and we as a team are able to offer them quality of life and purpose. In their vulnerable state, our residents often state that they do not want to be a burden on their families. It is my concern that there are those who would opt for assisted suicide so they can avoid being a burden on their families. This will influence their decision without a doubt. It is our responsibility to show compassion to this population we serve and to promote their dignity and help them understand that they matter, they're loved, they're important. There have been times when I've seen a resident be admitted to hospice. Often many of the medications are stopped and they're only giving comfort meds which ease their pain and other symptoms. There have been times when we've seen them improve when they come off their meds. They've lived long past the 6-month mark and have improved quality of life. I've seen residents come in with a diagnosis of failure to thrive in the expectation they will only have a few weeks to live. More than once, I've seen a resident like this get better and live for a few more years. I attribute this to coming into a supportive environment where they feel that they matter and they're given a reason to live every day. To me, it is not the answer and sends a message that you can end it all and you can lessen the burden on your family and to all of us. This is the wrong message. If this bill is passed, it will lead to a slippery slope of normalizing suicide in other populations. We have a serious problem with suicide in the state and with groups such as at-risk teens, veterans, and those with disabilities. Passing this bill would only lead to more suicides among these vulnerable populations, and then the problem will only get worse. We have multiple ways we can ease symptoms during a resident's terminal illness. With a different option for pain control, symptom control, there's really no reason for people to suffer. Please vote no on this bill. We have a moral obligation to take care of those who are most vulnerable with compassion, dignity, and respect. We have an obligation to promote life and living until the time of death comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Ellen Edgerly, please. And next will be Mary Fahey.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lynn and committee members. My name is Ellen Edgerly. My home is in Rochester. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public testimony on my opposition to House Bill 1283. I am the mother of 4 children. I was a caregiver for 23 years to my daughter, Sarah. When Sarah was 11 years old, she was involved in an accident which resulted in her sustaining a brain injury, quadriplegia. She was fed through a G-tube. She was breathing through a trach for a period of time and was nonverbal. She was 100% dependent on her care from others. Sarah wanted to live, to be surrounded by the love of her family. My family wanted Sarah to be in our lives. Sarah taught us to be grateful of life, as life is a blessing. Let's not put sick and disabled New Hampshire citizens in a position of justifying why they do not choose the state-endorsed option of assisted suicide. Disabled people's bodily autonomy is constantly under threat as they are denied access to home, community-based care, institutionalized against their will, receive inadequate health care, have limited opportunities, and much more. Sadly, there are people that believe that living with a disability is worse than the fate of death. Do we want the state of New Hampshire to decide what quality of life merits death? I certainly don't. Today, we have heard a lot about choice and peace of mind, but at what cost? By putting vulnerable people at risk? I urge you to vote against House Bill 1283. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mary Fahey, and next will be Marlene Makowski.
Hello, my name is Mary Fahey. I'm a resident of Nashua, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to HB 1283. I'd like to address how this bill undermines suicide prevention efforts and puts vulnerable individuals at risk for suicidal ideation or attempts. I have more chronic, incurable, and life-altering diseases than I can count on one hand. I am also the survivor of a suicide attempt and have dealt with strong suicidal ideation over the increase in physical suffering and the loss of my health as I knew it. State-sanctioned suicide creates a scale of value on human lives, deeming some more worthy than others. We are no longer stating that we should protect all lives from suicide. Rather, we are stating that some lives are no longer protected from suicide, that some lives are simply not worth living, and we are making this judgment on the basis of physical health. We strive to prevent suicide in healthy individuals because of the knowledge that their lives have inherent and immeasurable value. It is not our place to remove that value simply because a life is plagued by illness. HB 1283 sends the message that intentionally and unnaturally ending one's life in the face of suffering is a legitimate option. My heart goes out to those facing death and learning to accept the time they have left in this life. I've had my share of encounters with death, and I know it can be terrifying. I have sat in a doctor's office and been told that 1/4 of people with my condition die before the age of 30. I am blessed to know that my version of the condition is mild and very responsive to non-invasive treatment, but I did not always know this and lived for some time with uncertainty. One of the greatest burdens in my health journey has not been the illness itself, but reconciling the unavoidable pain, discomfort, and fear with the goodness of life. I still struggle to accept this, but while I can hardly remember a day without bodily suffering, I also cannot remember a day where I have not been able to find great meaning and joy. When the proponents of this bill state that it is not only permissible but dignified to take one's life when confronting great illness, it undermines the efforts of all those like myself who have fought so hard to live in the face of grave and often silent suffering. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and I urge you to please vote ITL on HB 1283.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Marlene Mikowski, and next will be Stephen Canello, Canello.
Good afternoon. My name is Marlene Mikowski. I am a nursing home administrator for New Hampshire Catholic Charities. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. I cannot support this bill. I value the lives of those that we care for until the end of their natural life. It has been ingrained in me. We take care of those that are frail and vulnerable, but also these are the people who have given life, supported life, and have given us love. I cannot fathom that we are here today talking about whether or not it is right for a person to be able to make a choice to end their life, and that the terminally ill may cost too much money to prolong their lives. I don't know. I struggle with who is just enough to really measure when a person is to be brought to death. For the terminal person, are we to say, well, they're going to die anyway? Perhaps it is best. Can we give them something for their pain and just put them out of misery? But who or what can really determine that? How can this be justified in our hearts? And then how do we carry this within us for the rest of our lives? People are put here on earth for a certain time. People should die their natural end of life. The more we minimize life, the more we continue to evolve towards this travesty. We should stop the thoughts of destroying humanity and expelling morality as we know it. If this happens, have we lost our faith, our dignity, our traditions, and our moral compass? But yet we fight the struggle each day for the lives of those who are addicted to drugs. We start by providing Narcan. We fight and struggle each day for those born with severe disabilities, to do all that we can to find their best days. Why? Because we value their lives. Nearly 4 years ago, we had a resident who was in the hospital for 3 or 4 weeks. Prior to that, she lived in assisted living. We received a phone call from the hospital saying that she should be brought back to our building, her home, to die. We were warned that she may not make it even through the night. When she came through the door on the stretcher, I heard her giving directions to the EMTs to turn to the hallway instead of the elevator. I was really confused. First of all, because she was speaking. Secondly, because she was given directions to where her room was. I went over to her and I told her that we were going to care for her upstairs now, if she would allow us to do that. She looked at me and said, "Okay, that will be good." Well, I guess it was good because 4 years later, she has filled her time by sharing her talents as a seamstress, shared many stories of her history, visited other people in the nursing home, and provided much laughter to so many of us through these years. Apparently, she must have known that she wasn't ready yet. It wasn't her time. I do thank you for your time, and please vote against HB 1283. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Canello, I guess that's right. And then next will be Ellen Leonard. Mr. Stephen Canello. All right, I don't see Mr. Canello here. Ellen Leonard from Conway? She's not here either. Not here, all right. Michael Luchtenberger from Bow.
Michael had to leave.
All right. Dennis O'Connell from Concord. All right. Lisa Bodwin from Concord.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lynn and honorable members of the committee. It's been a long day, and I appreciate your attention to this very important matter. My name is Lisa Baudouin. There have been a lot of people identifying themselves today, so I'd like to let you know that I'm a secular, liberal, data-driven disability policy analyst with many years of work at the state and national level on disability policy. I am a subject matter expert on the systems of care and supports and services for people with disabilities. I am writing a book on ableism. Physician-assisted suicide bills like HB 1283, quote, represent an inherent harm and danger to people with disabilities, unquote, according to the National Council on Disability, the independent federal agency that reports directly to the President and Congress. NCD's key recommendation on two state initiatives among their long list of recommendations states, quote, should not legalize any form of assisted suicide, end quote. NCD and all national prominent disability organizations are unilaterally opposed to these initiatives. National level policy analysts who are driven by research and data are not mistaken in their assessment about how dangerous these movements are. They see the dangers are in part rooted in ableist misconceptions and stigmas about life with a disability, which are intrinsic to the language used to pass these slippery slope bills, including imposing a construct that I have heard all day long about what constitutes dignity for a very narrow set of people. A very narrow set of people have an idea about what constitutes life in a disability with a life with dignity, and we have to be really careful about having a narrow construct of that, because I happen to know plenty of people with disabilities who are incontinent, who have plenty of dignity in their life, and that should not be one of the metrics by which someone is allowed to determine that their life is no longer worth living, as one tiny example. The NCD position remains steadfast since 1997. Their 2019 publication reaffirms the dangers of assisted suicide in its comprehensive 70-page, well-researched document detailing the serious limits of supposed safeguards, the lack of oversight in states with assisted suicide, almost zero investigatory power of mistakes and abuse, the loosening of the rules phenomenon, which has happened in every single state where medical aid in dying or end-of-life options or whatever euphemism you prefer.
Can I tell you, ma'am, you're over your time limit, so can I ask you to please sum up?
Yes. Proponents of HB 1283 are leveraging the feeling of citizens on the dying process to change the law, rather than demanding to make our healthcare system, in this particular case, our palliative care system, more robust. Given our extraordinary medical technologies, intractable pain is a failure in the delivery of treatment and physician training. That failure is why physician-assisted suicide is insidiously becoming normalized.
So I really need for you to sum up, ma'am, please. Thank you.
It is not a mode of care to put in the tool box. Given the deep, well-documented health inequities people with disabilities, veterans, poor folk, communities of color live with day in and day out, we need to address health inequities before we can do anything of this magnitude.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none? Thank you. Next, I have Alice Maitland, and next will be Brent Richardson. Alice Maitland. Let's see. Brent Richardson. Richardson? And after that will be Robin Maurer. Mr. Richardson?
Good evening. Thank you for your patience today. My name is Brent Richardson. I'm from Chester, New Hampshire. I'm a nurse practitioner specializing in pulmonary, critical care, palliative care, and a board-certified medical ethicist. I'm going off script here as you requested. I'd like to touch on a couple of things that we've heard repeatedly for some people. I am, first of all, strongly in favor of House Bill 1283. This bill is not suicide. This bill is not a slippery slope. This bill is not a disabilities bill. And it is a tool that I need in my toolbox, and with very rare exceptions. I want to touch on, I agree wholeheartedly with a lot of what some of my colleagues, earlier physicians and nurse practitioners said about how palliative care and hospice care can meet the need in most cases. We're talking about most cases. This is a bill that would help in those outlier cases where symptoms and details of an illness can lead to things that are not easily remedied with standard palliative care and hospice care. Without getting too graphic, we heard from people earlier, and again, in pulmonary medicine, you're talking about breathing, you're talking about the airway, and when you have tumors that are malignant and eroding into blood vessels or obstructing airways, you're getting to a point where it is so unbelievably difficult to treat those end-of-life situations that can be extremely traumatic, as we heard earlier. So a bill like this would be able to address those symptom needs and those rare exceptions where a person cannot live out their days and have a natural death with standard hospice care. We need this type of care for those rare exceptions where somebody has such enormous symptom burden or the potential for a horrible end of life. I would just like to end, I think the answer to whether this bill should become law lies in the precedent set forth in the opening sentence of New Hampshire Statute 137J1, where it states clearly that, quote, "The state of New Hampshire recognizes that individual persons have the right, founded in the autonomy and sanctity of a person, to control the decisions relating to the rendering of their own medical care," end quote. And as we've heard here already, we don't get to choose what affliction may be visited upon us. We are all patients in waiting. Any one of us or a loved one may face a profoundly debilitating terminal illness, robbing us of the ability to eat, breathe, and live in comfort. In that case, many of us would want the peace of mind and relief that medical aid in dying offers. And I would like to have this available here in New Hampshire as we do in Vermont and as my parents have available to them in Maine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, Robin Maurer, and next will be Kathy Brooks. Robin Maurer? I don't see Robin Maurer. All right. Kathy Brooks. Kathy Brooks. Paul Drager. Paul Drager. Mr. Drager?
Close enough. I believe that a copy of my testimony has already been given to the clerk.
All right.
Good evening, and again, thank you for your indulgence. It's been a long day for all of us. Chairman Lynn and members of the Judiciary Committee, I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. Please note that my comments are my own, and I am not speaking on behalf of any organization or group that I belong to. My name is Paul Drager. I live in Somersworth, and my purpose today is to speak in favor of 1283. At the end of our respective lives, if diagnosed with a terminal illness with a 6-month prognosis, will we merely be a patient until the end? The root word of patient is patior, which means to endure suffering, or I am suffering. We all get just one chance to live and one chance to die. This bill asks a not-so-simple question. Will we be allowed to die in a manner consistent with the way in which we lived, which respects our personal values, spiritual beliefs, cultural background, and preserves our dignity? Do we get to write the final chapter of our story, or must we be a patient until the end? I've been involved with end-of-life matters and an advocate for palliative care since 1995, serving on hospital and hospice bioethics committees, teaching physicians, medical students, and other healthcare providers. I was a member of the 2013 Legislative Study Commission on Palliative Care and Associated Quality of Life Initiatives. An individual's end-of-life choices should be broad rather than limited in scope. Dying is hard work. One's decisions concerning end of life should be based on the very values, beliefs, goals, and life lived of the individual rather than arbitrary and judgmental beliefs of strangers who would impose their values and beliefs on another. What may be right for the individual patient facing imminent death may not be right for another in the same situation. This is not a time when one size fits all. Rather, it is where an individual's preferences for their unique situation should prevail. Limiting end-of-life choices is unfair and burdensome to such individuals. We have various choices that people may disagree with, but they are available and end up doing the same thing. We have palliative sedation, also known as terminal sedation. We have the right to...
Can I just ask you to sum up, if you would, please, sir?
Okay. In essence, what I'm trying to say is that in order to respect the individual, we are entitled to that final choice to decide how it is that we live and, more importantly, how we die. I would ask each individual here, every member here, to take a look at the poem that I have at the end of my written statements. It is read to the cadence of the 23rd Psalm. I think that pretty much sums up this entire situation. I would encourage you all to please accept Bill 1283. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Karen Hill, please. Karen Hill. All right. Marianne Jackson. Marianne Jackson.
I think this is on. Thank you. My name is Marianne Jackson. I'm a retired OBGYN that practiced from 1984 to 2010 up in Carroll County and Coos County, and was involved in the care through my GYN practice of several wives, sisters, and mothers who had end-stage ovarian, endometrial, and cervical cancer. One of the things that struck me as most painful was when someone with a bowel obstruction was no longer, as you've heard many times, able to be reached comfortably with palliative and hospice care that we used liberally. I believe firmly in hospice and palliative care. It's just that there are limits. And when patients would beg me for something that would hasten their death, I felt extremely uncomfortable that I had no alternative and nothing that I could do for them. And it felt that I was now the person between them and their God. This was a God that they begged to be able to be with, who they trusted and they loved, and they felt was there to reach out to them, and I was prolonging this life for them. And I want to say to you, I do not think it's conscionable that physicians can prescribe terminal coma, palliative sedation to coma, or assist in the cessation of eating and drinking for weeks for a patient, but yet not be able to prescribe for them the medications that it gives them the option for the death that is the inevitable outcome either way. And I believe that we are missing that humane alternative, and that this is a bill with very clear eligibility criteria. It can be followed to the letter. It is not ambiguous. It is very robust in the ways in which the physicians have to be able to assess for someone's terminal illness, not disability. This is not suicide. This is relief. And I believe strongly in support for 1283.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Rebecca Brown, please. And next will be Betsy McConnell.
Thank you, and thank you for your perseverance and patience today.
I'm going to give you my written testimony, which describes how I was sitting as a legislator here when my husband died, which is why I'm doing this work now. My husband, who was an Army veteran who did not have this option. And I would like to offer just very quickly the 4 people who had to leave and submit their testimony. First is Kevin Lucer, MD from Portsmouth, 40 years as a surgeon, who is very clearly in favor of this bill for many of the same reasons that Dr. Jackson just explained. Second is a second surgeon, Cynthia Barberitz, who is also from the Seacoast. She is a 2002 practitioner, gastrointestinal and bariatric surgeon, who also affirms everything that Dr. Jackson just said about needing this as part of her toolbox in her continuum of care for end-of-life patients. The third is Eliza Shapiro, who is on full disability. She suffered 2 major strokes 13 years ago, lives with a brain injury, and she says, because of my strokes and now living with brain injuries, I have lost some of my autonomy and some of the control over my own life. I know at this point I have enough parts of my brain working that if needed, I want to have control over and the same rights to determine my end of life if I have a terminal condition as any non-disabled person would. And she was exposed to COVID, so couldn't be here today. And finally, from Bonnie Leva, from Portsmouth, whose husband Frank suffered from brain cancer, actually did qualify with his first trip to Vermont for medical aid in dying, but died before he was able to get back all the way up to St. Johnsbury from Portsmouth for his second, who fervently wanted medical aid in dying and shared his stories for the year and a half after he contacted our organization, the New Hampshire Alliance for End-of-Life Options, of which I'm a director, to tell his story in detail about the kinds of questions and the finality of knowing that even though the option did exist in Vermont, that he'd have to leave home in order to use it. And as Bonnie says at the end of her testimony, let me just find this. Since Frank is no longer here to tell his story, it is up to me. Medical aid in dying is an urgent issue for many terminally ill adults who, just like Frank, want the option to die peacefully and avoid suffering. Please support this bill. You will make a profound difference for so many people. Frank's words were, "I've lived as a free person in New Hampshire. I want the freedom to die as well." And thank you for your listening today. We've learned a lot from testimony. We are eager to work with you on, for instance, the pharmacists' points that were raised earlier, and anything else that the committee would like to engage in to make this the best bill for New Hampshire. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none. Betsy McConnell, and next will be Sharon McGinley. I don't know if she's here.
Did you want to give me those?
No, I don't see her here. I don't.
You've heard from so many people already. I fear I may be redundant. I'm so grateful for your patience in listening to all of us today. And it occurs to me that we have very few opportunities to talk about dying and deal with the reality of death. And we've heard a lot of fear of social and cultural erosion from devaluing life. And there's been a lot of fear about that, and fear that if medical aid in dying is available, it will make life less worth living for categories of people. But the reason this bill is before you is because of the profound agony many people go through at this point, and you've heard many, many stories of that. I have practiced as a clinical social worker for 33 years in Connecticut, New York, Washington, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. And over that time, I observed how challenging this can be for people to come to terms with. We just have a very deep cultural problem in our inability to cope with death. I saw this firsthand when my younger sister was diagnosed with cervical cancer. She fought the cancer. She aggressively fought the cancer and believed that she was curable, and died in 2 years with horrible suffering. I believe what this bill can do is begin a process for opening a space for people to decide how they would like to live their death. Right now, there's a way in which people are given a diagnosis, and there's a great deal of panic and also lack of knowledge of cancer, let's say. And they're often really incapable of coping well with that. I've thought a lot about the term, the sanctity of life. And it's something I believe in as a good Episcopalian, but I don't think that it's well represented when a person's only choice is to pursue every possible medical intervention, ending in hospice care, or voluntarily stopping eating and drinking. At least 10 years ago, there was an article in the New York Times about how doctors die differently. And it said that a lot of medical doctors, when given a diagnosis, did not pursue treatment because they knew what treatment involved.
Can I just ask you to, you're kind of over your time, if you could just finish up, please? Thank you.
Okay. Many people are afraid of death and struggle with being mortal. When terminal illness comes, it can be overwhelming to consider what to do. Can you imagine for yourself what it would be like and what you might want? Passing this bill would help people consider their options and empower them to make a choice when their lives are filled with unmanageable pain and even hospice aid is limited. Thank you for considering this legislation.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none. Shannon McGinley? Shannon McGinley. All right. Richard Parrow.
Chairman Lynn, committee members, thank you for having me here. I submitted part of my testimony here, of which the first paragraph is going to be pertinent here, but I did have some other issues with the bill that I think need to be addressed, and it covers a number of different topics. I find it a little bit almost irresponsible. How will this bill be monitored, and how does it deal with Medicare and Medicaid? And the place I'm coming from is you've got people who are marginalized, veterans, homeless people, immigrants, verbally challenged, linguistically challenged people who have no access or how to go about accessing this type of legislation if you choose to pass this through. We all know this is a committee, goes to the House, goes to the Senate, goes above and beyond. This bill will look nothing like it does right now. I've seen some things going through. My mom had Parkinson's for years, aspirated and died in a coma. I had a brother had colon cancer, went through all this stuff. Everybody has their own thing. My mom suffered for years. And, she was a very religious person, but, she said she just wanted to go. But my brother was completely the opposite. So everybody's the same. And my feeling is that looking at what's been going on in this around us in this different atmosphere that we have going on in the country, I'm kind of remiss to give up a choice to the government as to how I should, number one, make a choice depending on what the government is going to support. And I don't see where anything in this bill says where the support's going to come from for Medicare, Medicaid, for these people, especially those who are marginally on the edges. I mean, I'm a veteran a couple of times over. I was a flight medic. I was trained as a bioanthropologist. So life is different for everybody. Not everybody's the same. And I think we have to take into consideration how these people are going to access any of this stuff in whatever form it ends up coming before the vote here to pass it on in the Senate and at the next stage. I don't want to see this open up as a wherewithal to end with all.
All right. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Robert Tangway.
I still have some life in me. My name is Robert Tangway. I spoke earlier. I think that I'm for this bill. This bill is already in law. When you read Article 2 of the New Hampshire Constitution, which is the supreme law, we have a right to our liberty to live and also to aid others. These are rights and our property. And you'll find that when a lot of people are opposed to this bill, you're going to see that the reason why they're opposed to it is because of technology. They make money off of it, keeping people alive, suffering. We have a choice in our life, in our children. God gave us these rights. Not the Constitution, not our humble servants, which I respect you all, gave us these rights to live our life and to end our lives if we need be. This bill right here is about specifically people who are going to die. There is also a choice with the doctors to not approve this. We all have free will. We all have free will to make any decision. A police officer can be ordered to arrest someone, they can choose not to. And so that's how that works. I also wanted to bring up, so Article 2 of the New Hampshire Constitution, and then also the dignity that this allows people to choose to go in their own way with dignity, with their family at a time that they choose to, at a time, not suffering, suffocating. Death can be very scary. I'd also like to bring up eugenics, and please let me know if I start to go over my time.
You're very close. You're about to go over.
Eugenics is the forced sterilization. It was passed into law in New Hampshire and 32 states. The last eugenics law, this is forced sterilization, was in 2014, was removed from the books.
All right.
The Constitution protects us from the government, from intruding upon our decisions as free citizens. That's why it's already in law, and I would appreciate if you guys would move this forward to codify a system that is clear for someone to take care of their own matters.
All right, thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very
so
much. I have no more pink cards. Is there anyone? Yes, sir. Did you fill out a pink card? Great. All right, come on up. If you just give the card to Representative Staples, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to all of the committee members who have stuck it through. This has been a very long day, even with the intermission. My name is Mary Smith. I'm from Manchester, New Hampshire. And I'm here to testify in support of this bill. I also want to thank you, Representative Lynn, and you, Representative Smith, for being sponsors on this bill. I don't know if you had already testified, Mr. Lynn, but if you haven't testified on this bill, I'm sure there are interesting things and relevant things that you would be able to say about how the case law in New Hampshire, if it at all interacts with the contents of this bill. But as to myself and my personal testimony, well, I don't normally like testifying on bills that have huge crowds because I find that it isn't hugely useful. Usually, if a large crowd comes out, all of the representatives have decided how they're going to recommend the bill to go. But I did want to use this opportunity to touch on points that I thought were not addressed or that I did not hear earlier, which includes that the way that these sorts of cases have been handled historically hasn't been a perspective that I've heard yet, where we live in extremely privileged times to be able to access the treatments that we can, and that in the past, when individuals made these sorts of decisions for themselves and decided it was the time to go, that their physicians, if they had physicians, would sometimes give them more medicine than is necessary for treating an illness, or that their loved ones would, in acting with their best wishes, remove or withhold any medications for conditions that they have in order to assist them in this. And that is the reality of the world we live in many different countries, not this one, because people overwhelmingly have the opportunity to pursue different means, and they do, unfortunately, and hopefully with this bill passing, they will have means that are more humane than we have had in the past. And one other thing before I go over time, you've been very generous to everybody who's been up here, and I really appreciate it. And I don't know if your fellow committee members will appreciate it as much, that you have been able to give a little more lenience on the 2-minute rule. But I also wanted to mention that there are people who are interested in dying and who would be interested in the options as you've supported in this bill for reasons not including to end their life, that they want to pursue the methods as outlined in this bill so that they may be cryogenically frozen and resuscitated later, where there are technologies available to deal with whatever medical issues that that are currently intractable. And so it's just another unusual aspect that interacts with this bill that I didn't hear people comment on. Thank you very much for your patience.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on HB 1283? I'm sorry, Ms. McGinley, I called that name. Ms. McGinley? Just like we did.
I assumed you weren't even going to call me, so.
No, we did.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. I am Shannon McGinley. I'm the Executive Director of Cornerstone Action here in New Hampshire, and I'm here to ask you to please vote ITL on HB 1283. We believe that caring and not killing is the right approach whenever faced with illness or disability, whether terminal or not. Whether acute or chronic, this bill tries to lead public policy in the wrong direction by fostering the legalization of suicide. The sponsors of the bill avoid saying suicide, choosing instead words like death with dignity, patient-directed care, autonomy, and end-of-life decisions. No matter how they mince the words, the bill clearly authorizes state-sanctioned suicide with lethal drug prescriptions and defines it as typical medical care. This is not authentic compassion for anyone suffering from terminal illness. Furthermore, a pro-suicide agenda will affect everyone in New Hampshire. And I know that you've probably heard much of this before. I'm not going to read everything that I wanted to say. I did give you my testimony earlier. Hopefully Representative DiLorenzo passed it around, but just quickly that assisted suicide exploits medically vulnerable individuals. It will undermine suicide prevention efforts. An assisted suicide law, no matter how narrowly drawn, opens the door to broader availability. And that we see other examples of how it's being abused in countries like Canada, Scandinavian countries, and as well as Oregon. And I think I'm just going to end there because I know that it's a really long day and everybody's probably really hungry too. So does anybody have any questions of me?
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. McGinley.
Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1283? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1283. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say it was very nice to see the consideration and thoughtfulness of all the testimony that we all received, voluminous emails and actual handwritten letters in the mailboxes. It was very refreshing considering the gravity of the subject matter, and we on the committee greatly appreciate that. And I want to thank the members that stuck in until the end, staying with us. We really appreciate it. We know who does all the heavy lifting on the committee, and my thanks go out to you folks. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. I completely echo Representative Wallace's comments. Just for members of the committee, and I know not everyone is here. As you know, I put out a notice of our execing a number of bills next Thursday morning, not tomorrow, but next Thursday morning. Just so you know, I understand that there may be some of those bills that we will not be ready to exec, that people will not be ready to vote on, that you want to spend more time or whatever, and that's fine. It's not my intention to rush anybody, but I do believe that there probably will be a number of them that we will be able to vote on, and it'll be those that we'll vote on. So if somebody says, next Thursday, look, we need, I want to think about this some more, or we need to spend more time on it, that's fine. That's what we'll do. But I think there will be a number that we can exec next Thursday, and that's what my intention will be. Again, thank you all for hanging in there. I really appreciate it. This has been a marathon session for sure, and thank you to the members of the public. Thank you.